an absolutely glorious run.
Yeah.
EVOS Esports, defending EWC champs, managing to get one booyah as well. I mean, Lace, this is just, it's turning out to be an insane
Hi
competition.
guys. Vanakkam, welcome to this
Team
team.
Apex Gaming
Vanakkam.
have to come out of the gate swinging on day 2 of groups because they just need to do something, otherwise they're going to go out.
Correct timing முடிஞ்சனே
You
வரேன்.
know what?
வாங்க guys, எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம் guys. All guys வணக்கம்.
And to be honest with you as well, Gun Dynasty impressed everyone on day 1, didn't they?
Guys.
Is that a croissant? Nice.
கொசுக்கடி இல்லாம நிம்மதியா தூங்க திம்பேல்.
The Esports World Cup.
Full screen தான் வச்சிருக்கேன் bro. Full screen தான். சரிதா? ஆனா மெஸ்ஸி இரண்டாவது வேர்ல்ட் கப். அதெல்லாம் ஃபைனல் முடியலையே. நம்ம ஊர் ஆளுகளுக்கும் அர்ஜென்டினாவுக்கும் தான் ஃபைனலா கேள்விப்பட்டேன். மேலமா? நம்ம ஊர் ஆளுகளுக்கும் அர்ஜென்டினாவுக்கும் தான் ஃபைனல்.
What is up, survivors?
இது ஃபைனல்
This is the
நினைச்சேன்
STC
கேள்விப்பட்டேன்.
rewind for Free Fire at EWC 26. As the teams get geared up for day 2 of the group stage, here's a bit of a recap of what happened on day 1.
Hi guys.
Here's the thing.
Hi
When we started
guys.
off with
வாங்க
Group A,
guys.
the
எல்லாருக்கும்
most
வணக்கம்
difficult
guys.
group out there, they went all in and he was divine. There were little doubts, but they were able to acquire their top position on chart. But the main problem stands about the difference that is there in Group A. There's a lot of points that teams need to acquire in case they want to make it at the final.
But for Group B, it's a lot more tactical. The teams came in and they were
ஜாலியா இருக்கியா bro? நமக்கு என்ன bro? நம்ம ஜாலி தான் bro
the
எப்பவுமே.
margins is actually a lot more tighter than Group
நேத்து அழிச்சது பார்த்தா
The front runners are still the teams that we expected to be at the top.
While the front runners are
Thank
taking
you,
these
Sparkles.
points
Thank
away,
you so
some
much,
other
bro.
teams might get eliminated at the end
சொட்ட
of
தெரியுது
group
bro.
stage.
சொட்ட
On
தெரியுதா?
Group A, we
நல்லது
have two
நல்லது.
teams who need to start picking
ஏய்
up
இது
pace.
என்னதியா இது
On
வருது?
Group A, there's Mia
Full
Corp
screen
as well as
வராம.
Straw Hats, Titan Esports Club and Demons Pride on the other end. So it's going to be a tough battle in
It's
case
going
they
to
want
be
to
a
make a
tough
point,
battle.
especially for Group A.
You know
There's some teams
பைலகடா.
started off slow but came in swinging in the later stages of the game.
You know
with
பைலக
Aurora Gaming and also
கொடூரமா.
Team Falcons from Group
அரே
A.
ஆல் ஓகே.
Group B, Team Secret, the recent spring winners of SCA 2025 also came out
Not
hot,
well,
but
Nero.
they are clear favorites for both groups. Buriram United Esports with 3 booyahs in Group A and MIBR Laws for
திருச்ச
Group
மாதிரி
B.
வாழ்றதாங்க
So the
நம்ம
whole
வழக்கம்.
competition
ப்ளூ
so
சட்டை
far to
மாறன்.
kind of
வாங்க
rewind
வாங்க
it back,
வணக்கம்
it's
வணக்கம் bro.
between SCA versus
வணக்கம்
Brazil.
வந்தனம்
Who gets
நமஸ்கார்
the
ஜி.
champions title? Who makes it to the final first is
சொட்ட
what we
அரிமையிலே
are in
வாங்க
the
bro.
question
வெல்கம்
for.
வெல்கம்.
And if you
எல்லாருக்கும்
had
வணக்கம்
missed
எல்லாருக்கும்
out,
வணக்கம்
the
guys.
storylines when we look at Group A is a group of
வணக்கம்,
champions,
வாங்க, Mr.
multi-world champions like BRU with teams like Team Falcons who have won EWC 24, Evo's Divine EWC 25. But for Group B is a group of second places, second chances, redemption arcs, teams that have gotten close to the podium but never finished first.
சாப்பிட்டியா bro?
Teams who have
சாப்பிட்டா
experienced
வரேன்
multiple heartbreaks,
சாப்பிட்டா வரேன்.
RRQ, Fluxo, and even to a certain degree the
No,
Vietnamese
just
teams
no
this time
plate and
with their
Gamerz.
weights on Team Secret.
I think the main highlight that we ended up seeing were Gun Dynasty.
Nothing
and on
is
the
happening, bro.
other end, it was Al Ahly.
FIFA வேர்ல்ட் கப் மேட்ச் பாப்பீங்க
One in
bro.
Gun Dynasty picked
ஆனா
up
அதான்
really
bro
big
இப்ப
time, but
சொன்னேன்
Al
நம்ம
Ahly
ஊர்
can
ஆளுக்கு
do
அது
something
இந்த
different.
சண்டையாமா
That is what we
ஃபைனல்
have to
என்ன
stay
கலந்து
tuned for
தெரியலையே
here
நினைச்சு நானே
at day
பார்த்துட்டு
2.
இருக்கேன்.
Free Fire continues to heat up in terms of
அப்போ என்ன நடக்க போதோ
competitiveness, so
நடக்கணும்.
today is only going to get more and more interesting.
எங்க ஆளுங்களே சண்டை இழுக்குறானுங்களா அவ்வளவு
It's week 2 of the club
அடிச்சு
championship
வச்சாதான்
race
correct-ஆ
here at
இருக்கும்.
EWC
இந்தியா
2026,
வசனம்
and
வர சொல்லுங்க
yesterday
bro.
saw
தம்பி
icons
தப்பா.
taking the stage in League of Legends. To kick things off, Faker's T1 started off strong with a win
அட, அப்படியா bro?
against
எனக்கு meme நிறைய
Esports,
பார்த்தேன் bro.
while
அதனால
teams
தான்
like
சொல்றேன்.
G2, AGAL, Genji, and Sentinels
ஏன்
saw
EWC போல?
themselves all
ஏன்
advance to their
வரலன்ட்டேன்
group's
bro,
upper
வரலன்ட்டேன்.
bracket finals.
கூப்பிட்டாங்க வீட்டுக்கு வந்து
Unfortunately, though, for
கூப்பிட்டாங்க
fans
நான் தான்
of Furia
வரலன்ட்டேன்.
and Team Secret, your teams went out at the hands of D+ and Carmine Corp. Over in MLBB Women's Invitational, today the group stage begins. But the big news coming out of there is the fact that Falcons were able to survive the wild card stage when they were able to take out Huns in the deciding match. They'll now be
Blind
joining the
bro-க்கெல்லாம்
likes of
football என்னன்னே
Vitality,
தெரியாது.
Liquid,
ஆனா
Aurora,
full-ஆ
Spirit,
story வைக்கிறாரு
and
bro.
Onyx
full-ஆ
looking to
story
make a
வைக்கிறாரு.
splash in
என்ன?
the competition.
full-ஆ story வச்சு
Finally,
தள்ளுறாரு.
Dota 2
அக்கா பார்க்கலையா?
playoffs
பார்க்கணும்
begin
இருங்க. story upload
today.
பண்ணிட்டு
And
upload
of
பண்ணிட்டு
course,
வந்து
with
பார்க்கறேன்.
both Team Spirit and Falcons in there, they'll be
busy
looking to
இருக்காங்க.
get some big points on the board for their clubs in the club championship. When it comes to things over here, though, for us at Free Fire, we're in day 2 of our group stage. What does that mean? That means 4 teams will be going home today, while 8 will secure their place in the finals. And that's going to be big for our teams looking to make storylines in the club championship. Still lots of gameplay left to go, though, so we'll have to see how all of it
நேத்து
plays out.
கால்ல இல்ல no
Day 1 of Free Fire was full of dominance. We had two teams
Full
in
of
Group A
dominance.
and Group B being able to get 3 booyahs. Today, though, on Day 2, is any team going to be able to do that? We'll get some answers to that. Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by some amazing people. Lace, Neptune, and Conchita. Neptune, are you going to be cursing any teams today?
அதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து சிரிச்சுவானே அதெல்லாம் சிரிச்சு போயிடுவானு அடுத்து கடந்து போயிடணும்.
Continuing the tradition, okay? We kind of have to jinx some team at some point.
அதெல்லாம் வந்து சிரிச்சு போறதாங்க நம்ம வழக்கமே.
We'll have to definitely continue on that tradition because right now you can join the EWC content program. If you haven't already, make sure you do so. It is the Esports Foundation Creator Program. There will be a QR code at one point that's going to show up. Make sure you scan that and join it. You can earn rewards.
லைக் போடுங்க, லைக்க போட்டு பாருங்க.
Depending where you are on that leaderboard, you might end up getting interviewed by us on the final day of Free Fire. So go join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. And while you're at it, make sure you also check out the website for EWC and the app. Put in your predictions. Who's going to be winning? Because I know nobody predicted some teams to get 3 booyahs yesterday. Maybe today it will happen again. We'll have to figure it out. But if you do end up doing that, use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26.
Thank you for the jolts,
Any
bro.
of the fun stuff that you enjoy here because we're definitely going to be having even more fun. And as Conchita just said, we'll be cursing some teams at some point. Neptune won because Neptune's going to be, we're going to be pretty much be Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what that
starts with
vote for the tournament விளையாடுனா என்ன vote போட்டு ஜெயிக்க வைப்பாங்களா?
Maybe not. Let's take a look at the overall for Group A, though, because this group, I mean, Buriram started off consistent. And just to remind everybody, the way that this is going to end up working out at the end of the day, especially after this 6 matches for Group A, the top 4 will end up going to the finals where we will have Champion Rush. From 5th to 10, they'll end up going to survival. And the bottom 2, sadly, we're going to be crushing their keys. They're going to be going home. Which Conchita, I know you want to be here with us, but I feel like you really want to be down there crushing keys.
You know, as an EWC newbie, it is so exciting for me to finally see the key crushing live. But also, I'm devastated for anyone who has to be in that position. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not happy for that. But yeah, I'm excited.
1,26,000 bro flight ticket அட கடவுளே
handle and then all the keys just
ஒரு நாள் 10 மணி நேரம் ஆகுமா ஃளைட்ல போனா அவ்வளவு நேரம் ஆகுமா
an absolute chaotic
அவ்வளவு நேரத்துக்கு பெட்ரோலுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க வானத்துல
Well, let's take a look at the overall ranking that I was hinting at earlier. There you have it. Buriram United Esports with those 3 booyahs, 132 points. And from the top 4 teams that you're currently looking at, Neptune, I mean, Gun Dynasty, they're able to be consistent and be in second place after 6 matches, even though they didn't get any booyahs.
Getting those elimination. And look at how close they are on United Esports. It's just the position that they're taking as well. It's for Gun Dynasty. They are like first time they will be in here, and we didn't expect anything from them. So I guess low expectation is an element surprise for the team right now. And they just capitalizing.
Some of the other squads that are very close to getting that threshold right. We have Loud in there in 5th place. We got Team Falcons as well. Lace, I know you want to talk about them. We're going to be talking about them even more later on, but they do have a gap to make up if they want to make it within this top 4.
Yeah, you know, they've got a little weight on their shoulders winning that club championship, you know what, 2 years in a row. So it's going to be, you know, just something that
சொன்னனா அடிச்சுவானே வேணான்னு பாக்குறேன் நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன் நானே
and obviously
அடிங்கடான்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேன் சொன்னனா கதையே வேற
என்ன making that lead, you just want to try and get into that top 4.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? Since we're talking about Falcons, let's continue talking about Falcons because this squad definitely needs to make sure they fully improve, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday. They have a tough group consisting of like Evos, AGA, Gun Dynasty, and of course Buriram United. Falcons finished yesterday, obviously, with the 89 points, 22 placement points, and 67 eliminations, but not a single booyah. We want to be seeing those today, Falcons. We will be seeing a lot of pressure on Fire, as he's like the only player remaining from the EWC Club Championship winning roster. So when we're talking about a pressure cooker, on Fire needs to bring it for the rest of the team. And, you know, they will need to lock in with consistency with both placement and elims if they want to be a part of that top 4 conversation. Because I think they ended, what, 26 points behind the top 4 cutoff. They're about 31 points ahead of Aurora. Sorry, Neptune. So they do have a significant gap to be able to get to that top 4 so they don't go to the survival stage.
To be fair, though, I mean, first day was more about reading the game, adapting to each other's strategy. For some team, yes, they set the tone, they came out with a bang, but for some others, it's more like testing the waters, you know, seeing how everybody else is doing. And yeah, maybe today everything might get
they dipped the toe in, they need to jump in the water. Let's do it.
It's kind of chilly. We're going to take our time.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm waters of Paris, okay? They're just dipping the toes, getting comfortable with things.
I think I mentioned about reading the game. Some of it are writing the game because they are consistent enough. Like elimination-wise, it's really difficult for the teams to get that, especially with how tough teams are right now. It's more position as well as rotation that they're working on to be able to make sure that they can get in the final circle. And not a lot of teams will be able to pull it off. They just need to be tactical, silent, and deadly at the same time.
I like that one team. I mean, that was able to do that yesterday, especially. It was one that you were actually hyping up, and you're kind of going on a train here. And I like what you're doing, Conchita. And it was none other than RQ. Team Falcons will be able to do that, but I think we need to focus right now on the second page. Aurora Gaming, we're just going to bypass you real quickly because I'm going to be looking at those bottom teams. Honestly, those bottom teams need to do something because, as I mentioned, the last 2 teams of this group will get their keys crushed.
Yeah, Demons Pride, 38 points and 30 points. That's quite brutal. I mean, Titan Esports just managed to secure 25 elimination points, whereas Demons Pride 14 elimination points. Like I said yesterday, I stand on what I believe. There is a total gap, an obvious gap that is happening between some of the teams that are included in Group A. And I still think that it is the harder group compared to the other one. But I don't know. What do you think, Neptune?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that can be done right here by these teams. It's not just consistency, it's playing it safe right now. Though from what we're seeing, elimination, they're trying to catch up, but it's placement that they position-wise that they need to do right now. Going back to the basics, just finding that's one thing that everyone is underestimating, and they need to go back that.
Just Paradox Gaming there. Like, I was watching sort of their playstyle throughout it, and they're getting placement. But the elims, it was like 22, and they've got 41 points. So they are managing to make it to the final circle. But as we saw in like a few maps, so is everybody else, because it is just them trying to solidify a spot within zone to then pick up more of those elimination points. But I feel like if they more take the elims at the start, then go and focus on their rotation, because they were just going straight to zone, which isn't sort of working out for them being they're
and you don't want to stay down there because as it gets later into the matches, I mean, the pressure is going to start to build up too. We might end up seeing teams parking the bus in a way kind of like England was able to do yesterday, and we saw what happened. They didn't end up qualifying. So you don't want to do that, and you don't want to wait until the end because the pressure will be there, and you're going to have teams just doing crazy things. One team that might end up doing just that is none other than Gun Dynasty. Let's see what they had to say.
Hello everyone, I'm Yunsul and welcome to day 2. Right here, I'm next to Vega from Gun Dynasty, and here's our Zippo, our translator today. So, I heard this is the first time Spanish joined EWC 26 in Free Fire, right? And have you guys prepared everything to get into the top 4 today?
¿Han escuchado que esta es la primera vez que un equipo de habla hispana está en una final de Free Fire en EWC? ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto y cómo te has estado preparando para el día de hoy?
Con confianza, siento que nos va a ir muy bien hoy, mejor que incluso ayer, y que todo esto se trata de preparación y de cómo están saliendo las cosas.
We are really confident. We have worked really hard to get there, and I think this is all about how much you've prepared and that good things are going to happen to you.
Wow, awesome. Sending a lot of lucks for you guys today. And also, one more question I wanted to ask. Do you guys feel pressure when you step into this battlefield? Because there are so many strong teams in our Group A today. And how will you guys manage all of it?
¿Sientes algún tipo de presión cuando entras en la arena? Porque hay un montón de equipos muy fuertes. Para lidiar con esa presión.
No, como equipo y como jugador individualmente no sentimos ninguna presión. Sentimos que estamos jugando un día cualquiera y que esto se trata
as a player and as a team, we don't feel any pressure at all. We feel like we're playing like at home, like it is any other day. So I think this is all about how much you believe in yourself.
Oh my God, this is so great because you know when you play on a stage, it's really different from playing at home, right? But hearing his answer makes me feel so good about him. So thank you so much for your interview, and also thank you to our Zippo as well, and good luck to you today, Gun Dynasty. Thank you for listening. And now let's explore more in EWC 26.
Well, Gun Dynasty, we're expecting the same attitude today. Not being nervous, not feeling any pressure, because one team that didn't feel the pressure yesterday was none other than our reigning champions, Evos. And they started off hot. They were able to get a booyah on the second match. But I know today, for the PS5 story of the day, Evos, we want to see what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, of course, because if we go back to what happened on day one, the highest score EFOS had was in game 2. I think they got 12 placement points and then 17 elimination points, and that was the best of EFOS, the best game that they showcased the whole day. And I think the teamwork between Russia and the other supports are working so much better towards the end. And that's actually the thing that separates EFOS from RRQ, if I can say that. They do have the mentality to stay calm, to bounce back from the mistakes that they have, whereas RRQ usually takes a bit more time. It takes them a bit more time to be comfortable, to be okay with the mistakes that they did. And EFOS, that is definitely the reigning champion mentality that they have right there. It was a slow start, but then again, after a few bad calls, they finally started to climb up the ladder and continuously, consistently get the points that they needed.
And something to keep in mind too with this squad is that they are currently in 4th place, right? So I'm hoping that today they're not going to start feeling the pressure right off the bat. They showed yesterday what they were able to do at the start. Did you see them possibly crumbling since they're right there in the 4th place, going directly to the finals or going to survival?
Actually, it's quite the opposite. I'm still pretty sure that EFOS has what it takes to go straight to the next stage without having to go through the survival stage. 111 points, 70 elimination points. That is quite big for EFOS. And I'm not saying that just because I'm Indonesian, obviously. I do think they have what it takes. Again, it's a slow start, but I think that's where it's different, because when we see the way of the other teams are playing, the other Southeast Asian teams are playing, they came out very strong. Let's say Budokan United Esports, they bring out the big guns from the very get-go, but EFOS, they try to at least read the situations first. They try to be comfortable with it, and that's exactly what they did. They got better and better and better each game.
One team, Neptune, that's going to be hunting them down, making sure that they get within those top 4 is going to be none other than Lao, the Brazilian squads. It's not just Southeast Asia here. Brazilian squads have been able to show up, and I know you're keeping a close eye on what Lao is going to be doing in regards to their game skills.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially now, you did point out Evos with the numbers. Loud is now 4 points behind them. So there's a lot of things they can do right now in this fight, but just look up on what they did. There are one teams who managed to bring in the A124 combination together with Oscar as well as Steffi. So with that alone, you can see the intention. They're not going aggressive, they're just playing it safe. And I guess with that, they're just, as you mentioned, testing water. So this is where they might switch it up to a more aggressive play when it comes to active skills, as well as position-wise. But hopefully that will not be read by other teams.
You know what? You cursed the team yesterday. Today, we're going to blast a team. Which team are we going to blast? I need a quick answer, though. Lace?
Oh, my God.
That's it, quick. Okay, Neptune.
I need to go back to me.
I can't even say anything. Oh my God.
I'm just gonna go with an Indonesian team. Okay, let's just play it safe here. Let us know in the comments below who you're gonna be going for, because day 2 of Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
எத்தனை தடவை பார்த்தாலும் இது பயங்கரமா இருக்குது இந்த இன்ட்ரோ. நாளைக்கு 10 மேட்ச். ஓகே.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second day of Free Fire at AWC here in Paris. The stage is set and our teams have their sights on the grand finals, but the only obstacle in their way, just 11 of the best teams in the world.
After only 6 games today, we will have the name of our top 4 teams who will qualify directly to Saturday.
But remember, Luti, this is the Esports World Cup, so our eliminated teams, their keys must be crushed. And so the battle at the bottom today, it's going to get spicy. So without any further delay, let's introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage to kick us off. Starting with Aurora Gaming!
Team Apex Gaming!
ஒரு மாதிரி இருக்காங்க நீ டீமே. எந்த ஒரு ரியாக்ஷன் இல்லாம இருக்காங்க.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
AGAL.
என்ன bro இந்த பையன் என்ன bro டிஃபரண்டா இருக்கான் இவன். இவன் ஒரு மாதிரி டிஃபரண்டா இருக்கான் bro அவன்.
United Esports.
லைவா.
Your defending champions of AWC, EVOS Esports.
Demons Pride.
DRS Gaming.
Paradox Gaming.
Titan Esports Club.
ஓவமா இருக்காங்க இந்த பசங்க பாக்குறதுக்கு கஷ்டமா இருக்கு.
Snickers.
இவங்க எல்லாரும் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் bro. அதனால இவங்க எல்லாம் கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டா இருக்காங்க. அந்த சோகமா இருக்கிற டீம்ல இப்பதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் ஆடுறாங்க. அதனால அவங்க எல்லாம் ஒரு மாதிரி டவுனா இருக்காங்க. இந்த பசங்க ஆனா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் ஆடுற மாதிரி ஆடுறானே இவனுங்க. கன் டைனசிட்டி.
Don't forget, if you want to survive, your only goal is to avoid these bottom 2 spots.
Words couldn't be truer. 12 teams enter the Gadia City grid, but only 10 will make it out alive. The stakes just got higher, so it is time to make your move. It is time for day 2 of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
Recap.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadia City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a boom!
ஹெட்போன் ஏன் தெரியும் இப்படி போட்டுருக்கானே அப்பனா காது வலிக்குது. இப்படி வந்து இப்படி போட்டா இப்படி போட்டா காது வலிக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க.
Along with the help of MIB Alliance, and it's going to be MIB Alliance getting the very first booyah of Group B. Looking for the final player, Kororo, looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the 3rd booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing.
ஏய் அவர் ஏஜோட கமெண்ட்ரி தான் bro காசே. அங்க பாருங்க அவரோட கமெண்ட்ரி கேளுங்க.
Group B's day 1.
பெரியா இருக்கு.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26 here in Paris, France. And you know what day it is? Day 2 of the group stage, which means that hopes will be crushed and dreams will continue to be built for the survivors. With 12 teams from Group A, but only 10 will move on forward to either the survival stage or the grand finals, depending on their standings. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Lucifer here with some 6-7 performances from some of these teams, but that's not the spot you want to be in. You want to be in the top 4 because you want to skip the survival stage, which means you skip 10 games.
Exactly. It's going to be very crucial that you get yourself out of this grinder of the survival stage. When we say there are 10 games, but then those 10 games are not going to be easy at all because everybody's looking forward to another 4 slots tomorrow. Hopefully they don't go there. They make it out here itself. And especially we've been talking about Group A, which has teams being the toughest ones, the ones who've been the champions, and they walk away into the finals itself.
And that's ironically something that a lot of these squads are hoping to happen, right? They are hoping that the heavy hitters, the front runners, make it directly to the grand finals. So usually they want the opponents to win, but in this case, for some of our hopefuls up here, some of our first timers, they want that to be a possibility. They want to increase their chances. And speaking about chances, Gun Dynasty, they're looking good, they're feeling confident, they believe that the hard work will pay off, and I personally believe in that as well. Yesterday's performance was great. Now we need to see them push it through the finishing line.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier as well, right? Southeast Asia versus Brazil. I think that's where the entire competition right now seems here at Esports World Cup 2026. But Gun Dynasty for Latin America, feeling pressure. This is the usual stuff for us.
டீம் வந்து அடுத்த 6 மணி நேரத்துல இந்த ஊரோட்டு கிளம்ப மாட்டாங்க. இந்த டோர்னமென்ட் விட்டு வெளிய போறாங்க. அடுத்த 6 மணி நேரம் 5 மணி நேரத்துல 5 மணி நேரம் 4 மணி நேரத்துல ரெண்டு டீம் வெளிய போறாங்க. அது யாரா இருக்கு போதும் தெரியல.
And having such confidence, and why wouldn't you be confident sitting in second place just behind Buriram United Esports, who are at the top, of course, with 3 booyahs and 80 elimination points. But if we take away that 3 booyah, Gun Dynasty isn't that far behind, right? They're only 3 eliminations behind Buriram United Esports, followed by HGL, and then our defending champions on 25, which is Evos, Laos Snickers as well, with 2 booyahs under the bag. Team Falcons catching up in the later stages of Group A. The top 6 look incredibly strong, but then we see the separation between 6 and 7.
Yeah, big difference around the 6 and 7. 58 points is where Aurora right now start off, and that's almost around a 30-point difference. This is not going to be an easy jump up, and that is the reason we've been talking about. Like, yes, at the end of the day, we're going to be going to the Crusher to take away Dream. Big
6 look back out defending champions on 25, which is
Falcons difference
under the bag. Team Falcons catching up in the later stages of Group A. The top 6 look incredibly strong, but then we see the separation between 6 and 7.
Yeah, big difference around the 6 and 7. 58 points is where Aurora right now start off. Been talking about.
Oh my god,
yes,
seriously, bro.
Nervousness, right? There is some tension in the
appa
air.
இந்த பகுதியில இருக்கிற எல்லா டீமுக்கும் சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. அடுத்த குரூப்ல வந்து गाइस என்ன அடுத்த குரூப்ல எல்லா டீமுக்குமே இந்த குரூப் தான். இந்த குரூப்ல எல்லா டீமுக்குமே சான்ஸ் இருக்குது. அப்பனா இந்த 6 டீம்ல எந்த டீம் வேணாலும் கீழ போலாம். அப்பனா Oh my god, bro.
You have nothing to lose
when you
when you have so much on the line.
In that direction at all. They've been completely keeping themselves away from that thought process where there's a lot to achieve, lot at stake. This is our time on the stage. They are not thinking about that. They're making sure they put the best performance of Free Fire ever seen on the biggest of stages, and they're able to deliver. Sitting at the second spot, 3 eliminations away from the team at the very top, tells you the caliber that they're walking here in Paris and looking forward to the global title. Evos, yes, got their booyah, but is it going to be enough for them?
And I'm going to take it a step further, Lucifer. There are 3 points difference in terms of elimination compared to the only difference is the placement. Would already be at the top, and actually it is closer than it is. And if you put that into perspective, it's a very scary thought. You said that, you know, for a team that is on this stage, they play freely with there's no pressure at all. For a first timer, that is even more insane. So right now, I think hopping into today's games, the map rotation are going to be slightly different. Yesterday we did have the more Indonesian heavy favorite rotation.
Come on, let's go India, bro! Nalla vilayadana
Purgatory. And you know what
irukirina nalla vilayadana ellarayum.
Thailand are going to be elated, but we'll start it off again.
Match number 7 kulla polam Bermuda.
Of Bermuda.
Come on guys. Let's go. Adu 2 second idaagu adukku apra seriyayirum.
Of Group A on day 2.
And this is where every team needs to start, especially the ones in the middle order as well as the teams at the bottom. If they don't start making points now, they will not be able to catch up to the race, especially because now the Crusher is in front of everybody. And the map starts off evening the entire playland into a half.
And even if when you look at your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the amount of booyah some of these teams have acquired for themselves. I say some.
Hey guys, like போடுங்க, லைக் போடுங்க. அந்த ஜுவல்ஸ் எல்லாம் அந்த கிஃப்ட்ஸ் இருந்துச்சுனா அனுப்பிடுங்க. சும்மா இருந்துச்சுனா 1000 1000 வச்சிருப்பீங்க. அதை அனுப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா chat இன்கிரீஸ் ஆகும்.
Tournaments, free fire matches, we didn't have to go down that path because it is separated by elimination. So those gun power are going to be very, very important. We see some early skirmishes already. The players get hyped out. DRS, a team that wants to get out from the bottom, starting off right.
The real soldiers. They've looked decent. I really like how they played. We were talking about them yesterday when we were sitting backstage and looking at their games. They start off well. They have their one-off games, and they did that yesterday as well. Evo's right now on a team that needs to get to the top spot. That is going to be Falcons. They're firing on them. Eliminations already 3 totaled up. This tells you why they're the champs, why they're the defending ones right here on EWC. But now challenge coming in. Pina is already taken one damage, big time, and I think a backup. Big
Sariyana backup.
And then running around the glue wall. He puts Pina down.
Bailed out by the mini Uzi in the CQC. There's a full spray down onto Pina. 4 points for Evos at the start of this game. But Falcons not out just yet. In fact, the whole team has been brought back. So we're back to square one. DRS, though, continues to rack up points by picking up stragglers. This time from Paradox Gaming. And even Windy himself catching Alu out in the open. Is the superior weapon.
What an individual battle being laid down by DRS. Looking very confident today, and this is how they played their game number 1 yesterday as well. And I think this is very consistent performance coming in, especially for the teams from Nepal. This is something that I expected when I was seeing these South Asian teams play out, and DRS are delivering. Can they deliver to the top 4 is a question, but right now another 1v1, and this time Prateek, he will not be able to take a hit because this time it's going to be Team Soto, who we spoke about, slowly make a comeback, and it's already started off finding the very first, and that's going to be Shoto, but his trouble is still not done. Around the pipes, it's going to be Stroex, who was trying to trouble him, but Shoto out in the open, not the best position to be in.
Nice!
That is KD God, the IGL. He has to stand with the team today, and he finds the opening.
And you had your opinions about these two teams that both started off good. For DRS, they are like the early round wonders. You need to see more consistency, but for TAG, they need some time to warm up. And I think it's falling into place for now as AGAL finds himself a basically isolated Axo. So that's their 4th point.
PRU adi vaangranu bro.
Aurora Gaming out of there. Jun will have to drive along the coastline.
நீங்க கான்ஃபிடன்ட்டா ப்ளே பண்ணனும். போட்டு கொஞ்சம் கான்ஃபிடன்ட்டா ஆடுனாருனா போட்டு வர கேடி கார்டு நல்லா விளையாண்டாருனா டீம் பாஸ்ட் ஆகும். ஏனா கேடி தான் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். கேடி வந்து ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கணும். மைண்ட் செட் வந்து ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கணும். ஏனா அவரு ஐஜிஎல்ங்கறப்போ கேடியோட மைண்ட் செட்
no eliminations rather have lost 2 players. Swab will be
finally மைண்ட் செட் நல்லதா அமைஞ்சதுனா கண்டிப்பா அவர் மாட்டுவார். நல்லா விளையாடுவார். ஓ பங்களாதேஷ் டீம்
Thailand Esports Club versus Demons Red. Both these teams are at the bottom. Both of them need points. But in the mix of this, the last player Jun gets found and Aurora are out again.
That was scary. For half a second there, TEC going for the chase and almost gave away a 1v2.
Aurora மன்னி எலிமினேட் ஆகறாங்க.
Thankfully,
Aurora எலிமினேட் ஆகிறது வந்து பாஸ்ட்
Apex Gaming continues to hunt for Pratik. KD got instantly a recovery there. KD got down again.
Nice. Come on, Wolvin. We can do it.
There's a magic done here. There is some recovery towards the very end, and thankfully, TAG continues to thrive.
4 eliminations in total. KD got into of his own, and this is what we need being delivered by him. He is the pillar of the team, like we were talking about Mafia from Total Gaming yesterday. KD God does that for this team, and as I said, slowly but steadily they pick up pace, and it seems like they are moving in the direction. Yesterday we did see one of the game where it did find eliminations around the double digits, but it's not going to be enough. Today they have to rake up a lot of points because the difference at the top 4 already sits at triple digits.
Yeah, gotta keep up to that, live up to that name, right? If you call yourself KD God, you better rack up some numbers here. Even for Titan Esports Club, they are now currently in 11th place. Last we checked in on them and the overall standing.
பெஸ்ட் பண்ணாங்க
points already.
ஆயுஷ் மாசம் முடிஞ்சு ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சுனா அது வேஸ்டா போயிடும் கொஞ்சம் அனுப்பிச்சுங்களா எனக்கு
Already start to slower than what we saw yesterday is a good thing, right? My personal prediction is that teams like PRU, they are going to slow down a little bit. They are already in such a comfortable spot. Oscar, this is actually a very good opening for teams at the bottom or the middle of the pack to start racking up some points.
Hands down, that's right. This should be an opportunity that the teams in the middle order should pick up points, and that's what Paradox is trying to do. Already found an opening on Team Apex Gaming, will confirm the elimination Katie God, but quickly being hit upon. That's Shoto putting down Sneaky for his sneaky approach on his captain.
And Paradox still having members around. It's going to be windy now. Enrique out in the open. Shoto wins out on that exchange. And Enrique now fully alone. Snipe not in sight at all as Paradox Gaming pretty much separated on the map. And this is great for Apex Gaming. That's 7 points under the belt.
Looks really good. They're playing together and it's working out. 7 eliminations, as you said. On the other end, Paradox, depending on their 4 eliminations that they got, they were also confident. But this is how the exchange goes. When the middle order teams finally find their fights, they're not completely sure about the top teams versus their own teams that they're fighting around the points for.
When we go down the food chain, it is going to eventually come down to the placement points, right? The longer it takes for teams to get removed from the lobby, the harder it is to back those placement points. And finally, we see the heavy hitters bring into action. Rasha completely ran over by Jonah there. The valiant dash from the Oscar doing most of the work. Evo's Divine, or Evo's Esports in this case, not really looking for a fight, right? They lost Rasha, that's what Evo's has been doing, I think, yesterday as well, where they were sending Rasha
so much
on a one-man mission, and he's been holding the fort really well alone as a sniper.
But Team Apex Gaming right now holding their own. Sailjan and Shoto putting down Gun Dynasty. We were thinking about this trouble that might strike Gun Dynasty. Shiro trying to run away. Will that be possible? He's already spotted out. Last man standing right behind the glue wall. Finds an opening, but it's not going to be enough. His numbers are not that great. And Team Apex Gaming find another. That's going to be 10 total eliminations for them. And Benel is the last man standing.
And Benel, coincidentally, is also the star of the team as he gallops away to try and find some safety net. Dinoculus used to scout out the journey in front, and for now it is clear. Might run into Takuri if he goes slightly further, but don't have to do so. Vending machine available. GD not out just yet. And this was something, a concern that you brought up before the show started, right? That Gun Dynasty, they had a great start. They were really confident. But there is a chance that they drop out of top 4 today. And this might just slowly benefit itself. Check back with them just a little bit. Madara getting absolutely fried in that hunt with Limit watching from the side as well. There's the Falcons about to surround there. Pray Madara with a throw on only good at one. Confirmation there as Falcons take him out.
Losing players, Demon Sprite, they need eliminations, they need points. We spoke about this. Titan Esports Club at least picked up, but Falcons on the other end, they know what they want. They want to get to the top 4. They are right now missing on the top of the charts, and that's the reason they're running right now. And they've already spotted top 16 because he's been laying down glue walls. Guerrero troubled a little in the meantime, but I don't think top 16 will have an opportunity. On the other end, Team Apex Gaming.
Wow.
Come on!
Again, re-challenge Paradox. The entire team out.
And talk about a strong start as we check in the STC replay here. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, is caught in the cross, caught in rotation by Team Falcon. And of course, with the Skylar in the hands of Limit, it was easy pickings. Falcons raking up 10 eliminations, entering the double-digit club. 10 teams remain. We did lose Aurora very early on, like what we seen yesterday. Paradox being the recent casualty. DRS still in the lobby, but with only one survivor left. Remember, is completely taken over by the Falcons as they make their nest here. We can expect a bit of a rotation afterwards because the circle did move to the eastern side of the map.
Eastern and completely southern, and that is the reason we end up seeing teams here. But Falcon now have another trouble in front of them. The ones who they are sharing the overall rankings with, that's going to be loud in front of them. Takuri, the last one who is in the deep waters, will also be found and fished out. And with that, DRS are out. But right now, with the boat maker being called, the fight breaks out between Falcons as well as Loud. Loud Snickers, they want this fight. They want to get back and make sure they stabilize their position. As we said, SCA versus Brazil, they want to make it Brazil, but it's not happening. It's a quick exchange. But BZP, he manages to confirm on Pina. That's a very crucial opening to taking out the CQC player.
He also spotted the rotation of Guaksha, so Limit is not going to let it out of sight. Nix actually fights Limit, the backstab. Perfectly done, and BCP BZP back up on his feet. Loud Snickers outdoing Falcons. Keroro on the run with the launch pad. BZP not able to find the track. And Falcons escape with their tails between their legs, but not fully clipped yet. Pina was brought back, but Loud Snickers now take control.
What a fight that was to hold it off and BZP to put Limit over there. If he did not find, because Limit was already helping his teammates out with the sniper, and that is the reason taking out bits and pieces of Falcons worked out for Loud. First take down the CQC player and then go for the one in the long range made wonders. AGL on the other end, sneakily, they've been pulling up eliminations for themselves, 7 eliminations. And I think in the top 4 so far that we've seen teams, AGL are the ones who are very consistent, safe and solid, not troubled by any team so far.
Same as BRU, right? Both of these teams have been chilling a bit. We say that they have been taking it slow, but then when you look at the eliminations, AGL actually has 7 eliminations off screens. And most of it is just picking off stragglers and catching teams in rotation. But most of these teams, they were able to get those revives in, and this is why we still have 9 full squads, almost 9 full squads less for Demon's Pride. BRU now making their rotation just past Pochinok. A good chance that they run into GT again, who has been giving them some problems yesterday.
Gun Dynasty. Yesterday has been a problem for their own. Hopefully they soon recover. Right now, there's problem in front of them. That's going to be loud. A quick run with a boost in the vehicle they took, and they take the compound right next to Demon's Pride. 3 players, Jazzy, Aswab and Madara, they have to figure an approach because Loud have been looking louder than ever here on day 2 for the top 4 spots.
Absolutely. And it seems like Demon's Pride are thinking about standing their ground, but there could be intervention from Evos who are right behind them, just silently watching this go down. We see the UAVs being sent out. And I think Loud Snickers are doing the good move. This is a very classic pincer, right? You surround the compound and suddenly whoever is in those buildings becomes the one that is trapped. DP are starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah,
today, I think Super Chat for option
it is about qualifications, it's about keys at stake, it's about making it to the final, and right now even Titan Esports Club on top of the silo start putting players down, doing the damage, and Evo's helping out over there. Unfortunate, one of the eliminations was stolen away, but they still have the eyes on the Falcons. The verticality has changed. Falcons are on the ground, and Titan Esports Club are on the roof right now.
Yesterday we got very generous circles, but I think today things are going to only get worse.
Look at the final circle.
I mean, the circle's right out in the open, right? If you are not good, if you are not comfortable with these CQCs out in the open, if you are slow in that decision making, that is going to be the difference maker. And I think it's a very good time to put our teams to the test. Who can survive a circle as brutal as this?
Yeah, an open circle, and if you're able to stand your own, especially in game 1 of day 2, that gives you a lot of confidence moving further, and that's what Team Apex Gaming have done. They've started off great, but right now they have a challenge. All Gamerz Global want to find an opening. Plethora of throwables being thrown towards Team Apex Gaming. Flash freeze, nades, counter activity.
Come on, run, go.
Using the dash, wants to find an opening, but AGL are not giving space.
And they took care of the UAV as well. Medic gun to Hugh Shoto back up. The tip of the spear for TAG lies in his hands. Baron's getting flanked out. Sahujan almost getting the takedown. That could have made a world of difference here, but it does put AGL in a dangerous spot. Right forward is Cypher that manages to break this fight wide open. TAG down 1, second one on the ground. KD gone now. We'll have to dig deep and find something. But AGL will be the one that prevails.
That was brilliant caliber and holding position play out by AGL. They held that ground even though they were at a disadvantage at the edge of that peak. They were still holding it off against Team Apex Gaming. Would have had an opportunity, but I think that being a little spread out became a disadvantage for them. But right now, spreading themselves around, we saw already this rotation coming in from Loud, the smartest one. They're ahead of Demon's Pride, and now they have vision. And Evos are also being troubled by Loud, and now even Demon's Pride are already getting closer. He's already found an opening on a swap. Jazzy, he's also down. Trouble for Demon's Pride, last man standing, and the death. Them 7
And off-screen, Team Falcons also dispatched by BRU, and now they turn their attention over to AGAL. Nameless did get popped early on, but there should be a recovery. Titan Esports still has Blade around. And is he sharp enough to cut through the ranks?
Hey guys, come on, like
out in the open. This is going to be tough. No utilities, 2 glue walls, and only 5 medkits. As BRU will also have to make a break for it. Once more doorway out of this. They exit straight into the line aside of Loud Snickers and potentially Evos.
This is what should not happen on your day 2 where you're looking forward to qualification. All the top 4 teams are still surviving. Buriram, AGAL, Evos and Loud. It's only Titan Esports Club all the way at the bottom who has the last player standing, and he doesn't have any position in the zone. So a lot of points which could have been acquired for teams for qualification are being missed out. Blade will be spotted, quickly taken down by Cypher, and we come down to the last 4 teams, and all of them are in the top 4.
Wasana takes the nade to the face, but getting top back up by the therapy. The support system always solid there. Get high, getting sniped by Cypher. But BRU focus on Loud Snickers and then
Loud kalakaranu bro. Loud kalakaranu bro.
Work hand in hand for the elimination, and now they turn
movement
on each other.
Bro, movement.
They are inside a circle. Yosha gets taken down.
Loud BTP
down in the truck. He's not finally that strike coming in from Dew, and Evo's Divine helping out as well. Nyx becomes the last man standing as Evos go out. Cypher has already spotted him out, but Nyx, he's trying to isolate this. He brings it down. Players are falling down. Still be the numbers, and they get their very first booyah.
And even without it, they were in the top 4 spot. So imagine when you give AJL such a big boon. Fantastic performance. We saw the whole advantage, and it was all because of one detail. Baro surviving in the backline. If you don't break the backbone of AGAL, they will break you instead. That is exactly what was achieved. Them and Lau unintentionally working together to get rid of BRU, but then AGAL found a perfect engage onto Loud.
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity where Loud, if they had a chance to recover themselves after the fight, being at the edge of the zone, it could have been their booyah as well. They've already pulled so many yesterday. It could have been an added or third today.
Yep.
But AGAL's position, we spoke about it, even in a position where they had to climb up the hill against Team Apex Gaming. If that did not work out, we would have seen AGL go out very early on. But they held their own, they held their front there, and it worked out. And now they've gotten their very first booyah here on day 2, especially being at the top 4 hurts the middle order.
Yeah, but there are definitely flowers that need to be given to some of the teams that are in desperate need of points, right? I mean, TEC, TAG, while they came out strong, DRs as well, right? There's some great stuff happening, but let's listen in to what AGAL were talking about leading up to that booyah. Again, another performance from AGAL that I think shook the opener of day 2, but I would say, right, this goes back to the potential of our secondary scenario. If this trend continues, then might as well let them go through. Let them go through, and we have some of the teams who are chasing for their qualification to Grand Finals play tomorrow. An extra 10 games, but I guess without these heavy hitters being a big threat, it makes the chances slightly better.
It makes the chances slightly better if you think about the survival stage, but as you looked at the performance right now, the bottom dwellers, the last 2 who were there, even Titan Esports Club and Demon Sprite, they try to make it towards the top 6 teams, meaning they're acquiring placement points, they're getting eliminations, and they're trying to get themselves out of that elimination threat, meaning the middle order, now it's completely dicey. So you don't know who's going to get eliminated. So better be wary. Either you strike towards the top 4, or you don't know if you're going to get eliminated or not.
Yeah, there's always that safety net, I believe, for any Free Fire competition, right? If I can't take that top spot and qualify, the bare minimum, I make it out alive to the next stage. And so if you can't aim for top 4, aim for top 10.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be as easy as it sounds or as easy as we make it sound. They were barely able to get 2 points in this game. That tells you day 1 and day 2 can be completely drastically different. It cannot replicate the same performance, and that's what even AGL, to get their very first booyah, allowed to go out like that, tells you that teams are slowly, strategically planning their championship. They want their trophy, their key put on the shield.
Yeah. What more impressively is how this group was a group of teams that basically they enter the boxing ring and they just start swinging, right? They're just filling their arms. They're trying to get some haymakers in, and then maybe after 6th round of just mindless brawling, they decided, okay, that kind of hurt a little bit. We got to slow down. And the teams that actually made it work are the front runners. AJL, very patient. BYU, very patient. Laos Snickers, very patient. And patience paid off.
Completely. The top 4 teams surviving till the very last, and also being the last 4 surviving teams, that patience, that holding game off, actually playing as survivors and knowing that they don't have a lot at stake to go out. Whereas Gun Dynasty, something that we were talking about, if they miss their performance today, and if Falcons rise up the ranks, they might get pushed down. We already spoke, yes, they have high number of eliminations, but that's not going to cascade and help them out to directly qualify if they don't put up a decent performance today.
I would say that they do have a safety net with the points they have, and let's see how much longer they can lay in that bed of roses. We're going to let them lie down and rest for a little bit, as we will be right back with more Free Fire action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What an intense opener. AGAL secured the first booyah of the day. We are now back on stage with Mekon Chita Caroline, and of course, we have Yunsul here. That was exciting, right? Yeah, what a game, what a match. I mean, what even is that last circle, Yunsul?
That was crazy. That was really intense. Imagine we have 5 teams, very strong teams compete with each other. And lastly, only one survived, which is AGAL. And so incredible. I have been watching them since yesterday until today. And finally, they got their booyah. I was waiting for that for the whole day.
Yes, and what's amazing is that AG actually scored the highest elimination points the other day in one game, and that was the 5th game. They got 19 points. I'm pretty sure they were able to be doing that again today, hopefully. But seeing what we just saw in the first game, I think things are looking quite promising, right?
Yes, from what I can see from yesterday, they have been playing very stable. Even though there's no booyah, but still, as you said, the elimination points was on point, on peak. They were doing so best, and today, finally, after game 1, they got 1 booyah. But still, the first ranking here is Buriram United Esports, which is 149 points for the first ranking. Well, this is our stage hit for the after game 1. Thank you, Conchita, and thank you for your listening. Let's head back to our casters.
Thank you very much, our lovely angels, Yunsu and Conchita. We got a lot more in store here at the Free Fire at EWC 2026. Again, Paris can only get more and more lovely with these actions as we quickly drop into map number 2. And this time I'm going to change it up a little bit. We did mention earlier on that the map rotation will be slightly different today. And AJL have started off strong with a booyah. So let's see if they can keep that train going.
It is Solara that we drop down to. And another opportunity for the teams in the middle order as well as the bottom. And you can already see a quick swap because of how Titan Esports got played. And we mentioned this. They need placement points. They instantly got it. And now up.
And now they are in a great spot. Yeah, we cool. We complete each other's sentences. But I will say that whatever we sort of like set up yesterday is slowly coming true, right? We talked about Demon Sprite needing to come up, and again, picking up fight with Paradox early on. It's Aswap that gets wiped out first. Enrique, we see here, he has great survival instinct from game 1, but top 16 is going to hunt him down. Aswap instantly brought back. TEC now joins the fight. That is a team that we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. Najat in the fray of things. Rahat also coming in, and Blaze slicing through the ranks of Demon Sprite.
Oh no, Aswap in the mid-air has been spotted by Gun Dynasty, and he will be taken down. Demon Sprite are losing players once again. Paradox get eliminated in the mix of this. And Paradox, who just got pushed to the bottom 2, will also suffer another loss right at the start of our game 8, match 8.
Talk about kicking them while they are down, and they are out. Paradox, a very unfortunate early exit, completely swarmed by multiple teams in the earlier stage. Whether it's desperation or a change of pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in favor of teams like at Apex Gaming,
Yeah.
at Demon's Pride, Titan, DRS. I mean, even for GD, able to pick off a couple of stragglers on their own. But it does come at a cost of teams who are just half a second slower to respond.
Total Max Hosler subscribe to
DRS
the
want to be
channel.
the quickest one to respond right now. They did spot AGAL, but they take the fight to Titan Esports Club, and Najad is taken down. And it is the wisest calls I feel right now coming in from DRS, and they're making a run for it. Rahat and Blade, they just have the stairs that they are being protected by, but DRS, they are on a charge. They want to go for a hit. Adu was backing off, uses the chrono, and is now safe and sound, but at least this gives away the position of where the players from Titan Esports Club are. But it's only these two. The other players are in the other direction, revived and are healthy.
Pratik is actually getting pressured as well. Forced to take the zipline away. Takuri actually getting tagged in the meantime, was brought down. But this was sort of like the demise of Paradox Gaming. A very quick and painless one. At least they take the bottom spot. Aurora still in this game, which is a blessing in disguise if you are a Malaysian team supporter here. But Blade just absolutely popped Rasha. Great shot from afar. Rahat called in for reinforcement. Aurora this time stand their ground and will not be taken out by AGAL in the earlier stages. Jun up the stairs, Cypher barricades himself safely, and Axo with the follow-up. Cypher is out.
He'll be confirmed. It's up to Barros and Dew, who's in his flight mode right now, dropping in air. If he gets spotted out, trouble will strike. And Aurora, they need a game like this. They need a recovery game, and it might happen on Solara, where everybody's forced for a fight. Barros tried to hold his own, but he'll not be able to. At least the revive happened.
Hey guys, and the Jolte,
it's guys. And they don't have to be worried about. However, Aurora, they need it. He's so crucial for eliminations.
The good news for Aurora is that they are not close to the bottom two. But the bad news is that they technically only have 5 games to play, because game 1 they didn't really get anything done. So the catch-up game, and there's a lot more urgency for them compared to the rest of the teams. And one of the teams that is in no rush at all is EVOS. So far playing on Solara, it's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a bit of Stroax, completely found out in the open. And Loud Snickers with their first point.
Loud are playing, I think, a brilliant game so far. Ending up in the top 4, making sure they stay the top 4 way that they are in, and it continues that they make it to the final as well. We've already been seeing their counterparts from Brazil. MIB are lost in flux, so they're keeping their toes matched up, and I think that's what Loud want to do. And if it's a majority of all the Brazilian teams who made it here to EWC, all going to the finals, there is a big chance for them to walk away with being called the champions.
There's a lot of pressure also, because when we look at even the, I want to say from the early days
until
now, you would expect teams from Thailand and Brazil, if they qualify to a tournament, they're expected to all make it to the grand finals. It is quite the weight to shoulder, and especially for Loud, who has been on the big stage. They've missed out. They're not, you know, they don't have 100% attendance, but when they're there, a lot of eyes are on them. Aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second team that you sort of want to make it to the finals and give a good match, but it has always been so close.
But Aurora also want to make that happen, and that's the reason this challenge happens. However, Jun's lost. That is Rasha coming in.
No way!
Sue is also down. Confirmations. Aurora are losing players one after another. That's Rasha for you. He once again, he was back in action. Aziel spotted. Aim God puts him down, and it's the Axel. Can he put the chopping block out of EVOS, or will he be found out? Damage done, HP lost, his position completely compromised. It's just the boulder and the direction.
Oh, third party went to
I don't see
third party went to
Bite time for the time being.
Most wait pandra.
Yeah, Pride failed. Missed opportunity. Aurora had that.
Third party வந்து காப்பாத்திட்டானே bro பையனே
be in the spot, but again Demon's Pride, who are also hungry for some points, they ended up being the intervention that Aurora
bro கடவுள் கூடயே சிட்டிட்டு இருக்கான் bro அந்த பையனுக்கு
This is what I was talking about.
Thank you for the England
teams are now fighting for eliminations. They will go for the top 4 teams are already getting their best.
And that is the best part right now of this lobby. Desperation is a double-edged sword.
Yep.
And he has been empowering some of these teams so far.
யாரு விட அந்த அரோரா டீம்ல ஒரு
The
திருவாடா
risk, definitely not as great as the reward. Good ratio that even TAG finds himself on the feet. Just a quick reminder, at the end of this, 2 teams are gonna have their keys fed into the crusher.
Yeah.
Always a sad side, because man, such great accessories. but that's the nature, the brutality of the competition. Let's see what this circle brings us, because game 1 was brutal. In game 2, a little bit more tame, but plenty of open areas.
Open right now is going to be a fight between Buriram and Evos, who just got revived. However, it's only one of the players getting stuck between the lot of Buriram at Eco Drain. And I think he'll be found very soon, but team finding players are tagged. That's Team Apex Gaming. More eliminations coming their way. They're climbing up the ranks, making sure if they have an opportunity, but they need a lot more. They need points closer to 30 in total. Maybe a Booyah also needed if they want a run going towards the top 4.
And the bailout earlier on, gave Aurora time to bring the whole squad back, right? We look at the separation between Falcons and Aurora. It is 49 points. Made worse by the fact that Aurora didn't really get to play the first game, so it is a tall task to expect Aurora to catch up and find a tie, but it's good enough to remain in the top 10 and make it to survival stage tomorrow. As DRS doing the exact same thing, but they might be beelining straight into Demon's Pride.
Demon's Pride, they just got eliminations from Evos. They have a compound that they're holding. Looks to be a better game. Loud have just found their one here. AGL, in the meantime, they're finding the players of Evos, and Evos seem troubled after they were about to convert on Demon's Pride. Wherever they try to head out, they've been spotted, taken down and eliminated. Abax being chased by AGL, and he will be put to rest as well. And that is Evos losing their players. One last survivor is Aim God. Only gets coins now, but where is the vending machine? On one end, there's Buriram. On the other end, AGL. And right in front now, Demon's Pride as well as Loud going in for a fight. And it's going to be Loud putting Azwab down. And the entire squad within a whiff gets eliminated.
A full blitz from Loud again. Their execution and these quick hits are so efficient. They make sure that the fight ends within 15 to 20 seconds. So there's time for them to recuperate if a second team does arrive. And it's something that has defined Loud's playstyle in competitive Free Fire. The Wonder Key gets brought back, but that's the most that Aim God could do for the team. And right after that, Axel finds a pickoff. And it's the same situation that Evos frequently find themselves in, playing the survival game.
As of now, I think that's the mantra for them. They're unable to find a footing to just go for fights, and they've been just chased by teams. Put them down one after another, and DRS wanted to start out strong. The real soldiers using UAV just get a grasp of information around. They spot another, and they do destroy. Strox, he is the sniper. He's the one who finds a lot of value, but so far for DRS,
and it's the
team that is also a first-timer on the EWC stage as well. Finally getting what people say they deserve over their counterpart back in the region. AGAL now facing off against BRU, the same face-off as round 1, but we might find an early ending as Jonah with a good hit on the deal. Saifa still pushing forward with support from his teammate Wasana though will win that fight, and this time BRU, they will show AGAL that once is enough. Barros is poking it out of there, but has to go into the blue with no coins at all.
You could see how clever that fight was. They used the Steffi, no throwables that could have been dropped by the side of AGAL. Went in for a 4-forward fight, guns all out, and Buriram had the better of it, and AGAL could do nothing of it. It's just very strategic play coming through, and this is what makes champions. And you mentioned Buriram, they want their cabinet with an EWC trophy, and this could be one of their opportunities.
Yep, it's the final piece of the puzzle, and how poetic it is that the final piece of the puzzle is fitting the key into the plaque. It's going to be a lot of stories being completed. I think, again, for BRU, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for that to happen. Alu ends up stepping on a landmine. That should be the end of DRS as Guasha finds Pratik. Point number 7, number 8 for the Brazilians. DRS, they were just trying to put up a fight, but unfortunately, not enough firepower in this case.
John mentioned it's time for Brazil. It's time for Loud to get this trophy, and he is doing it for the team. Playing together, the last man makes a run, but how far can he run? Loud have another challenge. That's going to be Aurora this time. Back and forth. The compound was cleared by Loud. They took Demon's Pride out. DRS came for a challenge. They were pushed out, and now Aurora. Is the story going to be any different? Loud are going to just get eliminations after eliminations, and highest so far here on Solara, they're sitting at 9 in total.
the property value of that compound is only going to keep on increasing with so much of visitation.
Nice.
KD got the help of Shoto, was able to take out Barrows, and that spells the end for AGAL in game 2. 8 teams remain. Falcons still healthy. Sharu getting chased down. It's Gun Dynasty not really having the best of time, and Pina finds the 3rd point for his team.
One last survivor from Gun Dynasty. The only one right now. But on the other end, Aurora. This real estate, as you already mentioned, it is just Louds.
Loud
written it down.
பயங்கர அக்ரெசிவா இருக்கானே இவர இன்னைக்கு.
It's going to go down ages. At least Solara.
போற ஃபைட்ட
Even circle itself decides to make
a guys don't get போல கவனே லைக் போட்டு பாருங்க.
Change the position.
And even there, wow, they don't have
போற
to.
ஃபைட்ட ஃபுல்லா கம்ப்ளீட் பண்றானே bro.
Consistent with what we've requested, at least for today. Give Lau a bit of a compound, but most of the safe zone is out in the open. Dinoculus is scanned now, so someone knows that Loud is in that compound with 12 eliminations to boot. BRU should show up on the radar any time now. I believe the Dinoculus, it's a good chance it came from EVOS or even TAG, who are now making their appearance. Can Loud hold back the 3rd wave of challenges?
Team Apex Gaming, they need these points more than Loud. The challenge has to be very critical on the hit. DRS were in the same compound, but Loud were able to turn it around, and yes, a little
voice breaker
approach going a little against Loud while there were landmines all across, and even right now, the Gatling gun being placed, the Minotaur it could be trouble. Riptide Rhythm on the other end coming in from Falcons to break the defenses of Buriram. Spotted out in the open was Jonah. He backs off with his teammates, making sure this fight instantly
நாங்க play பண்ண தெரியலையே bro.
Team Apex Gaming a lot more patient.
It's
going to be the main difference maker between what we saw from Aurora, right? Well, a lot more in your face. Wanted to make more moves. Falcons also starting to feel a bit of that jitters. DRS planting themselves on the low ground as Ray out in the open will pick up by Guaksha. So that's the 13th point for Lao Snickers. But the rest of EVOS, even if they get through Lao, they still have to do a DRS. Apex, what was that?
That was a big surprise. Nobody expected him to be behind enemy lines. And Rasha being the distraction. And he's still firing. Abax gets another player from DRS, but they instantly put glue walls and stall that at least for the time being. Abax, can he find more? Rasha on the other end. These two players on 2 different directions trying to corner it.
Loud third party ல எடுத்தா தான் உண்டு. அவனோட 4v4 லாம் ப்ராப்பரா எடுக்க முடியாது நம்மளால. யாருமே எடுக்க முடியாது ப்ராப்பர் 4v4 லாம் அவனுகிட்ட. அவன் த்ரோபல்ஸ்ல வேலைய காட்றான் இடையில புந்து.
6 out of the 7 eliminations this game for his team. Him and Apex completely separated, and Trap will take care of his teammate. The Wonder Kid left to his own devices, and now the circle closes in. Even La will have to start evicting the compound. Riptide Rhythm goes absolutely wide there from TAG. So Falcons not really threatened, and they have
Borira மாடிட்டாங்களா இன்னும் Borira மாடிட்டாங்க நினைக்கிறேன். ஆனா ஜோன் இல்ல. ஆனா எவோஸ்க்கு லவுடுக்கு அபெக்ஸ் கேமிங் மூணுக்குமே ஜோன் பக்கத்துல இருக்கு. போறக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு.
The circle's about to close in the next 10 seconds, and also it's shifting.
எல்லாரோட ஃபோக்கஸும் Borira மேல இருக்கு, பட் அங்க இருந்து வைக்கறானே டவுன். ஓசி அடிக்கறாம இருங்க.
Where he found Wolverine down, but I think it should be an instant recovery, not much to be worried about. But team Apex
அவளதான் இப்ப Buriram காலி நினைக்கிறேன். தப்பு சொன்னானே கெத்து ப்ரோ அவனுங்க. கெத்து ப்ரோ மேல கெத்து ப்ரோ.
Trying to hit shots, but none of them connect, and Buriram make it safely.
And the result TAG comes down to how much can Falcons change the course of this battle. The glue wall from BRU will give
BRU rotation bro.
Being given one more glue wall as he did ran out of resources, but BRU decides that they can't bomb rush this. In fact, it's TAG that responds onto Falcons. Rashak is freed up, and now he books it for the building where Loud and DRS are perched at.
Oh BRU!
Well, BRU now arrives on top of the roof. The reposition.
Oh my God, bro!
The chaos. BRU now in prime spot.
However, Loud are taking away those eliminations, stealing it away. Damage being done by Buriram, but Loud, they are getting it all. It looks unstoppable. Russia is in a very compromised position. So is Keroro from Falcons. How drastically this fight changed from Falcons.
Oh, Garena with the push. Varanga po.
Apex Gaming, they're making a rush out in the open.
Come on.
Has nothing to say, and Shoto
match கையில இருக்கற எடுத்துங்கடா. ஒரே ஒரு மேட்ச் எடுத்துங்க. அடுத்த ரெண்டு டீமுக்கு நீங்க ஆடா குடுக்குறாடா கான்ஃபிடன்ட்.
And team Apex Gaming now move to that prime position.
They will have to relocate because the circle decides that will be the case. EVOS eliminated down to top 4. And TAG
லவுட மட்டும் தூக்கிட்டானுன்னா முடிஞ்சு. பொரிராமனா பொசிஷனுக்கு போயிட்டானே அபெக்ஸ் பொசிஷன். ஆனா லவுட் இப்ப ரொட்டேஷன் பண்ணி போனா பொரிராமோட ஃபைட். பொரிராமல ஒரே ஒரு இருந்தானா ஏய் 4 பேர் இருக்கானே bro. லவுட ஃபினிஷ் பண்ணிடுவானே. லவுட பொரிராம் பாத்துவானே. இப்ப அபெக்ஸ் கேமிங்க்கு நல்ல சான்ஸ். அபெக்ஸ் கேமிங்க்கு சரியான சான்ஸ்.
But Lau is putting on immense pressure by just rushing in. Aluk is taken now off screen by Trap.
பொரிராம் தரமான பொசிஷன்ல கொண்டானே இப்போ.
TAG now needs to catch up.
Just like how out in the open Buriram made their rotation, even Loud managed to, with a plethora of glue walls, lay down the land and they walk across. They're closer than ever.
ரெண்டு கார் இருக்கு. ரெண்டு காரை கொண்டு இடையில ஓடச்சுட்டு பொசிஷன் நின்னாங்கனா போதும். தக்கு எலிமினேட், தக்குரி எலிமினேட்.
Finds Thakuri, the last one from DRS, and now Team Apex Gaming have an opportunity because Loud and Buriram are close together. However, Get High, he is shooting the players of Team Apex Gaming and not letting
இப்போ வந்து அவங்களுக்கு யாருக்குமே ரேஞ்ச் இல்ல. இப்போ இந்தியன் டீமை டார்கெட் பண்றதுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு ரேஞ்ச் இல்ல. இப்போ பொரிராமும் லவுடும் சண்டை கட்டிக்கணும். மெயினா அது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இப்போ. இல்லனா அந்த ட்ரக் எடுத்து போய் முன்னாடி விடணும். 4 பேர் சேர்ந்து போய் அந்த இடத்துல உட்காரணும்.
Apex Gaming have the high ground. They have couple of moments, couple of instances.
நல்ல பொசிஷன். தரமான பொசிஷன் சத்தியமா.
Such a prime position to get this pick off.
Loud, they decided to make a rotation earlier than Buriram, but Buriram had the position.
அங்க பொரிராம் இருக்கானே பாத்துவானே.
Closing in. Glue walls now working.
Come on, get it.
The opening.
Can they do it here? TAG. The faster they get rid of Lau, the better they are for him. And Lau, you know that the Brazilians, they don't back down and they are ready to take that fight. The cluster would have been nice if it connected. But now
don't waste the grenade, bro. Wait.
Into the fray.
Come on. Loud அடிங்கடா. பொரிராம் அடிங்கடா லவுடே.
Riptide rhythm. It's breaking their defenses one after another. Shoto has had a great start in this game. 5 eliminations already and a KD got hit again.
Come on, KD.
Make it get
Come on, KD.
One more. Team Apex
Come on,
Gaming
KD, come on.
assisted by Loud. Loud are taking away the eliminations and Team Apex Gaming will not be happy about this.
This is looking good. TAG have a chance. Jonah being pressured by Lau. A distraction, they eliminated.
Please.
To make history here against Lau. PZP in the front. Shota with the first one. Can they find a conversion? Lau down low in hell. Guaksha is down. PZP to follow. Team Apex.
Come on, bro.
History. The first ever booyah.
Come on.
This is a very big booyah for Team Apex Gaming. We spoke about their comeback. They start slow, but they make it happen. And especially do it at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris, the biggest of stages. And Team Apex Gaming for India make a...
We talk about this. Dreams. I'm glad we held hands for this moment. What an achievement it is for the region.
Bro.
Those seats are warm. TAG entered the flow state.
Bro, அது உங்களுக்கு புரியாது bro.
Execution in the final circle. They took advantage of all these openings given to them. Openings that are very minor, they cannot be missed, but they were on the ball.
Let's get all of it. One after another, every team wanted it. Loud started it off, Buriram went for it, and then finally Team Apex Gaming found the very best spot. Falcons, this is why we were talking about it. They were the ones who should have been a booyah here, but they messed up in their movement, and it was Team Apex Gaming took that same position away from Falcons, took the last player down, and they get this booyah, and thankfully, they managed to do it in such a manner where they were ahead of the zone, up the hill, and this time they get it.
Incredible stuff here. You can really hear the passion radiate. The crowd, they were feeling it. They knew that once we got into the top 6, TAG is a prime candidate for that booyah. And this is what the Esports World Cup is all about, man. Unpredictability, the volatility, but this final sequence, TAG, I could rewatch this all day.
All day, all long. Brilliantly played out. Yes, they tried to pick an opening, but it did not work out as brilliant as they wanted. Holding it off, KD got Sayajat. Shoto, the big man. What a play coming in from their end. And yes, as I said, this is a very big thing for them and the whole of India to look at.
They are going to be incredibly proud, but we're gonna let these teams.
Hey, what's up, parade? Kyo, அந்த வீடியோ மட்டும் எடிட் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு பாரு.
Hand it over to Carol on the stage.
இப்போ இல்லனா எடிட் பண்ணி போட்டுறேன். இப்போ எடிட் பண்ண முடியாது.
Hello everyone, I'm Carol Bombshell and we are back on stage and I'm happy to have this company here by my side, Nameless from AGL team. Thanks so much for your time, and yesterday we noticed that you guys got so close so many times to get a Puya, but unfortunately you didn't. But today, happily you guys managed. How did it feel to get your first Puya in the competition?
ก็เมื่อวานนะครับแบบว่าหลายครั้งเหลือเกินที่เราเกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่ได้สักทีนะฮะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ครับก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมผมครับที่จะเป็นแชมป์
Yeah, I feel like we have already unlocked something and I think we are ready to become the champion of this tournament.
I like your confidence. That's definitely the way to talk. Okay, so after finishing last year in the 5th place and in the 30 in the global finals, you are getting closer to win an international tournament. And to, of course, together with your whole team, does it feel like this is the moment to get over the line?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วนะฮะเราได้จบไปทั้งที่อันดับที่5นะฮะแล้วก็อันดับที่3นะครับใน global tournament นะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยเราขยับเข้ามาอีกขั้นหนึ่งแล้วที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
சோட்டோலாம் தூக்கிட்டு போறாரு சோட்டோவோ ஜேடிகார்டும் எல்லாரும் ஆடுறாங்க பட் ஆனா சோட்டோ வந்து பங்கமா ஆடுறான்
because last year he not in the team yet but this year he's here already so everything should be fine now.
Okay, are you sure? All right, I trust you. Okay, so
போரி போர் எடுக்க முடியாது அது நான் எப்படி சொல்றது இப்போ போரிராம் இடையில வந்தானேல அது வேற இது வேற சைலண்டா இருங்க என்ன வந்துருவாங்க உடனே இந்தியன் டீம்ஸ் நினைச்சா முடியும் இப்போ ஓகேவா இந்தியன் டீம்ஸ் நினைச்சா எந்த டீமா இருந்தாலும் எடுப்போம் போதுமா கம்முனு அட
ตัวเต็งนะฮะไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIBR นะฮะแล้วก็อีกหลายๆทีมครับคิดว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนเป็นตัวที่เป็น
น่าจะเป็นฟุกโซแล้วก็เราครับ
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Fluxo and Laos, which is like the most competitive team.
Only Brazilian teams? Okay, I like your answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches and the rest of the day. And that's it. You heard from Nameless from AGL team.
Sound headphone
with you guys at the studio.
நீ ஓகேவா இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் நம்ம டீம் வேணா ஐஎஃப்சில
வைக்கிறேன். At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible. This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
From broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
What is this? Nicole, I said, please, lactose free. I can't deal with this. Not here, not now.
We gotta look at his game. I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
All right. The bed.
Absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
வெச்சுக்கோங்கடா மானாவரியன்னு சொல்லிருப்பாங்க ஒரு ரெண்டு பேர் மானாவரியே பேசுறாங்க.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
about it. Deep zone மட்டும் தான் வருது ஃபுல்லா.
We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, "Oh my, they got the game." And
you know what? We're actually just going to be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
I hope our reactions for that game were not recorded because there's a lot of stuff that we were saying that's not going to be able to be broadcasted. But India finally shows up here with the booyah, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even set the expectation from yesterday. Lucifer did mention that they have a slow start and then they move up, but also in the last two games they plummeted. So hopefully this is a different story right now, starting it off in game number 2 with that booyah, and it's good elimination as well coming from them. It was almost the same story earlier, wherein they could have taken a higher spot, especially in game 1, but it's just unfortunate that. So the story is AGAL as well as Team Apex Gaming, they scan each other with the binoculars. So AGAL was just waiting for them to rush in, and the moment they did, they got annihilated. Bremen almost got them as well, but it's a good thing that on game number 2, Team Apex Gaming managed to recover.
Well, in the first, I mean, that last circle was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got lower green. That last circle was amazing.
One of the
things that we were mentioning too, that we especially were talking about Neptune, is their positioning, right? Yesterday, at one point, it looked like they were just getting gifted, but you can't say gifted when this squad is continuing to just be consistent in their location and their placement during those circles.
Yeah, most of the time they go and choose the middle of the map. That's where they get information, and not everyone is following that path. So pretty much they are in a safe spot already once everyone is in position, or as soon as the next phase covers the following one, that's where they will be able to rotate onto the edge of that. It's a circle, so it's a good strategy for Lao stickers right now. But I think even Bremen United in game number 2 tried to do the same thing.
Already recorded video, bro.
Yeah, and what's interesting for me was that battle between, was it Tag against Buriram? Buriram was trying to do something at the very last minute, but unfortunately, they were the one who got wiped out instead. And that was actually kind of shocking to me because Buriram United Esports, we all knew day one they were amazing. They were super aggressive. They set the tone, but something went wrong today. I haven't seen the same Buriram that I saw the other day.
I mean, I was expecting this. Most of the time, like, we have a three-way battle, especially of this. We're expecting a ring around the Rosie, but I guess they didn't find Rosie at that point, and they met against each other, and Tag was just on that high ground, took down Bremen United together with Loud, and great elevation, though, has been done. Though it is Tag who initiated it, we were expecting that Loud might be able to go in quick, but Team Apex Gaming was just Apex Predator on that final 4v4.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressed.
And for Buriram, I kind of want to go back to that one because this squad, maybe they set too much of an expectation yesterday, would you say, Conchita? Because they did end up getting 3 booyahs yesterday.
Bro, the dollar symbol
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's Buriram United Esports, because we all know that they are capable of doing so, and they do come here with a lot of preparation and vengeance and redemption. So it's not just that we set up a high expectation. We know they can exceed even the expectation that we give them. That is why today I'm actually not feeling it yet for Buriram United Esports. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they could do so much better.
I'll have to find out though, because so far the signature is to show them what they have, but be a threat on the board. And Bremen United, like yesterday was just a booyah. Now it's just the numbers, elimination. So 17 elimination in the first game, 18 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that booyah. Total points rather. 10 elimination in the second game. Not getting booyah, they're still in that number 1. But again, some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Bremen United managed to pull off, studying their opponents and then bringing them down.
Yeah, especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now EVOS is that cutoff point. You can see 139 points. They do have a healthy gap there to Gun Dynasty, Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Yes, but I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game that we have. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFOS, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, look at that century mark in terms of elimination for Brøndby United as well. And a lot of teams are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to follow the path that BRU has been playing, but it is difficult right now. Most of them are just playing it with placement points, positioning wise, but BRU just understand what they need to do right now. They are countering. They're going against the flow.
Yeah, but it's also getting ridiculously dangerous for Paradox Gaming. I mean, let's take a look at that. 48 points. They fell behind Titan Esports Club in just 2 games today.
I mean, there's one thing about Paradox Gaming. Hopefully, they let go of the aggressive reign, because I think that's where they're failing. Back in the regionals, they're the most aggressive team. Now, they are that's going against them. Like, your aggression, especially with teams who have all eyes on you, then you will be the target in most instances. So they just tone it down a little bit, play with placement, and then towards the end, if you get that booyah or close it, then that's where you'll have that confidence to get all those eliminations.
It's so close to it. Those teams towards the bottom. I mean, we just saw what Tag was able to do before this performance. Yes, they have had some good performances, but they were still there within distance of those teams towards the bottom. The last 2 will end up getting their keys crushed here at Free Fire at EWC 26. Now, can they possibly get a booyah? That's what we're gonna be looking at, especially those teams towards the bottom. Because they got absolutely nothing to lose. They know what's at stake, Conchita. Either they get a booyah or they go home.
But one thing that I do realize today is something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday, it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing up, showing strength. But today, they are playing a little bit more strategically. They are trying to be more consistent in terms of collecting elimination points instead of just, showing up with a bang.
You gotta get those elimination points.
Yeah.
You wanna get that booyah. That's just what we're after. I mean, yesterday we even had a competition in regards to those booyahs, and we've been seeing the comments that you guys have been posting on social media. You guys actually heard us use that hashtag EWC.
Thank you, Ramtaman bro. Thanks for the 580.
Featuring some of your guys' stuff right now. I'm intrigued to see which teams are gonna be biased towards. We're totally not biased whatsoever here on the desk.
So not. We're supporting everyone.
It's not like we want all the top teams to continue to do great and take that performance. But you can see it right there towards the bottom. X-Tunin says Trap is the best bomber in the world, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because there's a lot of bombers being in here. And this is something that we were talking in the background as well. Though there are a lot of chances of the M79 grenade launcher to be used, not a lot of them are pulling it off. And not even every team is putting in the Steffi to prevent all those grenades. So I hope that we see those great bombers right now being capitalized, because there's not so much of going against them.
It wasn't just Lucifer having the confidence in Tag. The fans are out there with the confidence as well. Whether Tag will qualify, which, by the way, right now they're looking like they will be qualifying to survival unless they continue to have some more booyahs. Then maybe we have a different narrative here. They will play like beasts today.
But I so agree, because then again, this is the Esports World Cup. Of course, we have to play our best. We have to give the best mentality, the best performance. That is what we expect and nothing less. So yeah, that's exactly what we want from each and every single one of the team that is competing today.
I love this prediction there towards the bottom. AGAL, Loud, or EVOS. They didn't want to pick one. They're like, you know what? Let's throw 3 of the best teams out there from Group A.
Apex Gaming Beast Bull
because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at defense right on the screen. We're expecting a lot more.
We will do our best, bro.
Champions from Pakistan. Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark. What are we going to be looking for them to do different? I know we've been talking about the playing styles that we've been seeing out of their squads, maybe playing a little bit too passive, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune, what are you looking for Demon Sprite to do?
Well, we know that for Demon Sprite in their region, they can be aggressive. They can be tactical as well. But again, there's a lot of teams who has been years ahead of them. So Demon Sprite just need to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase or the next phase circle, use those R-funds, use those binocular scans, so that at least you'll have a clear view of whether you're heading into danger or just in a safe spot. But not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending on the map or which map we're playing in. If I'm not mistaken, our next map would be in Kalahari. So this is where those hook guns will be important. Their entry and exit would be much quicker compared to just walking around or running around.
Now, one of the teams that Demon Sprite is currently hunting down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
Yep.
Conchita, what do they need to do to make sure they don't get hunted down and end up on those bottom two?
Of course. I mean, the trend that we've been seeing, not just from today, but the match day yesterday, is that you don't actually have to secure a booyah. You can just consistently earn placement points, that elimination points. So I think that should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now, instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team. Just try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I think if we're comparing skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Thailand Esports Club, I think they need Blade to be as sharp as ever. It needs to be...
Wait, just gonna take a second. Can we please go back to that player? Because he was just relaxing. He was in the booty.
To be as
endure the game, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Thailand Esports Club, I think they need Blade to be as sharp as ever. It needs to be...
wait. Just gonna take a second. Can we please go back?
Blade needs to be as sharp as ever. Get all those eliminations in, get all that information on those rush. But again, it's not those careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of those wherein they can capitalize on their snipers to find their position first. But again, it's one thing it's a good thing that we are now on day 2, because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite of not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
True, because not only they haven't secured a booyah, but the points that they keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the way that the other teams are playing. They're no more showing aggressiveness. They are playing it more smartly, and I think that kind of messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the team that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I think with day number 1 they had that element of surprise.
Yeah.
Gun Dynasty just brought in the big Gun Dynasty.
See what you did there.
Yeah, well, it's his uncle in me. But anyways, going back, so they have that element of surprise. They were not caught off guard from yesterday. They have a lot of potential of elimination. But now, give these teams a day's rest, a day's chance of studying your opponent, and this is what you have. Like, look at Gun Dynasty. They only got what? 4 or 2 points out of game number 1, and then only 6 points on game number 2. It's not looking good for them, but it's a good thing that they managed to stack it up from yesterday.
And right now, with the team being in 5th place, they are about 15 points away from Evos. Evos did start off good in regards to some of the placements, but we haven't really seen the booyah out of Evos at any point. Remember, these are the defending champions of EWC, especially for Free Fire. can the pressure end up getting to EVOs?
I think there's a possibility that yes, the pressure is on. They are feeling it right now because just the other day I had a conversation with some of the casters and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EVOs this time, just looking at how they're doing at the regional, how this year has been for them. But deep inside, I do believe that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially Russia. We saw how he did that one-man show thing, right? At the previous game. Yeah. He handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as this veteran that is just know exactly what to do and can handle any situation.
Bro, bottom 2 வந்து எலிமினேட் ஆயிருவாங்க. ஓகேவா ரெண்டு குரூப்ல bottom 2 மொத்த 4 டீம் எலிமினேட் ஆயிருவாங்க. 8 டீமுக்கு
அதாவது ரெண்டு
குரூப்லயும் 4 டீம் கிராண்ட் ஃபைனல்ஸ் போறாங்க. இடையில இருக்க மீதி 6 டீம் இருக்குல்ல 5 6 7 8 9 10 ரெண்டு குரூப்ல இருந்து 6 டீம் நாளைக்கு வந்து செகண்ட் சான்ஸ் விளையாடுவாங்க.
That game number 2 from yesterday, they are getting double digit points rather all throughout up until today. So that's the trajectory as well as the consistency that we're looking for. Booyah will capital them a little bit higher to make them secure the top 4.
And for Team Falcons, you got to remember, for Team Falcons, they're currently in contention not just to be able to be the champions of Free Fire at the EWC 26, they're also in contention for the club championship. So they want to be able to get those points. They have won in the past here for Free Fire. Which team and which player from Falcons would you like to see step up in this last matches for Group A?
Well, Limited 7. Limited 7 is one of the best snipers that we have in Southeast Asia. Team Falcons has been using him as a threshold when it comes to snipers, but it seems like he is being hampered right now. Again, this current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is the update for the snipers, and even Limited 7 is not stepping up. Only the other teams are the ones who's stepping up. So I don't know what strategy is in there, and we're not even seeing him in those close quarter combat. So hopefully he'll be able to step up, lead the squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to step up, and I'm hearing that we actually have an interview with the Falcons. So let's see what they had to say earlier in the day.
Hello everyone, right next to me is On Fire from Team Falcons, and I also have Kay for our Thai translator as well. Alright, hello On Fire. So this is our second day and I think it's going to be very pressure for Team Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
ก็วันนี้นะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่2แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีมฟาลคอนนะเนื่องจากว่าฟาลคอนจะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป4ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกแล้วไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day, so we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall yesterday we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเห็นมีการปรับแผนการเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีมฟอลคอนต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่ามีแผนอะไรอยู่ในใจไหม
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีมบางคนยังกดดันนะเล่นไม่ได้ก็เลยปรับเปลี่ยนกัน
லட்சுமி அம்மாளோட பிரதர் எனக்கு ரொம்ப
பிடிச்சிருக்கு
bro.
It's just like some of the players in our team like are not get used to the playing on the stage yet, so it's a bit of pressure to that player. So but everything gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, so one more questions On Fire. I heard this will be your last season in AWC 26, but also in Free Fire. I'm not sure, so I'm asking. So do you feel any pressure, or do you feel happy when you're here in Paris?
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของฟรีไฟร์อาจจะหรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบนะฮะแต่ว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผมก็อย่างที่ทราบกันหลายคนทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของฟรีไฟร์หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะฮะเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จ จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, we're gonna be here next year or not in EWC, but we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much, On Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can rock back today because yesterday was not kind of smooth for us, but who knows today they can show back really fast. Thank you, On Fire, and sending a lot of love to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
I like that for us. Okay, we're not biased at all. We're just a little biased sometimes.
See, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one.
We're not the only one.
Yeah, well, we'll see now. Well, I think it's time to see if Falcons maybe is going to end up getting a booyah. Let's send it over to Lucifer and Husky.
Team Apex Gaming, after getting their booyah back home, their fans feel like this dream which was surreal is now coming to play, coming into action, and now that will rally everybody to look forward to making it in the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death, is also becoming a little bit of a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping block.
There might be still some big separations between 6th and 7th spot. Falcons still being the gatekeeper there, but Team Apex Gaming has proven that those booyahs, they make a lot of difference. They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual stats, the Wonder Kid Rasha still tops the chart with the most eliminations at 36, Trap and Cypher sharing 33 apiece, which means that these key players are always going to be the biggest difference makers, like what we've seen in the first 2 games. But now we hit into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it back home, and I hope that that is going to be EVOS.
You hope for EVOS, the fans hope for their favorite teams as the fight breaks out. Demon's Pride, they're still at the chopping block. They've not made their move. Paradox also the ones, and it seems like Enrique is in trouble.
Bit of a tap dance there, Enrique. Still heading up for safety. Paradox. Are there any resistance? Jazzy has already chased down Enrique. So first blood achieved by Demon's Pride. Paradox with the instant revive. Madara with the chase down too. That's sneaky gone. 2 for Demon's Pride, but finally some clapback.
But it's not a pick, it was just a knock, and therefore Demon's Pride will still be happy. They'll be getting 3 eliminations at the end of this fight at Foundation, but there's more that they have to pick up in case they don't want to be eliminated. Those keys are dreams to a lot. And coming out from Pakistan, just one dream is theirs to stay alive, go to the survival stage, and it's not going to be easy because now in front of them there's Loud. And Trap is the second best in the highest eliminations just after Russia. So it's going to be even more tougher. However, his teammates are not close by.
I mean, as we get closer to the halfway point of Group A, things are starting to feel a lot more surreal by the second. Especially like you said, the dreams, right? These dreams come at the cost of someone else's. Yep. EVOS, despite having more of a tougher game too, we did hear what Conchita said. The survival instinct of the Wonder Kid kept them alive for longer than they should have. Just, you know, humanly possible. Trap with the pickup of the Madara. And even for TAG that had a booyah in the last game. Woke something up in Aurora, who wants to follow in their footsteps. It's KD God that gets chased down. Suez on the case. And a full wipeout here, TAG, from riches to rags.
This is not the result they would have expected. After getting a booyah, instant wipeout, but Aurora also needs something to say for their fans. Out of Malaysia, it's not an easy run that they've had. They've not made it to many of these stages, and finally coming out, they want to make a wave, and they do it. Maybe Kalahari, even Neptune mentioned, the Hookums coming in, the game is going to be faster, the Sniper's going to try and battle it out, and the CQC, it'll be undefendable.
When we last checked in on the overall ranking, Gun Dynasty pushed out of top 4.
Yeah.
Currently sitting in 5th spot. First 2 games hasn't been kind, and it seems like it will only get worse as Benel hasn't really found anything. Same for Vegas. And in front of them is BRU, the worst possible entity to go up against in this case. AGAL dispatches of Paradox Gaming's members.
Sneaky, he's also been spotted. It's going to be trouble. He's the last one. Is he close to the vending machine? He's making a run for it. I'm not sure how many coins he has. There you go. He has 1,100. So he should be able to bring back some of his teammates. But you can see AGAL, they're already a run. They do not want to let Sneaky survive. And Sneaky is just running across the compounds to figure out if he can dabble around, confuse the opponents, but it doesn't seem like it's happening. And very soon he will be found and Paradox will be put to an end.
Paradox innikku
And that's
kashtapadranga
already
bro.
3 teams removed from the lobby. Just at the timing of 4 minutes, Lau gets a full revive here, courtesy of Trap. Falcon's actually running into Aurora as well, who earlier on got the wipeout. Previous Booyah team, which was Team Apex Gaming. And I mean, for Aurora, on a good day, the only thing that holds them back is that recklessness, right? That
போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஃபுல்லா ஜுவல்ஸா அனுப்பி வச்சிருக்கீங்க. இருக்கும்போது கேட்டா ஒருத்தர் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க bro.
Exo getting brought back, should be fine. In fact, it is a fair fight.
Varla bro.
Gets into a 3v3 against Falcons. Cororo does get tagged by Zuez.
Kavya, Logesh, Raj, Fuko,
Zuez will not have to take that fight on. Coming in close, but on fire is the one that gets the chip damage in.
Falcons with Gun Dynasty not having their day, they should be there opening an opportunity. Zuez could have been taken down, but on fire quick on that glue wall. But finally his teammate is there, Cororo answers. And that's going to be another added on elimination, the second coming in for them. But on the other end, Damage leader Trap has been besting rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading the front. But finally Ray puts him down, not giving him enough chance right now, at least here on Kalahari. But we know the squad, they rally up quickly, they will get him back up. But on the other end, EVOS, after the first 2 unfortunate games that they've had, they would want to pick up points themselves as well, because they're the defending champions. They are now close to being pushed down if Falcons make it to the top 4.
Absolutely, and even for Aurora, this is going to be a tough game because they are getting picked up by multiple teams and having to invest resources in their revive. Demon's Pride still in the last spot.
Hey, game positive.
Found their 4-point.
Oh!
I think in this case, right, we've seen Demon's Pride in the first 2 games itself.
Oh, bro! Super, bro!
Came in, get a couple of eliminations. But I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them, because some of the first 2 lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen.
Game pass the rematch.
Not like Kalahari, where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4 as Lau are on their last legs. So that means that for Demon's Pride, sure, you're getting eliminations, but if we don't get that injection of placement, you are going to be in that bottom 2, because they have been racking up some digits.
I really like that you brought the point of placement points, because it's going to now get crucial, especially if you're in the top 4. There is no in-between day before
rematch and the match
the finals, and
technical issue போட்டுருக்காங்க பாருங்க மேல technical pass
you need to get closer to the champion rush condition, and if you don't, other teams will make it closer, and the Booyah seals the deal of that key and the shield finding a new home.
Yeah, and it has happened across multiple regions. I mean, we look
technical
back
pass
at 2025 spring for SCA. It was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the region of USA, where Mia Corp, not the favorite to win.
Yeah.
They got here because they got that Booyah. And that's where consistency matters the most. It really hits home the cliche saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly.
You can have 200 points in the grand finals, but if a team that hits champion rush at 90 points gets the Booyah, they are going to be the champion, and you will only come in second for your efforts.
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take hashtag 2, because we know how devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3 keys that they would want to add on to their trophy while being crushed. And that is something that Esports brings the rawness out of every player, every team. And that's the best part of it. It creates a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as they're here in the moment, they have to get it going. Quick pause that we have before we resume. Kalahari has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get 7 eliminations. They would want to do a lot more, because every other team, they've been taking it away in the first 2 games that we witnessed, and especially that today's here at match 9 and upsets, and that's going to be like, they should be there opening an opportunity. Zuez could have been taken down, but on fire quick on that glue wall, but finally his teammate is there, Cororo, and it's here on course after the winning champ.
Absolute resources, 4-point. I think force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the first 2. They're already the 5th spot. Falcons, they should have been the best ones to take that 4th spot away, but that's not happened yet.
And I think the worst case right now, I mean, the situation gets worse for Gun Dynasty, right?
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds, middle of the pack, just gently pushed out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there's a double-digit difference. They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, Barney and Luti did mention that during the team walk-ins that the team that, finishes top of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher.
Oh,
it's 2 keys. But still,
yeah, those are 2 dreams.
You hold the dreams in the palm of your hands.
That's a lot.
bro.
As a responsibility, but at the same time, being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even mentioned this, such a drastic change between Group A's performance on day 1 and day 2 of how teams have become tactical, strategic, thinking about their chances, thinking about the number of points they need, thinking about can they make it out and survive further.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the effort of some of the teams, some of the unproven regions. We saw TAG, but we put Pakistan in the conversation, Demons prior, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming as well, DRS, basically those at the bottom. Even Aurora, they're coming out a little bit more harder. They're coming out with more aggression and sure, double-edged sword, but they're getting the work done, right? This is some of the initiative that I think took them some time to get used to, but now, when the tension breaks, you see Demons probably coming out with a couple of eliminations, and they need to patch that up with the placement points.
There's a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We end up seeing the 6-7 and DRS. They have a total of 67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to be like, oh, this, BRU, they have 161 points, and then we move down the list, and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well. Something that we wished for earlier, it happens.
And it transcends generation. I think that is the best part right here. Of course, we are going to have it sorted out, and it's good that it's still in the first phase, right? I say in the first phase, we lost 3 teams. It's
and Kalahari,
and it's Kalahari.
It's very brutal on Kalahari as the grapple guns come in. It's an open terrain. Everybody just has an eye on you, even if you run away. Because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox's Sneaky. He was trying to move away from AGL as much as possible. Unfortunate, no vending machine. He was trying to confuse them, and it still did not work out because AGL, there was nothing that Sneaky could hide on. Buildings clearly seen, windows all open, and whenever Sneaky jumped around, they could even spot him and eventually close the distance and put him down. So that's going to happen throughout the game of Kalahari for every team.
I was making an observation, and I wonder if we call for Moshi, will he wake up? Sir, you still have a couple more games to go. So no nap time for you guys. I was going to see, I think the way is going to be the more nerve-wracking part for these teams, right? It's also a matter of like you get into the groove, things are going well, and then someone slams on the brake.
I really like how the storyline itself for Group A has kind of shifted. When we started, we were kind of talking, I think this is going to be an easier decision made for us.
Right.
We're going to be casting. The top 4 teams are already sitting there. They should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4. But all of a sudden, things have changed. Falcons might have a chance. Evos have not found the best of points. Yes, they're sitting at a total of 141, but that's not completely pretty. If Gun Dynasty end up finding a big game, Evos don't. Evos get put out after having only 1 Booyah, and they still are not their defending champions, will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A. Completely unexpected.
I think it's a good time to also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty, right? Because, we saw the interview. They don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. They are very confident and very warranted in the confidence off of day 1. But you also told me back in the green room that there's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4. And I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in circuit of Free Fire, that some of the teams have a lot of energy coming in, a lot of aggression, and it transcends into points. But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short, and I think maybe a tad bit for Gun Dynasty, that's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches. Just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a booyah, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify today.
Yeah. And again, the detail on the plaque, nothing is given, everything is earned, written in the native language of EVOS. In this case, it's Bahasa Indo, and it applies to across the entirety of EWC, across the game titles, and it's in the native language of the team that wins it. It'd be great to see it, maybe in Portuguese, if a Brazilian team brings it back. There is a good chance that has been the story, and I think, you know, the interesting part is always that we look at the Thailand as the best region.
Yeah.
And that's only because we see them more often. But we get onto that world circuit, suddenly Brazil is in the conversation. And PRU, if we take PRU down, we own the world. South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan have a dang good chance of making something happen. But I mean, even for Demon's Pride, smiles on her face, completely something happened. But I mean, now, I think they're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even Neptune mentioned this. You have to take these games at least with a bit of fun. If you don't, if there's too much in terms of thought put into it, a lot being, I would say, relayed between each other, a lot of talking that you should be doing this should have gone better, and all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high. That will tend up messing your performance. And I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, to bring back the game that you use in your own region, where you top your region. That has to be brought back. That element, you have to isolate yourself. Like, I think that's what Gun Dynasty were channeled into yesterday. If they channel back that, today they should be back in the top 4 and pushing competition out.
Yeah, if we have seen TAG achieve that history for the region of India with that very first world stage booyah, I think Demon's Pride has a good chance, right?
Yes.
When we were going through the narrative and you were telling me that, you know, as much as we see hot shot on the world stage 2 years in a row, Demon's Pride, you know, were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualified. They made it here.
Yes,
they made it here. And if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that, you know, deserve that spot. It's a long time coming. Took them 3 years. Here they are. But so far the team feels like with the region still at the bottom, and I'm looking at Demon's Pride to change that.
One more region to change this fact is going to be Bangladesh. I want to see Titan Esports Club. They're the giants of the region. Even expected Straw Hats, but as of now, it's now worked out. But Loud, the last one, BZP gets picked out, and that's going to be an end for Loud Sneakers here on Kalahari.
Yeah, even when we look at the replay here, Benel just had no way out, and that was the wipeout onto Gun Dynasty as well. That is a major setback. The captain of BRU turning it up when it's needed. And they have found DRX Pratik also removed. I believe that is maybe 4 teams out of the lobby already. Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for a revive, and this is how brutal as we get to the halfway mark, at least halfway in terms of the 6 games they had, but they're already at match 9, 3 more games left, deciding the fate of whether they qualify directly into the finals or they'll be pushed to the survival stage or completely knocked out of the tournament itself. But still, Loud's captain, Trap, who was there with an interview on stage, still being the player at the 2nd spot with the most eliminations next to Russia at 33. That says a lot about Loud.
And even the first time when we saw Trap playing on that big stage, we know that this guy is a very aggressive guy, very full of energy. Likes to go in aggressively like a madman. Sometimes doesn't pay off, but it's something that has given Loud that personality and value in times of need. Titan Gaming not doing that good. TC, not doing that good as well. One last survivor with the Morse deal, taking out Jazzy. AJL pushes forward. Demon's Pride. This is the ultimate test if they can make it any further, but with Aswap being taken down and Madara removed as well. He's only top 16 to make this a run and keep it alive. The revival does come true, only enough for one, but one is better than none.
Yeah. It's better than completely getting eliminated. Top 16 position, yes, no, and they are surrounding him, making sure he has nowhere to run. And that was a quick movement coming through. That was just distraction over there for top 16. And he'll also be picked up. AGL scoring total 8 elimination, 4 going in for Dew, and Dew has been phenomenal today. The sniper coming into play. They start off with the very first booyah, and they're continuing those spree of eliminations.
I mean, Dew has always been the player that no matter what happens to a roster, you want him to be the constant. And
yes,
it has been so many years. I remember first time seeing Dew, it was back in 2022, and they came close to a global trophy. That was taken by BRU under the leadership of Jonah. On fire here. Falcons. And you just say there is the race between Falcons and EVOS, and so far EVOS are winning. Im got forward with the hook gun to hunt for more of those Falcons members. Limit X7 out of it. But Kororo, unfortunately, still exposed.
It's going to be tough for him to run away. Ray's gotten closer. This tower is not going to protect him. He's trying to use the edges. The Kalahari. It's not going to work out. Kororo's completely surrounded now. Can he isolate the duels though? No dash as available for Imgod. He used it all to make it here. Damage being done, and finally Kororo will be put down. EVOS making sure the competitors for them in the top 4 run are going to be vanquished. They'll be shut down, making sure Falcons move to the survival stage and not take away their very own position at top 4.
We did sort of establish this. This could be a EVOS Memon Kalahari. Ezreal. Good stuff from miles away. Nailing the 5th one for his team. One of the few imports we have for a Malaysian team. In fact, the very first player that was imported was Crime MKS from Indonesia. And ever since then, it has been working well, improving the ecosystem over the years. And I'm happy that Aurora has made this change and made this move. And not just bringing in Ezreal, but giving rookies 2 years ago like Zuez and the EXO, the veteran, to lead them. And it has paid off so far, but of course, it's more to be desired if Aurora wants to catch up.
Guys,
there's a lot more to be desired, but the circle has its own desires. All teams moving completely northwestern, and none of the teams are inside the circle. Everybody's trying to use their binoculars, but nobody's getting a hit inside the circle because there's nobody at foundation. And finally, EVOS, they decide that's going to be our position, our command post, which has also not seen action so far like Refinery, even though there are teams. It seems a little surprising that we've not seen Refinery and Command Post being a hotspot.
Yeah. At least for this game, it's because the circle doesn't favor it, right? If not, BRU is going to be there until, ends of the world. Refinery is going to be the next control point that BRU wants to wrestle over. Top 16 next on the list. Wasana chases down Jazzy. And unfortunately for Demon's Pride, they got out of a tough situation early on from AGAL's Jaws, only to run into another Thai Titans. And now it's everyone for themselves.
On the other end, it's going to be DRS trying to go in for a second chance. Titan Esports Club, they're about to lose their players. Blade is down. Seems like A is not going to be sharp enough today. Neptune mentioned he has to be for the team. But another loss for Titan Esports Club. Kutosh and Najat, they're way too far away, and DRS will be happy about these eliminations. And Titan Esports Club might have made it out of the chopping block for the time being, but it's not going to be enough. If Demon's Pride end up finding points, they might decide to rank up. 57 is where Titan Esports Club is sitting at. Demon's Pride is at 46. Paradox out of this game at least. So if Demon's Pride have an opportunity to score at least 8-9 points, they can instantly take the position away from Titan Esports Club.
Or at least kick Paradox down to last place, which technically they've already accomplished. It's a scary thought, and if you add on top of that, if DRS starts getting some points, then we form the separation between them.
Thank you, Joe. So much for girls, guys.
It's a scary thought if you are Titan Esports Club in this point of time. But I guess blessing in disguise is that DP, they have been struggling quite a little bit in the hands of the Thais. BRU finding Blade again, who just got brought back. So the bottom dwellers are getting fed into the meat grinder.
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon's Pride. We were just talking about them need points. Aswab gets eliminated. And that continues a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting Titan Esports Club Rahat. That'll also be quickly picked up by Moshi. On the other end, Aurora on Falcons. Buriram finally going in for a full-on fight. Madara is the last one. He's behind a glue wall. Jonah has already called it, and the entire squad is rushing to him. And with him going down, that's the end for Demon's Pride. They wanted to rank up, they wanted to get eliminations, but it seems like Titan Esports Club, the worry at least on Kalahari will die down.
They have one more chance at least. Blessed by BRU. 17 eliminations and counting. Now it's the move to Foundation, at least to the western side of Foundation. You have Kororo planted right in the middle, but Falcons suffered some heavy damage. And in fact, Kororo is the only survivor, so they should be a non-factor if you are concerned about Team Falcons. TEC split up, which we did see, and Aurora on the radar as well. This is quite the clear path to push through. They have stragglers like members from TEC and Falcons to get a couple of free points. They could start with Rahat if they want.
We're now a little trouble because AGAL have started to fire. Taken down the captain Jonah. On the other end, Aurora trying to hold off at the edge of the circle, but the circle will also start shifting as the zone is completely shrink. They'll only wait and try to see if they could spot somebody. In the meanwhile, at a distance, Boltmaker being spotted. That's going to be Evos fighting for elimination. And Evos, we spoke about them. They had the advantage inside the circle. They laid their foundation. Unfortunately, the circle did not allow it. They forced them. Apex will still be able to find. Takure is out. And now on Buriram as well, Evos still firing, finding elimination and also helping out AGAL in the mix.
And again, for the third game in a row, the circle forces everyone to go into the open as the ultimate test. AGAL on your screens, 11 eliminations, and the second one could be confirmed if they remove Ray, but Ray gets picked back up. Cypher instantly with a double up and putting immense pressure on the Evos Divine, forcing those blue walls out. Rasha has already ran out of that. Defenses dwindling for Evos. AGAL continuously Apex needs some help. AGAL finds another one.
Everybody needs help right now, even DRS. Falcons, the last man, Kororo gets taken down. That's the end for them. Aurora now trying to climb up, but it's going to be difficult. They don't have any vision about, no information, so running up is going to be difficult. And finally, Evos do not allow that. With Axel going down, a lot more trouble strikes Aurora. And now Evos also deciding to send off in the other direction because the zone is not in their favor. But before that, they will have to clear the position. They spotted two different teams, but they're only spotting the players. They don't know it's two different teams. And Titan Esports Club, that's going to be Blade getting taken down. Cypher from AGAL helping out in the mix. Azriel trying to back off, join his teammates. AGL in the mix, making sure that Evos don't survive. A rush up. He puts Azriel down, confirms, but it's going to be DRS stealing it away. Knocks from somebody, eliminations from somebody. But who is winning?
Aurora Evos
together that smashed DRS out.
And June just didn't know where to look. And that ends up in his death. Dew another snap with an aim gun. And finally, the Wonder Kid has had enough. He comes back, shoots Dew down, and Evos have a good chance. 4v3, they have the weaponry. Raiders get dropped by Nameless, and they make it even. Aim God down in health, Apex is down. Nameless putting everything into his hands, and he might be the one that drags them across the finishing line. Nameless with the support. Aim God now all alone. Barros is there by his side, and Cypher with the final nail in the coffin. 20 eliminations. AGAL books the second booyah.
Second booyah of the day, and AGAL are making sure they seal the deal in the top 4. Do not give the chance, especially with these top teams already taking away the points. It's getting very dicey down there for teams at the bottom. They don't know what they have to figure out. Match number 9 is done. 10, 11, 12, 3 more games to go. And at the end of it, keys are going to get crushed, meaning your opportunities here in EWC 2026 in Paris, at least with this season, is done.
Almost done. We're about to close the chapter on 2 of these boats. The halfway point being crossed means that pressure starts to set in for the teams at the bottom, potentially in the red zone. But I gotta say, Evos, sure, no booyah, but they held on for so long. In the battle of attrition, they were on the losing side. This was the spirit that got them that trophy. We're seeing it on display again. Despite no booyah, they still, I think, walk away with a win.
Yeah, and somehow they've always been balancing themselves against Falcons, because Falcons, as long as they survive, they have a chance in the top 4, and Evos could be pushed down and they would have to move to the survival stage. And I think somehow they haven't read about it. The White Tigers are able to find their way through, and they are still keeping themselves afloat in the top 4. However, AGAL, I think we spoke about this, looking forward to placement points, looking forward to Booyah is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yep. Let's listen to what AGL has to say.
มาดิงานสลิงปีนตายหมดโอ้ยเฮียกูยิงอย่างเวอร์ไอ้สัตว์ฉะนั้นผม
Cool, calm, collected. It's a bit of a stretch of the arms. Just another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were very hasty, or there was a lot of rapid comms, if I could say it.
Yeah, it's
cool,
just like
connected.
Oh, we get the booyah.
Yeah, you do this. There's a man here. That's about it. That's I think the basic understanding we got.
I think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Time took a while to kind of assemble. Well, it didn't take that long to assemble the squad, but it took a while to really build that chemistry. It's paying off. I mean, 32 points. It's a dream to even hit 30 points in a single round.
Yeah.
Usually these are the sort of the deal breakers. This is what decides who wins the championship or who gets ahead of the curve. AGAL, they come in with 32, but we did talk about Evo's 27 points. Not too shabby. BRU 26. The front runners are still there.
Opportunities for everybody. On the other end, if you look at the bottom page, Demon Sprite, they did have a little bit of a lift off, 7 total points, 4 elimination. Loud Sneakers, their opportunities are getting pushed out by some of the teams. The fights, especially between Falcons as well as Evos, is troubling them, and they're getting eliminated a little too early. However, one thing that we've been talking about, right, Thailand taking away the trophy, even on the world stages, even here on EWC, even Indonesian teams now rising up the ranks. But AGL, they've been winning in the region. They want to get a big trophy, a global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day 2, there is a storyline that could be written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I think even Garena Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right?
Yeah,
like again, 3 rounds in a row. This was a team that came in hot. They were tailing behind BRU. We talk about if we put placement points aside, technically Garena Dynasty is the better team compared to BRU because they have no booyahs compared to the 3 that BRU has. But I think right now we have a bigger problem, a bigger question for them, right?
Yeah.
Is day 1 it? Is that it? We got 3 more games coming up.
I hope Garena Dynasty change their approach, because they still have a chance. With 3 more games left here for Group A, there's an opportunity, but looking at how these teams are fighting, right, especially the Southeast Asian teams, they are going all guns blazing. They're looking unstoppable, and they're not giving points to anybody to even approach for. And that is unfortunately not giving them an opportunity to look forward to a lot more. However, opportunities right across this breather for everybody.
குள்ளநரி தூங்கக்கூடாது, குள்ளநரி தூங்கக்கூடாதா? குள்ளநரி திருடக்கூடாது ப்ரோ. நாட்டை குள்ளநரி தூங்கக்கூடாது ப்ரோ. குள்ளநரி திருடக்கூடாது ப்ரோ. அவர் லைவ் பார்த்து மத்தவங்களுக்கு தூக்கம் வருது, அவர் தூங்குறாரு. சைலண்டா இருங்க.
We are going to challenge you and beat your score, but not without a prize. Yeah, you know, it feels like it might be a little bit rigged in favor for Barney, but I really want the prize Lace is talking about, because we are going to get an EWC 2026 custom printed t-shirt with our name on it, or the name of the winner, really, you know. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and we want to win because we love competition. So let's fire away, Glitter. Come on, stand over here. Get the position down. We have to beat these boys. All right, looking great. Play goals. Ready? Okay, 9,
Yada.
8, 7, 6. Don't be nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2. Got to beat the boys. All right, she's got some incredible form here, and all she needs to do is aim for the flag. Not too much power in the positioning here, but it looks like it's going directly there. A fair bit of power behind it. This looks like a good one. Okay, I'm actually pretty proud of that.
I'm not mad about that. 90.5, that does put me above Barney.
Thanks for the membership.
It does help to limber up a bit. You know?
Celebrates 12 months
and the tips that I found is, just ignore the audience, okay? Yep, not too much power, not too little power. Just the right amount. Yeah. Keep your eye on the ball. Envision it going towards the pin. You can do this, Lace. We gotta show the boys. Oh, it's looking good. No, it's okay. It's getting close. Rolling in. Oh, you did beat Ludi. You did beat Ludi, though, to be fair. Not too shabby, Lace.
I mean, look, as long as we beat them, that's fine. But of course, we want to challenge our next people. We're looking at you, Seven and Neptune. Are you up for the challenge?
We're definitely up for that challenge. Don't
you worry.
Everybody is none other than AG, because my gosh, this squad has now gotten 2 booyahs. They might be going for that, the rotations that they were able to do were great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're focusing on the south stay, making sure that it is clear out of the area, and even contending off those rotation if someone will be coming in. And one thing that they did, especially in the previous game, is in the 5th circle, the moment that it counts down the 5th circle closing in, they triggered that bolt maker, the lightning zone. So it's a threat to everyone and also damage them. So with all those damage, they can also spot out the opponent, and it gives them more leeway so that they will not be rushed in. So smart move coming from AJL so that they can get that booyah.
I love that we have one of the best analysts here for Free Fire, none other than Neptune, being able to break down all the rotations, the skills in the game. How about we break down that booyah curse? Because Tag ended up being affected by that one. Hopefully AG is not going to be affected by it here coming up.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of things that they need to change right now and just to get away from that booyah curse.
That's going to be the case. Lucifer, Husky, do you think AG AL is going to be affected by the booyah curse or no?
I don't think so. There is a chance that they want the title. We've been talking about their counterparts, right? They've been taking these titles, the global ones, the world stages, and AGAL have always been getting closer.
Let's go, guys!
But finally, is this the stage? Esports World Cup 2026, all gamers global. Actually go global.
I mean, I would say they are already global, but it's about cementing themselves on that stage. Funnily enough, the first and only world trophy, global trophy that they have was under the category of Clash Squad. Exactly. But we know the motherlode, the holy grail is Battle Royale. That's where the spirit of Free Fire is initially sold from the start of time. And I think for AGAL, very good chance. Cypher now second in terms of most eliminations. Still tailing behind the Wonder Kid, who is in first place, but slow overtaking Trap, who unfortunately was wiped out pretty early on. But we still cannot look past the fact that snipers are pretty important, as top 3 most damage are all in the sniper role.
As we head to Purgatory, it seems like the flight path had its own course of mind, completely southern favored. However, still teams managed to make their way around the fields, but the fight already breaks out just because of how unfavorable the flight path was. Loud are trying to answer back to Falcons. It's been an exchange. Trap will be able to get back next. So 2 eliminations for Falcons. And on the other end, we did end up seeing fights that Falcon want to now stand tall on against Loud. And Loud, with those eliminations, they managed to grab on one. Can they find more? Gun Dynasty, they're against Demon's Pride. But as we see the feed as well, it seems like Team Apex Gaming are now, they're breaking their own curse. They found an opening against Aurora.
Yeah, I want to see the earlier pep talk just now was going to bring some breeze on life in the GD. So far, that seemed to be the case. Demon's Pride standing tall. But there is response. But now, yesterday he stepped up, and now he is stepping up finally after the halfway point. David, with a great follow-up. Exactly what Gun Dynasty needs.
And with Gun Dynasty back in a play like this, there's an opportunity that they stand a chance to get back to the top 4. A lot more competition getting spiced up just for that position to the final. Demon's Pride, they want to be a part of it, but they're getting hit upon, they're getting taken down. Their exchanges are not working their way. They're unable to find much, but still, even though the last player is surviving, they've managed to get 3. But we spoke about this earlier, a replay where Falcons and Loud were exchanging blows one after another. And I can see it seems like Loud did manage to get one elimination. However, Falcons had a better of it.
அப்ப தெரியல இந்த மேட்ச் பார்க்கலாம் 3 கிலோ அடிச்சிருக்காங்க இப்போதைக்கு. மத்த அந்த டீமும் அடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஃபால்கனும் ஜிடி எல்லா மேட்ச் அடிக்குறானே bro ஒரு அளவுக்கு. நேத்து அடிச்சாங்க பட் இன்னைக்கு அவ்வளவுக்கு பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணல.
Reactions after round 3. Reality is starting to set in that this could be the third last game for some of them, and certainly
நம்ம
Indian team exit for Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Gaming eliminated
twice today.
Yeah.
Out of 4 matches, 2 of them is Aurora Gaming being the first one to leave.
Aurora, yes, they don't look super dicey on points. They will be pushed out. And their key being crushed. They should make it to the survival stage, but they're not better their chances and let it to the fate of other teams' performance. I think, as you already mentioned, we were speaking about it. It is Battle Royale that they have to get their hands on a trophy, a title. But Gun Dynasty's Benel, this player was a beast yesterday, and today finally now in this game gets to elimination. He did get the information across to Shairu, who's now stuck at Ski Lodge. And AGAL seemed to be just chasing that one player who got stuck here, and Shairu will just try and buy time. There's nothing else that he can do. That's just one elimination that AGAL will be able to get. But on the other end, it seems like instantly the feed gets lit up loud. Gosha finds one elimination. He was getting troubled in this action. And now they're also rushing closer. Nyx moving in the right direction, but there's also Falcons in the mix.
Imgod actually taking a lot of heat as well. Imgod does bring the Wonder Kid back, but Limit will take out Ray. Once more, brought back by the captain of EVOS. This is what we've seen, at least at the Esports World Cup. EVOS willing to send the Wonder Kid out on an expedition, and he holds himself pretty well. Trap actually getting removed, so the attention onto EVOS now, diverted onto Falcon. Imgod tried to take advantage of that, but Pina was ready. Receives the hit, gets another elimination for his own. Apex now committed, but on fire, lying in wait with Limit.
That flash freeze almost looked like he would be able to find two. Apex, nice try there, but quick recovery coming in from Limit. And even Neptune mentioned we have to see Limit X7 performing. Snipers have been the recent meta, and he has to step up for the team. We've not seen the best coming in from his end yet. And maybe Falcons rise up to that occasion. Even Yunsul, we saw her talking to the Falcons, and it seems like it's not yet working. Instantly shut down.
Vehicle, but not going to work on Nyx. One of the top stars as well from Brazil. Him and Traps, in fact. That being said, we did see a bit of a stat there, but now 4 revives so far this game. Being the field medic and making sure that his team continuously stays alive in this match. It's a good chance that they run into Loud Snickers. We'll have to see if GD have found something within them. So far, I mean, haven't really got that much done.
Let's go, guys.
3 eliminations, that's pretty much it. Now we need to see that conversion. We gotta go further. Disappointment and stress on Aurora Gaming's players' face too. One of the toughest part, honestly, sitting through the entire lobby if you exit early.
But right now, when you talk about exits, it's been Paradox who've been suffering eliminations. They've been getting pushed out of every game. And Denrique, he's now getting chased by Barros. Spotted, launcher boot out, and instantly Denrique, he thought it's going to be the launcher, but it's going to be Dew on the other end. And we said the sharpshooter Dew today, he's been phenomenal. 2 eliminations of his own, and Paradox, everybody who are around the moat house will be forced off, thankfully. It's not a wipe. They had a teammate across who will bring the whole squad back.
Second win in this game. Judy very split up. So far the circle has been ruthless, very merciless today. It seems like it's going to continue to be the case. Brings us to north of Brasilia, and we fuse at center point. AGAL now takes on TEC. Blade snapped in half. Rajat down to 10%, bleeding out as well. Knocked down his deal with the delivery system, and this time up close and personal.
Kurush trying to make a run from this, but he's walking right towards Team Apex Gaming. It's going to be difficult. Last man standing. If he doesn't survive this, it's going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. their chase towards making it towards the finals. If there is an opportunity, it has to be the survival stage. And somehow Kutush, in terms of his maneuvering, he's been able to cross between both Team Apex Gaming as well as all Gamers Global and survive for the time being.
Gotta play more placements now. Kutush calming with the rest of his team. It does have coins. Now he needs that vending machine. Purgatory is one of the bigger maps we have. And that makes it very, very hard to navigate with no vehicles. Out alone in the cold. To make things worse, AGAL still prowling nearby.
Look at
the rotations. Evo's Esports, the very bottom. BRU still holding on to Quarry and Marbleworks, which is their favorite spot on the western side of the map. The favorite drop spot, in fact. We should expect a rotation through Marbleworks in just a little bit as Limit picks up Nix again.
During rotations, even Gun Dynasty right now, they picked up a total of 7 eliminations. Benel, while we saw him being the medic, he's also managed to get 5 eliminations of his own. That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay for Titan Esports Club. A quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination. Gun Dynasty, they have to find a lot more as such as we just witnessed. But on the other end, it seems like Team Apex Gaming,
the team on the players full Apex
in two teams on one NVC, DRS on the other. It's a standard situation. They have to get out of it very soon.
I think Paradox also switching it up. This is one of the few games that they are able to really not get into any altercations early on, which is something that they've been trying to avoid. DRS in the crosshairs of David. Yeah, these shots gotta be good. Gotta hit harder, gotta be a bit more sharper. Missed opportunity there for Gun Dynasty.
Team Apex Gaming,
now having 6 out of the 8 eliminations for the team. TEC gets full revive. I think Gun Dynasty's next target is going to be on DRS.
Look at this quick switch that they did. Went to the drop and then they told what was available and sent Benel out there to quickly grab and make their way back. Gun Dynasty seems like communication in this game is coming into play. The precision as well with Benel performing in such a manner. However, everybody is clustering right now. It's only one team who are out here in Purgatory. 11 still surviving. 10 minutes about to be on the clock. And even Falcons are entering into the close compound. There's a lot of teams clustering one after another. And we'll also soon see a circle shift. Does it favor any of the teams? It does. To those 3 teams we earlier pointed, the sandwich situation. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, and Demon's Pride.
Even Gun Dynasty has a very good chance.
I don't know, bro.
In fact, I think TAG are in the toughest spot in the center. We just see a knockdown early on. See moving to TEC off screen, but I think even for DRS they have a very good chance of holding back not just Gun Dynasty, causing some damage to Falcons and Evos if the rotation is right.
So crucial rotations as we are getting closer to the last few games of Group A. Everybody's trying to bite time, everybody's trying to bite their own play, figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking at the start of the day, hey, top 4 teams, they will be safe and sound, they do not have to be worried about. They're slowly trying to get worried, except for Buriram as well as all Gamers Global.
Yeah, those two, I think, without a shadow of doubt, have already qualified for Saturday. But then they still want more. Can never get enough points. AGAL, double digits. 11, counting. Dinoculus used with scan towards the southeastern side. Or at least the north side of Fields. Should be able to rotate there. There's a small compound to work with, but better yet, high ground advantage that puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming. And I think the second Dinoculus have confirmed that. There is Falcons there though.
And Falcons are already busy in a fight. That's going to be against Paradox. Windy already down, Sneaky trying to fend off. It doesn't work. He'll also be taken down. One last player. He is closer to the vending machine and he'll quickly strike the revive button. And Drendrike will be brought back. Snipe. With that happening, Falcons have an idea of where he is, and Snipe will be sniped out by Limit X7. Nice shot.
Limiting
and that's the 5th elimination for Limit. And this is what Falcons needed. Every sniper out there performing, Limit had to do it.
One of the rising stars a couple years ago. And since then, we know that Limit is special. Look at that, 2 more. No confirmation just yet. No utility dump. More than enough to cause a lot of issues there. Pressure onto AGAL. Can they continue to deliver? Pina now getting pushed, Sci-Fi in the forefront. Let's have the Cassie helping out. Meanwhile, full team on the Gun Dynasty as Trap launches a quad nade. But the pressure now mounts onto Limit. As attention shift, Limit knocked down. And AGAL breaks the spine and the anchor. AGAL once more coming out on top of this exchange.
They always do it. You give them a small inch, they take the whole ground. And Falcons, who are ahead of it, playing outside the zone, get hit upon it. Their sniper gets taken down with the damage on the zone itself, and all Gamers Global quickly act on it. Kiroro, can he do something different? The last one is going to be Cypher, showing his own
நல்ல kill வச்சிருந்தானே bro. நல்ல killோட eliminate ஆறானே. waste பண்ணிட்டானே match. 14 kill.
There's a possibility for a third booyah with how things are going for AGAL.
இந்த மேட்ச் போய் அடிச்சிருந்தானேனா இப்ப எவோஸ் ஈக்குவலா போயிருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. ஏனா எவோஸ் பாரு அந்த 4th place குள்ள முடிக்கணும்ங்கறதுக்காக ஆறானே. பொறுமையா ஆறானே போயாவுக்காக.
So we're down to the last 18th. Paradox Gaming, Enrique perishes to the blue. Baro is actually getting knocked down by the play zone, same as Cypher. Nameless this one. DRS getting a lot of pickings. A hefty price to pay for AGAL.
Yeah, playing it outside the zone, we've always talked about it. We thought AGL were ahead of it. They knew what was about to happen. But DRS, they came in as a surprise. The real soldiers, they want their opportunity. Titan Esports Club are trying to close the distance. They do not want to give it away. Now they have another challenge that's going to be loud. If they're able to secure some more points, they will not get pushed off by Titan Esports Club because they're still surviving. Look at Trap making a jump.
Oh, Takuri!
With the AC-8, he finds an opening now. Trap.
Down குடுக்காதீங்க உங்க டீமால உயிரை கொடுத்து அடிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
And there is Nix with the Max 7 and VCP with the M590 pumping bullets. Pratik and Stroix trying to hold the ground for the time being. And Takuri, he has to help out. Two of the loud players are down. Trap is too far away, outside the zone, damage being done. Gosha has to be the savior here. Pratik gets confirmed, but the sniper is not going to help out. His Trap is also taken down.
And Guaksha, can he make that catch happen? That's going to be one. Two more to go, cutting down the ranks, find the isolations. Guaksha again, down to just 50 HP. Takuri around the corner, secures it. DRS.
Hey, loud literally அவ ட்ரை பண்ணா புரானா.
You have to give it to Stroix over there. The way he was able to hold at the edge of the circle. And DRS still keep fighting, taking Loud out. Evo's on the other end, the 1K, the last man standing. And at this point, there's no opportunity. Boltmaker is ready. Still fights for how long, though? Oh no, Buriram. The team who just held their front, get some points. They find them out. And that is DRS out. And Russia, his position.
Nice, Toto, come on.
They get that elimination. Make it to the top 3.
TAG have another chance, but guess who else has? Demons.
Hey, nalla chance. இந்த மாதிரி chance.
Right into
ஏனா இப்ப டிபி வந்தா அவனே பொரிராமோட ஃபைட் அடிக்கறானே. தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி பண்ணாங்க அப்படினா பொரிராம் அப்ப சான்ஸ்.
A 4v8
Jonah
on one. Jassy knocks down Wasana. Madara shot down as well. And the attention paid on DP by BRU would be the undoing. But guess what, Lucifer? TAG have a chance.
Shot over the dash. Wasana is down. Kenny gone. He finds it, and that's a second for Team Apex Gaming. They get the second for India. A booyah!
And it pays forward. Once was not enough. They joined AGAL on that leaderboard for the second booyah. And I think at this point in time, Lucifer, guaranteed survival round. Guaranteed a second life.
They needed this. This is what was in the making for
the ghost, bro.
Apex Gaming, the champs from India. They did lift the trophy in India, and now it's time they get closer towards an international stage trophy, and getting 2 booyahs in a single day is not an easy job at all.
Years of wishing to have a slot, and in the first year, the debut on the biggest stage ever, they lock into
இப்ப ஜோனால ஏத்துக்க முடியல.
Much more just for TAG, for the region.
சரியா அவங்க கத்துறாங்க, அவங்க எல்லாம் கத்துறாங்களா மம்மி டாடி எல்லாம் அத ஏத்துக்க முடியல. உடனே பிடிங்கறாரு பாருங்க.
They are going to be an inspiration for the rest of India. But final sequences again, TAG opportunistic in their pursuit of glory.
அவங்க செகண்ட் குரூப் மேட்ச் ஆடும்போது சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாங்க bro.
Overall TAG
யாரே TG எஸ்எச் ஆடும்போது சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாங்க தெரியுமா?
150 ये तो इजी भूया था इजी भूया यार इजी था इजी था
I love it bro, I love it bro, right? Seriously bro,
and that's what
impressive finisher.
150 ये तो इजी भूया था इजी भूया यार इजी था
just like we spoke
easy,
about AGL, right?
Cool first in the hands of Demon's Pride, or TAG getting a second, and we know which one is written in stone. I mean, if you are BRU, what are you worried about, right? I mean, you're doing great regardless. But with that being said, I'm sure that some of the players have something to say, and we have one prepared with Nix.
Are we in? Are we live? I believe we're live. I'm not hearing anything, but I'm going to take it. How's it going, everyone?
Hey, Indian players கூப்பிடுங்கடா. யாரா நீங்க? ஏடா ரெண்டு பேர்த்துக்கும் கூட பேச மாட்டீங்களாடா?
Carol Bombshell joining us here. We're going to ask some questions. Nix, let's kick things off.
ஒண்ணுமே பண்ணல இந்த மேட்ச்.
Okay, because yesterday it seemed like the gameplay was very slightly different. Today you seem like you're getting a bit more aggressive. Eliminations are coming in. Was that the plan, or is that just the way that the games have gone today?
Falando um pouco sobre estratégias, a gente viu que ontem vocês começaram muito agressivos, muitas eliminações. E esse era o plano desde o início? Vocês queriam começar nesse estilo mais agressivo?
Não, a gente foi mais um improviso, mais oportunidades que a gente via na hora. O nosso estilo de jogo é mais centralizado e acaba que os times que estão ao nosso redor, no trap de lança, pá, assim, pô, fica mais fácil também, né?
Well, that was not the plan at the beginning. Yeah, we had to improvise. We took opportunities, so we see the teams during rotation, so we just took opportunities. Yes, we used the right guns, and our coach and our team captain just gave us the call, and then we did it, the aggressive games type. Okay, Nick, so would you consider your group, the group of death that's we like to call, consider that including the Reign Champions, Evils, even Team Falcons, Buriram, does having all these strongest teams in the same group make it the toughest team in the tournament so far? Tendo times, você considera o seu grupo, o grupo da morte, levando em consideração que tem os atuais campeões, o time da Evils, tem também Team Falcons que venceu no primeiro ano, tem uma Buriram também. Você acha que tendo esses times que são fortes, faz o grupo de vocês serem um grupo da morte?
Eu acredito que sim, porque se não fosse por isso, não seria campeões mundiais, né? São times que são muito bons em endgame e acaba que no endgame esses times que são muito bons dá uma dificuldade assim. Eu acho que o nosso grupo é o da morte, mas a gente também somos bons, né? À toa que estamos aí distante do top 5, se eu não me engano.
Yeah, definitely we consider these teams the group of that. Of course, we are among the strongest teams here so far, and having like the reigning champions and also Team Falcons who won AWC 2024 definitely make this group the strongest so far, especially because we have all this kind of teams here from Thailand, Indonesia, but also we are not behind them because we reached the top 5.
You're definitely not. You're performing incredibly well so far, and obviously a few more games to go to close out the group stage for you guys. Now, I want you to cast your mind back, because playing regionally before you got here onto the global stage, you guys are playing incredibly well in Brazil. So I just want to know, did that boost your confidence coming into EWC, knowing that in the later stages of this tournament, you're likely to face off against some of your Brazilian rivals?
Bom, chegar aqui como os campeões, né, do Campeonato Brasileiro faz com que vocês consigam chegar aqui nesse momento mais fortes, vocês consigam jogar um pouco mais parelho. Você acha que essa confiança de fato veio junto com vocês?
Sim, com certeza. Não tem nada melhor que sermos campeões, principalmente dos campeonatos oficiais que teve no Brasil, que é o FFWS e o Clash Masters. Acaba que, sim, a gente chega muito confiante porque, querendo ou não, a gente acredita, o nosso time em si, que Free Fire é bastante confiança. Tanto é que no dia de hoje a gente teve algumas quedas muito boas justamente por causa da confiança. Vinha time, matava, oportunidade matava. Isso, querendo ou não, leva o astral do time dentro das partidas e acaba que, sim.
Well, definitely arriving here at the WC 26 as Brazilian champions definitely give us a lot of confidence. So we arrive here knowing that playing Free Fire, we need to be confident here. So with our team, we had really good talks, really good chemistry, and we team up, and that's the results. The results don't lie. Perfect. Next, for us to finish our interview, one more question. Your country mates performed well in Group B last night. How are you feeling about Fluxo and Lo's performance yesterday? I forgot to translate. That's okay, that happens all the time. Nix, você viu, né, as partidas dos jogos de ontem, né, do Fluxo e do time da Los. Como é que você se sente vendo os times brasileiros também indo bem por aqui?
Cara, eu fico muito feliz, mesmo sendo rivais no Brasil, a gente ainda continua sendo brasileiro. Eu sempre trouxe pelo melhor do time da Lua, dos moleques do Fluxo também. Eu fico muito feliz de ver, porque eu não gosto, sendo bem sério, eu não gosto desse gringo não, mas só dos brasileiros só.
That was a good answer. You're gonna like this. Okay, for sure, I'm really happy for Fluxo and Los because we are all from Brazil. And of course, we want Brazil on the top, it doesn't matter. And especially because I don't like these other teams here. I don't like the other regions. So yes, Brazil on the top for sure. Okay, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And we are back in the studio. You are back in the studio.
Bonjour, it's Yunsul, and right here I'm at our co-streamer place. Once again, we're meeting our famous character. Hôm nay cũng là ngày thi đấu thứ hai của khi mà có được một build cũng như là một cái số điểm tương đối để có thể tiếp tục trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay, thì bác Gấu có suy nghĩ gì về ngày thi đấu hôm qua của ship Team Secret ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người. Thì nếu mà nói về ngày thi đấu của WG ngày hôm qua thì bản thân mình thấy là chưa ổn vô lắm các bạn. Hôm nay sẽ là ngày thi đấu quyết định của WG. Các bạn biết là một ngày thi đấu sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì chúng ta chỉ lấy 2 đội thôi. Hôm nay buộc WG phải thi đấu hết sức có thể để ghi tên mình vào trận chung kết.
Không biết là sau đó sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào ta?
Thì em nghĩ hôm nay WG phải bắn hết mình để lọt top 4 vào chung kết. Tại vì thà vào top 4 ngày hôm nay chứ ngày mai thì em thấy là khá là căng đấy. Căng hơn hôm nay rất là nhiều.
So as we can see from yesterday, WEG from Backgo said he doesn't feel that good, that well about Team Secret since they are doing just only a decent ranking in our group stage A, of course, but overall,
hey guys, and the
today, we have to
guys.
try our best, especially get into the top 4 as soon as possible. If not getting into the top 4 would be criminal to them. You know, it's gonna be very difficult, very hard for them to compete. And of course, for our old teammates, here's our old teammates of Team Secret also having the same discuss with Backgo that they have to try their best in order to get into top 4. Today is a very important day for everyone. Into the top 4 if they don't want to be left behind. Of course, if you're not getting into top 4, you still have chances. But if you are at ranking 11 and 12, boom, you are out, not being available into the game anymore. So, as we can see in the chats, ở đây thì em thấy là mọi người có vẻ như là tương tác rất là nhiều. Thì không biết là phần lớn bác con nghĩ như thế nào, là mọi người sẽ thường nhắc đến chủ đề gì ở trong cái phần chat của comment mình ạ?
Ở trong cái phần chat comment của mình khi mình coi stream thì tất cả mọi người đều tập trung về Super WG ủng hộ cho một đại diện nhất của tất cả mọi người đều muốn rằng một kết quả thật là tốt trong cái buổi thi đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay của Super WG.
Vâng ạ, và nghe kết quả có vẻ rất là khả quan, cũng như là tinh thần của người dân Việt Nam mình rất là đoàn kết với nhau. Thì em cũng không biết là Em muốn hỏi là thường những cái buổi livestream mà nó mang tính chất quan trọng như thế này thì bác Gấu sẽ ngồi xem cùng với bao nhiêu người ở trên livestream của mình vậy ạ?
ஃபுட்பால் விளையாடுறவங்க போய் கேட்டா மெஸ்ஸி பெரிய ஆளும்பா கிரிக்கெட் பாக்குற எங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும் தோனி பெரிய ஆளுன்னு அதுக்கு என்ன மெஸ்ஸி சின்ன ஆள் ஆயிருவாரா என்ன ஆறா நீ கம்முனு போடா டேய் வெளிய போடா டேய் வெளிய போடா டேய் சாய் வெளிய போ முதல்ல நீ டேய் இவனுக்கு எவன்டா மாறு ஊத்துது இந்த நாய்க்கு எவன்டா டேய் இவனுக்கு எவன்டா மாறு ஊத்துது
Everyone in Vietnam, because we are having only one representation from Vietnam, especially Serie Vietnam. Here is Team Secret, or as known as WAG. They are trying their best to support for their favorite team. Overall, as you can see, normally Becca will only sit and watch the live stream alone. But today, of course, he has a very special company, who is Cyrus. And overall, I can see normal, his number is very impressive because for your information, Becca is one of the most famous Free Fire streamer in Vietnam. Normally, as I can see, he will have around like 10K or 20K viewers at the same time, watching the live stream and support the best Team Secret or any Vietnam person in the game and everyone in the game as well. So it's a very pleasure for everyone to be here with me, so we can enjoy this very amazing atmosphere right here at EWC 26. Cảm ơn bác Gấu rất là nhiều. Vậy thì không biết là anh có lời nào cuối cùng muốn gửi đến cho tất cả các bạn khán giả tại Việt Nam cũng như là Team Secret của mình tại sân khấu không ạ?
Rosen bro, don't use a bad word.
Tất cả các bạn đang coi livestream ở trên toàn
các kênh sắp của Free Fire Việt Nam sẽ ủng hộ mình cho Series WAG và đồng hành cùng họ hành trình này nha.
So, here's one last thing I want to send to the viewers. Please continue to support for Team Secret and of course to all of the rest team at EWC 26 Free Fire at this time. Thank you so much for your cooperation in this interview and we will catch you guys later.
Bro,
about that, I was having deja vu. I was dreaming that AG and Tag won again. They did. They actually ended up doing it again.
It actually happened. It's not your dream.
Especially Tag getting off that booyah curse that we saw earlier from them. I mean, this squad has finally been able to step up, considering that some of those top teams have been slowing down. And I'm looking at Falcons and Gun Dynasty.
Well, it's really getting tough right now for Gun Dynasty because it seems like the 3 games, it's something, there's a lot more that they can do right now, but I think they might be able to catch up on the second half, but we'll have to find out though if they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, Gun Dynasty in Groups Day 1, they actually have a 12.8 elimination average.
Thank you for the Smiley bro.
Sasuke bro. What they've dropped down to for these matches.
Sandran bro.
1 for
elimination. Thank you for the results, guys.
That is quite a significant sort of jump from yesterday's performance for Gun Dynasty. And then who is trailing on their tails? Team Falcons. And I mean, I did sort of touch on this at the earlier stages. They needed to have a little bit more of eliminations under their belt to be able to push themselves up into that top 4.
Thank you, Sasuke
and
bro.
With their track record right now, I mean, they're doing it. Although they sort of fell out in 8th place in that last match, they did have about 14 eliminations as well. So this is like the consistency and the massive advance that Falcons needed to be able to keep themselves out of that survival stage.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, hopefully they keep up that consistency because there was one time when Team Falcons was hunted by Aurora Gaming, and it's tough. All right, hopefully that doesn't affect Aurora Gaming.
You just had to talk about Aurora Gaming somehow.
I said I won't be saying the name once again. Anyways, Aurora Gaming was just like eliminated as he's trying to go for a revive. It's just unfortunate. They have to stay outside of the zone. Aurora Gaming can soak up full squad, and then the moment that one by one Team Falcons going for those revives, Aurora Gaming is just capitalizing and shooting them down.
But this is exactly what we expect to see from the EWC, right?
Yep.
Apex, they weren't so great yesterday, but today 17 elimination points in just 1 game. That is so amazing. AGAL 16 elimination points. It shows that the team that weren't performing so well yesterday are finally feeling the pressure and being under the pressure lit the fire under their bottoms. So yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing today.
because it's Tag and AGL just winning. We came up with Taggle. That's all we got.
These are the improvements that we need to see, and we wanted to see from them.
And we got to see those improvements because they might be listening to us. If I'm being completely honest. Lucifer, yesterday, he was able to say Tag is going to wake up in the second day. Lucifer, I see what you were doing. I'm wondering if you maybe went and told me, okay, you really need to make sure you wake up in the second day. I'm putting my credibility on this. But another squad that has been able to maybe listen to some of the stuff that we've been talking about has been none other than AG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from earlier we were talking about how
thank you,
they are holding the south side of each circle, how the group rotation is just keeping them safe. And in the previous round, we saw them in the north. So the same strategy that they were able to pull off. And one thing is, like, even if you make that adjustment, it's not easy. But good thing that they have good snipers, good information getters, as well as those frontliners who keep those paths safe for them. So the rotation, either way, south or north, east or west, it doesn't matter for AGAL.
Well, let's take a look at that overall ranking because we will have only 2 matches left of Group A. Buriram, congratulations, you had passed the 200-point mark. I think it's safe to say that all these 4 squads might end up going to the finals unless we see an absolute just crush of emotions in Team Falcons.
Yeah, of course. I mean, seeing how AGAL right now has collected 199 points. We all know that AGIL is one of the strongest when it comes to Southeast Asia, but when it comes to the EWC, this is actually I mean, Loud, EFOS, you guys better get focused, okay? Because what the hell is happening right now? I mean, even Team Falcons is trying to pick themselves up, even though it's not, maybe it's not working as much as they wanted it to be.
Yeah, and if we have a look at this, like, so we've been talking about the AGAL and their consistency is still shining through. Buriram United as well. If we look at Loud, like Loud up to about 8 matches had 10.8 elims average with 9 placement, which is probably our top Buriram United. Like, so we've been talking about the AGA, like Loud up, like, gotta keep your wits about you because Team Falcons are sort of solidifying that path into performing with the elims and also the placement points. So this is something where Loud needs to keep on their toes for.
Now, not only for those top 4 teams going to the finals, the bottom 2 teams will end up going home. With those 2 games left, I see Demon Sprite finally being able to climb up. They're 9 points away from Titan and Paradox as well. Possibly, we could see another shift here on the leaderboard, Neptune.
We'll have to fight. Let's see, though, because even against AGAL, they're struggling. Earlier, I thought that Titan Esports Club will be able to bring a fight against AGAL, but with Katush, the only one remaining in this point, on 1 point in that game, it was... enough to pull away from
Thank you so much, Sanjay bro.
All I'm saying is that it's not even about the bad strategy, it's positioning as well. So I'm really racking my brain to like, how can we make them feel comfortable and try to do something more, because it's just sad to see at this point, honestly.
Some of those teams that were supposed to be listening to us aren't listening to us, and the ones that are currently secure in the finals, for some reason, they're listening to us. I talked about this team earlier, actually, and it's none other than Loud. We were talking about positionings with what AG has been able to do. Loud, I feel like this top teams might be using this last couple of games to try something different because we didn't see Loud in the middle of the circle this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they took the position of
AGAL on the south side, outside of the circle, so it's a good strategy as well. Like half of the will be read out by the other teams. You will be anticipated by the other teams as well. So you will have to switch it up. You have to change your approach, otherwise you'll be targeted so much. And you did mention how critical it is for the top 4, or for them to get in the top 4 and secure it.
Yeah, you can't sit in that top 4 and be like, oh, you know, my job is done here, because they're on you that also want that position as well. I mean, no one wants to go to the survival stage. They don't want to fight again. So this is where these next couple of games are going to be incredibly crucial for these teams. And, you know, we have been touching on, I think Buriram United, you're kind of safe. Like, that is an exceptional lead for them. But, I mean, mid-range of this leaderboard need to be able to be a little bit more cohesive and get those placement points on top of getting eliminations. Because, yeah, cool, you can make it into that final circle, but everybody else
அடிச்சிக்காதீங்க சந்தோஷ் சார் bro சும்மா தான கிடக்குது
exceptional eliminations right at the start, and a little bit more strategy to push themselves into that final zone and be able to secure a spot there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 places up for grabs, right? So it's everyone's game.
I
think it is time for us to see what's going to happen next.
Oh, I'm going to save us the curse, and I'm going to send it to the casters instead. We were able to bless some teams, wondering if they were going to be able to get 3 booyahs. We have 2 squads now with 2 booyahs apiece. So Husky, Lucifer, are they going to maybe get that 3rd booyah or no?
I am pretty sure at this point of time that anything is possible, and I'm looking forward to see if AGL can get that 3rd, or maybe TAG. But I gotta say, spicy words from Nix, from Lau, and Conchita's takes have been getting hotter. I'm throwing my book out the window.
Okay,
I'm here for the vibes, man.
Exactly. At this point, none of the things that happened yesterday in terms of points, in terms of how storylines were built, are all broken down as we see the flight path. This time at least a tad bit better compared to the previous game that we ended at Purgatory. But yes, a great end for Team Apex Gaming in India. And now another opportunity for AGL to get their 3rd here, and again, like how Buriram did, maybe even AGL do a 3 for themselves.
I mean, BRU hit the 200-point threshold as expected. First team to reach there. Wow, plenty of eliminations on their feet as well as teams started off hot. Well, this say Shoto really coming alive. Paradox, unfortunately, almost snuffed up of theirs. Madara, get a confirmation. That's the second one. Should be able to get the pick up there. Jazzy though, under fire. Pressure mounts. There is Apex nearby with Evos by their side.
Yeah, this is not the best of the battle, but look at Shoto. He has looked like a beast, completely going all in, the rusher. And now again, another opportunity that he wants to strike at. And there it is. Before going striking, he goes in for a revive. Abax quickly challenged by Demon Sprite, and Shoto going in for another revive. A couple of losses that they had, and Shoto gets all their players one after another back on their feet, going and getting in. One last player left from Team Apex Gaming, and Shoto right now doing the magic to get the Apex back.
And after an extended breather, suddenly this match 11 of Group A turned into the Wild West. They are still going. Top 16 needs assistance. Apex getting gunned down, but Russia that covers the flank. Madara ends up losing out. Demon's Pride needs to find a way out of this. They are slowly running out of gas, but Evos with a choco right around the corner. Jazzy confirmed. Demon's Pride vanquished.
Demon's Pride
match number 11, this is Demon's Pride going out at this point makes their chances and their keys all going out of their hands. Evos on the other, they'll be happy. However, tag not yet because Wolverine just got taken down by Loud. BZP and the team's very first elimination. And Sahil Jad in a complete different direction. Tag spread around the map itself because this start was not great for them. They're unable to replicate what they just did in the previous game. And I don't know how, right? One game they got a booyah, did not make the best in the second, and then coming back to the next, again another booyah. A little back and forth happening here from Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, we actually have a terminology for that. It's called the RRQ experience. In a way, sorry RRQ fans. You know it's true. You know it's true, Conchita. I love you a lot. But I gotta say, after
overconfident overconfident கிடையாது அதுக்கு பேரு சரியா இந்த லாபி இதுக்கு அப்புறம் இருக்க ரெண்டு மேட்ச் இப்படி தான் ஆடி ஆகணும் அதுக்கு பேரு overconfident கிடையாது வேற வழி இல்லங்கறது அதுக்கு பேரு வேற வழி இல்லங்கறது அர்த்தம் ஓகேவா overconfident கிடையாது அதுக்கு சைலண்டா இருங்க Aloni
with Demon's Pride out, they only have one more chance in match 12 to do so. Paradox hanging on by the skin of their team. They gotta find a revival to get back into the game.
But getting the game going is going to be due. Elimination, damage all being done. Aim God now taken down by Titan Esports Club. That was one of the players, but there's still a challenge coming in. Ray, he gets taken down. Titan Esports Club, they get challenged by Aurora. And look at the Axel's position. Completely taking this as an advantage, and Titan Esports Club, all they want is making sure they secure their survival state chances. And a challenge coming in from Azriel is good to deliver one, but then the entire trail of Aurora follows through. And Titan Esports
Club, Gun Dynasty இறங்கிட்டானுங்க bro. இப்ப மேல போற சான்ஸ் இருக்குது, பட் போறாங்களான்னு பார்க்கலாம். டாப் 4ல முடியாது. நான் சொன்ன பொசிஷன் 5 6ல முடிக்கறாங்களான்னு பார்க்கலாம். ஒரு சான்ஸ் இருக்கு இந்த மேட்ச். அதே போயாவை தொடர்ந்தாங்கன்னா ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. ஏன்னா கன் டைனசிட்டி இல்ல இந்த மேட்ச்ல.
Nameless and Cypher linked up. Shoto great snipe on the trap. Kutush with the full revival there. TAG racking up steady points. Next one fire actually finds deal with a P90 of all things. So the sniper of AGL will need to be brought back, and that's will be the case. Slow makes that rotation.
Bold makerலாம் அவனெல்லாம் போட்றுவானே bro. ஒருத்தருக்கானால கூட போடுவானே அவனே. நம்மலாம் தான் ஒருத்தன் இருக்கற எதுக்கு bold maker வேஸ்ட் பண்ணணும் bro. அவனே போடுவானே சங்கடமே இல்லாம.
On board AGL trying to get closer to their booyahs that they can cascade in the champion rush, but right as
launch pad மட்டும் அப்பப்ப நம்மள மாதிரி வைக்கறானே.
Chances trying to get better and they're picking on DRS one after another right at the vending machine at Zipway. Not even giving them a chance to breathe over there or even counteract.
Wait a minute.
And look at that. Instantly they go for a hit list and goes to Loud Gosha.
Aurora has 16 eliminations. What?
Yeah.
How much has happened?
That happened.
Wow.
Tag survival stage தான் போவாங்க. ஆமாமா. கஷ்டம் 4க்குலாம் போற கஷ்டம் bro. 60 பாயிண்ட் டிஃபரன்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கானே ப்ளஸ் இந்த மேட்ச் வேற பொசிஷன் பாயிண்ட் எடுப்பானுங்க. Kills இன்னும் அடிப்பானே எவோஸ் தாண்டி எல்லாம் மேல போற கஷ்டம்.
Big picks. They did trouble. Titan Esports Club. Those are some of the eliminations that they managed to
Falcons வேணா ட்ரை பண்ணலாம் பட் எவோஸ் தாண்டி போறது கஷ்டம். ஏனா Falcons கூட நம்ம நிறைய மேட்ச் விளையாண்டிருக்கோம். ஏசியா இன்விடேஷன் நம்ம Falcons கூட விளையாண்டிருக்கோம். பட் எவோஸ் கூட அவ்வளவுக்கு நம்ம விளையாடவே இல்ல. அதனால மேல போறதுக்கு நல்ல சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. எவோஸ் கூட விளையாண்டிருக்காங்க பட் அந்த அளவுக்கு விளையாடவே இல்ல. 2 வருஷமா நம்ம Falcons கூட விளையாடுறோம்.
It looks like Aurora are taking this chance as the top teams have decided to silence themselves at least here on next. Aurora are going
tapana launch.
Another challenge and excellent positions compromised. Dipped out of his defense, not great. Azriel tried to jump closer. Unfortunately, the landing was not that great, but what can Limit do? He's stuck in a very hard spot, surrounded by the entirety of Aurora.
Yeah, missing, unfortunately, airballing the Riptide Rhythm is going to put him in a rough spot. I think Aurora really fueled by the early pickings that they've gotten. Now seems to looking to build themselves into an unstoppable fourth circle, move south.
Limit மாறிட்டாரு
நினைக்கிறேன். Limit from the area, they get such a stronghold in that area around Zipway. I think the best part of Aurora right now, again, chances of making it in the top 4 pretty much unlikely, but they could cement the position to one of the generation record run. Remember, so far today, the most elimination a team has gotten for themselves is 20.
Yeah.
Aurora is at 19, 18, 19, so they're already looking to break a record.
This is around the 7-minute mark, right at the end of the game. So Aurora, in a brilliant run, for the time being, even Evo's trying to stretch that towards 10 of their own elimination. Tag, they find Kutasho there. Seems like the elimination feed slowly. Right now,
Aurora, in the match liya.
AGL picking off the last player of Paradox, and that is sneaky.
19 கில்ல எப்படி அடிக்க முடியும்? பராபர மேட்சே ஓபன் ஆயிருக்குதே.
Chances are looking bleak.
19 கில்ல அடிச்சிருமா நானே. ஏதாவது இருக்கும். பார்க்கல.
Hit scratches there from Paradox.
19 கில்ல.
The only thing that they could hope for right now
எப்படி bro?
TEC to be next. Then they will have a chance to bring it back. Maybe for Demon's Pride it's going to be an easier journey. 20-point gap. And a lot of hope that TEC don't make it this round and the next.
It's going to be a difficult one.
Bro.
Look forward to teams fall and their own uprising, and especially with only one game to go after this. But on the other end, Loud, they have a challenge. That's going to be DRS. They thought they were ahead of the game, but BCP, he was quickly surprised by DRS. Along with Aurora, 20 eliminations on the clock. Not yet 10 minutes, and Azriel going in for a chase. Pratik, he will be
bro, they are going in the beast mode, bro.
Right behind the drop, and Aurora not yet seen, but finally it's going to be the Axel and DRS out of the run. However, in this game.
A slight smirk from Axel's face. He knows that the magic is being performed here. They might even set a record.
Boy, tackle பண்றது பெட்டர். ஆனா பின்னாடி இருந்து அரோரா வரானே.
Count in around if this
Apex Gaming உள்ள போய் அவங்களை அடிக்கிறது பெட்டர். ஆனா பின்னாடி இருந்து அரோரா வரானே மாட்டிக்குவாங்க. அவன் ஏதோ கொடூரமா இருக்கான் இந்த மேட்ச்ல.
Set by Aurora, missing 4 years from the international stage. I don't care if they win the trophy in the end. There is going to be them inscribed in the history books by the end of this one.
Yeah, to do it at the Esports World Cup, to break records is not at all easy. Titan Esports Club, their journey started today in recovery, and somehow they are above the chopping block for the time being, and especially maybe a blessing in disguise that both Demon's Pride and Paradox are out, so get that difference even bigger. That's what they have to act here at Deca Square, right close to them.
போடா போய் அடிக்கலாம் அதிகமா போமானே அவங்களுக்கு தெரியாதல இந்த டீம் தான் வெயிட் பண்றாங்க AGI ல உள்ள அங்க தான் போறானே இப்ப அவனும் அங்க தான் போறானே ஜோன் அங்க தான்
better chance now to ascend in the rankings, and not to mention booting Paradox down to the last spot. Race of hope for TEC.
Evos late rotation, Falcons late rotation, and Falcons Evos முன்னாடி உள்ள போறாங்க. இல்ல Falcons Evos சண்டை நடக்குதுன்னு தெரியல. இல்ல launch போயிடுவாங்க Evos
into Falcons. BRU making the rotation over the boxing gym. Launch pad will be used. This is going to be quite the rotation straight in.
போய் செக் பண்றான் bro. பவர போட்டு ஆனா இங்க இருக்கானுங்க.
Going ahead.
Aurora இருக்கானுங்க முன்னாடி.
It's Aurora.
He might have the stealth bites and might be in call for the time being, but right in front of Aurora. The only two teams right as now here in Nextera having double digits, Aurora and Evos both next to each other, and it seems like Evos do not want any fight of this. They're back off the compound.
Oh, Rasa!
He finds an opening on Jun. Do they continue this action? It seems like they're not yet, but that was a warning shot coming in from Evos.
22 கிலோ எப்படி அடிச்சானே அவனே
Always the consistent
கடைசி ஒரு 4 கிலோட பார்த்தானா 20 கிலோ எப்படி அடிச்சானே அந்த 19 கிலோ
hope that you can lean your shoulder upon. Even yesterday we look back at Evo's track record, right?
Yeah.
Russia is the one that enables everything. He's the one that lights the fuse and gives Evos the second win. Survivor and Dominator all packaged into one.
Okay,
it's going to be quite the standstill between them and Aurora. Maybe BRU will break the ice. They now make the presence into the circle.
Every team getting closer, inching against everybody, 4 points for eliminations to be above and surviving afloat. And I think right as in a case in Nextera, every team is safe and sound, whether it be the top 4, the middle order, because the chopping block teams are already out. They are under threat of elimination.
Time out சும்மா சொன்னா போட்டுட்டானே யாரு நம்மால அதுக்கு மேல இருக்கானே
EWC's terms.
நம்மாலே கொடூரமானவன் அதுக்கு மேல இருக்கானே சும்மா சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தா போட்டுட்டானே மார்வேலே கம்மனே இரு மார்வேலே
Complete cascade of an action. Zones closing in. Falcons, a very big spread right at Deca Square. But with the binoculars being used, it gives an idea of a totality of the number of teams there. Either it came from Tag or it could be Titan. So it showed that there are 2 different teams holding in the major compound at the center of Deca Square.
Lau now makes their move. Here's the timing just right. With the circle centered around Aurora. Najjar takes out BZP rotation. Lau has no way to retrieve him. Rush up from the backside takes out Trap as well. Glue walls have to be used, but even for Guaksha, didn't really have much window to keep his team up. Evos now being the difference maker. And that gives Aurora even more time to set up. TEC will have to move. But then this Falcons lying in wait on fire. Shows it here! And there's a bait and switch with Limit following up.
As you said, the setup coming in from Limit and now Titan Esports Club. They wanted to create a difference in the number of points they have, and Falcons have them surrounded. But on the other end, it is Team Apex Gaming. They decided to jump in, put Limit itself down, but Kiroro acts quickly. Volvin and Katie got her down. Sahilja trying to recover this. Shoto has to do something brilliant right as now. Falcons have him surrounded, cornered, zones closing, and Shoto is in deep troubles. However, there's a close vending machine, and Sahil Jad with Shoto will be able to get one of their players back up.
And this could be an opportunity for TEC to take advantage of. Get a couple of knocks down, whittle down the members of Falcons, and give themselves a chance to move forward.
Oh, nice.
Pina though would put this down.
அப்பவே அவங்க ரஷ் பண்ணி கிளியர் பண்ணிடுவாங்க தப்பு பண்ணிட்டாங்க bro.
Every single second.
இதே இந்தியன் லாபில ஆடினாங்கன்னா அப்பவே கிளியர் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க ரஷ் பண்ணி. bro இந்த லாபிங் ஆடியே வெயிட் பண்றாங்க.
There is going to be pressure. Aurora, they gotta receive this hit. Can they overcome BRU as they crash through, hops on top of the roof? Falcons wipes out the members of AGAL.
AGL going out. Aurora have a chance to make the biggest record here at EWC 26 in Free Fire. 22 eliminations. They died down after that 8-minute mark we were talking about. We're talking about chances dying out. Team Apex Gaming here in next era. They lose their chance out. However, still chances for Titan Esports Club to rake up points, but they're under the axe of the Axel. And Zue is also helping out, and that is going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. 24 in total eliminations coming in from Aurora.
Hey, seriously, Aurora and Beast Mood, bro.
What's happening right below them? Is there a change?
BRU might be the only person that can, the only team that can stop this carnage from the Malaysians. Because of Azrael leading the charge as well. Axo onto limit this time.
Use பண்றானே bro. Use பண்றான் Aurora use பண்றானே bro. இந்த டைம் யூஸ் பண்ணிரானே bro.
Removed from the equation. The clutch factor of BRU no longer in the conversation. And Aurora, new surge of confidence, newfound hope, now takes on BRU, and they are on top of the roof.
A fight between Loud as well as Evos. But Evos, they have the numbers. Loud don't have it. Riptide Rhythm coming in, trying to fend it off, but it goes towards Aurora. The Axel's down, but they are quickly recovering. That's the best part. As you said, they are not overheating. Jun, he stepped out, quickly spotted multiple players and backed out. On the other end, Limit taking an advantage and Buriram out in the open. Buriram thought they're going to be ahead of the circle. The zone shifting, they wanted to take an advantage of it. It did not work in their favor. Aurora on the other end, back into the compound, pummeling bullets towards Falcons as they did trouble Buriram.
You want to talk about David versus Goliath. Aurora is the underdog right now. 25 and counting. Make it 26. Azrael with his 7th. Side by side with Jun. They make it to the high ground.
Hey bro, this is the open statement, bro.
They eliminate BRU with the help of Falcons. Down to just 4. Aurora and Evos have the best odds with the full squad left alive. As Loud also ends their journey in this match. Kororo all alone. It's going to be the neighbor derby here. Aurora ever so confident.
Hey, seriously, bro, this was an open statement, bro.
And the gloves are going to be let loose. Evos, the defending champions. Aurora, the first time in the making. Breaking a record. Evos have to set themselves up. Like how we've seen Aurora, they have their elimination spread across all the 4 players, 6, 7, all of that has been seen, but we saw Evos themselves at the early, looking cool, calm-headed, with fun in their name, with 6, 7 already being done by Russia. Like the Goliaths in this game.
Start to eliminate the external factors. As Evos, they take the challenge head on. You know they never shy away. Glue was put up by Aurora to prevent any sort of an off angle as Evos barricades themselves in its compound, but the circle is going to force certain movements. Suez still preoccupied by Kororo. He needs to be removed.
This is the plan. Aurora do not want to give the chance for Evos to step out until Kororo is removed, because they do not want somebody trying to pepper them out.
Proper volleyball was that defending champion was Aurora Esports, bro.
With the best possibility for Aurora,
27 kill.
They've closed out every opening on Evos.
There's a chance for a 43-point round right now for Aurora.
ஒரு இந்த மேட்ச் போயிடுச்சு சொன்ன மாதிரி 43 பாயிண்ட் ஒரே மேட்ச்ல.
Team. Last we saw was 42 points last year by Falcons.
Plus goal advantage வேற இருக்குது.
Aurora have a chance to make it 43. And how cool is that on EWC a year apart? The circle, it's going to be the game maker. Axo on the roof, but we eventually have to descend.
Neither of these teams have the best in the circle. They're at the edge of it. They're at the center of it. It will come down to a battle, but look at Aurora using all their glue walls, making sure Evos does not head out. They're hoping that this zone shrinks in their favor.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
waiting for an opportunity. Evos also not trying to rush out. This
Joel eliminated, bro. Aurora.
Is it really going to be a heating battle? Azrael.
Oh! Yeah, so aggressive, bro.
So it's going to be their lifeline. Rasha finding a knock. Here it comes. Evos on the hunt. Ezreal with the knockdown here. But the lifeline is on top of the roof. Is Aurora. All hopes on the Axo. Can he outlast the odds? Aim God. Knocked down by the blue zone.
Oh, the Axel.
Continuing to patch himself up is him and Apex. Who is going to outlast the system, Axo?
Oh, bro!
And Evos is the one that comes out on top.
The Tigers, they hold off the zone, helping them out. Aurora, they should have kept their aggression going on and they could have got a record. But what a booyah coming in from Evos, holding it off. We saw the fight could have broken out very early on Russia.
Bro, you are cheating. Bro, this is part of the game, bro.
Boxing, Jane, we did look forward to the bell, but it was in favor for Evos.
And regardless of that, Aurora have something to be proud of. Still a record being set. Almost close to 40 points. A scoreline that any team would dream of. Highly unlikely that top 4 standings will change, but this has at least kept Aurora in the game. And you know, for Evos, they know what the plan of Aurora was. They were prepped to play a healing game. What an impressive round, honestly, from the Malaysian team. I think it is something that, you know, we saw back in the SCA back in spring. The good games of Aurora are the games that they are willing to make these moves to take on the fight.
வெளிய போகும்போது அந்த கயிறை ஏத்தி விட்டு போனா ஓகேவா அந்த பவர் கயிறு பவர் அதுல தான் bro மாட்டிட்டானே bro என்ன
I agree. There was even electrotherapy being used by Evos. That also
ரெண்டு ஈக்குவலா தான் போயிட்டு இருக்குதா ஆனா அவன்ட்ட மெடிக்கேட் முடிஞ்சு bro அந்த பையன்ட்ட மேல
for those final battles.
Actually, medicate முடிஞ்சிருச்சியா
otherwise maybe could have had their own big one. Let's hear them.
I was ready for a bloodbath, honestly. I was so ready.
Oh, bro, அந்த பையனுக்கு மெடிக்கேட் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு bro, full medicate. Normal medicate இருக்கு bro.
And see what happens. They chose the safe way, but again, no harm, no foul, you know.
We've been seeing these teams who have had their booyahs
and their comms right at the very end. It has
not been hectic at all. And in this bed we saw them, they're like, hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing. It worked out for Evos.
I mean, you didn't even see Evos
yaar bro ivare within bro cheating irukkaru bro chuppondu
I guess we chill.
Part of the game bro அதெல்லாம் இருக்குறது bro அதெல்லாம் கேமுக்குள்ள அப்புறம் நொட்டக்காங்க டோன்ட் சரி பண்ணி எல்லாம் ரேங்க் புஷ் பண்றாங்க புடுங்கறங்க ரேங்க் புஷ் பண்றீங்க போய் கேளுங்க எல்லாத்தையும் டோன்ட் சரி பண்ணி
VWC
என்னையும் கேளுங்க ஏ புடுங்கறக்கான டோன்ட் சரி வைக்கிறீங்க கேளுங்க bro யாரு bro நீங்க எல்லாம் அவங்க நல்லா ப்ளே பண்ணாங்க புரியல bro எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் Alla part of the game bro adu avangaloda idu adu avangaloda luck
Hi me, there's a machine. I don't really understand how to play or how to use it, so I'm gonna ask this man right here. Hello. So can you explain how can we use or play this, because I really want to give a try.
Yes, so it's easy. I will push the start button and you will have 5 seconds to prepare and it will start falling down. You will have to catch them all, so there are 10 in totals. And once you catch one, you can drop it on the floor.
Wow, this game is going to be very hard. It's about successful testing. Okay, let's see if I can do it or not.
இது நமக்கு தெரியாதா என்ன 5 செகண்ட் நாம ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்றதுக்கு பண்ணியாச்சு
I think it's a good game to testing your flexible, and of course my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty fun for exercise. Let's move to the next one.
என்னென்ன other side என்ன prove பண்ணாங்க
From
from that last map. I mean, ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it. What I cannot believe is the fact that it was a Malaysian squad that almost broke the record of Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian fans out there, that you're not just here to fill a slot, that you're here to go all the way to the grand finals, and because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with
it. Because today has been crazy.
Yeah.
We started off the day with Booyahs from TAG, and they had 2 of them despite struggling yesterday, and AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that Booyahs as well.
Absolutely. It's just Chuck Day India all day long. This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise up to the occasion. They clearly knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen the way India plays, and it is all about the patience. It's all about reading and understanding the rotations of the other teams and then going in for the strike when you truly need to do so. And today is the day. Perhaps they might not get the early access into the grand finals, but what they will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon Sprite, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals, or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get in there a tad bit earlier, but there is no harm whatsoever in playing that survival stage, right? You've got an extra 10 games to go through that also gives you a little bit of extra warm-up before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
Yeah, they still are. They're still farming. They're still going crazy right now, and I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this,
we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity.
Hey, once they are chasing them is from
Bangladesh, TEC. Now they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spots, those 2 bottom spots, but they're a little bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round. I'm expecting them to make a breakout run.
Yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So in your opinion, what do you want to see on the final map?
I want to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion, even though Demon Sprite as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the last map? Other casters, we have Lucifer and also Husky.
You are damn right, Tash and AJ. Last match of Group A, and we are about to see some dreams get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference for these 2 teams. We saw TC, they ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the pride of Pakistan, that journey might be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for Group A, match number 12, and it starts now with Paradox already taking a dive towards Moat House, but then DRS, not the great journey as they dive out very first. Sneaky, however, has taken a dive in the other direction, but very close is even Demon's Pride. Both the ones almost at the bottom, out of the race, are very close. This is unfortunate.
Yep, very poetic as well. The last map is Purgatory. And can they survive Purgatory? Pratik making home look a bit grim that L2K doing the same to Enrique.
Paradise
needs to back up, but L2K needs to be able to hold the fort so far. Paradox down in numbers, DRS with 2 already.
This is not looking great. Windy, he wants to do something, has a Vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready, but he doesn't even get to use a single bullet. And he gets taken down by Pratik, the P90 putting him down, but Sneaky. Thankfully, there was a revive, so he can go for this battle, but for how long can he do this? Paradox need to recover. They need to understand the stakes right now. That if they get eliminated so early, the result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine. And that means, at least for this situation, it won't change much. But with Demon's Pride arriving, you gotta make something out of it. Aswa finding L2K, that makes it even worse for Paradox. Windy will bring him back. Finally, Sneaky getting the job done. Getting the first for Paradox. A step in the right direction. Strowax will want to find revenge. But Sneaky is doing his absolute best to stay alive. But Strowax pulls out the sight and ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now is going to queue up and see if he can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen. Hope Demon's Pride are prepared for it. One thing for sure, in the intention of moving towards moat houses, the fight is isolated. Whatever happens, you may be able to recover it. But can it work out? It doesn't. Both top 16 and Madara, they get taken out.
And that does not look good at all.
Better, bro. Bro.
Still a chance. TAG, on the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty watching that top 4 slip away. Now we'll have to see if they can at least end on a high note. Do it like what Aurora did in the previous round. Almost 40 bomb. Gyro getting spotted out by Jun. That's half his health bar gone.
Aurora, just before this, they had only Jun surviving, but thankfully got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out with a bang is something that Gun Dynasty should expect and should replicate, because their top 4 chances are now gone. Unfortunate for them, the great run that they had on day 1 cannot do or say much here on day 2, because the Southeast Asia and Brazil, they went all out. And again, going in for a battle is going to be EVOS and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either end. Dew now gets closer with his sniper. Can he find the opening? Yes, he does. It's going to be Ray getting taken down. Confirmation not yet there. Aim God running right across. Ray's confirmation will follow to Dew. And now Cypher following with ABAX going down. AGAL looking better, but finally taking a hit on Dew. Now it gives a chance for EVOS to get back into the game.
Aim God's gonna get surrounded as he revisits that area. The double back for AGAL paid off big time as they picked off majority of EVOS and forcing them into that revive game. Dew doesn't even go down. None is lost on the side of AGAL. As the feed continues to light up with some of the bottom teams. Stroax finding his 4th on the Sneaky. Jazzy picked up by Get High. Things continue to develop in a negative way for Demon's Pride and Paradox. TAG needs to find a way to get Woven back into action, as Azrael also destroyed by Pina.
Falcons at Central, a UAV to scan. They do not find anything. On the other end, Aurora, we spoke about this. After almost a record-breaking performance, this last game of Purgatory is now working in their favor. Last time it was Jun, this time it's the Axel. On the other end, DRS are still hitting on Paradox, getting extra eliminations from them. Quick on the revive, thankfully had enough coins to get the whole squad back up. What is this again? Demon's Pride and Paradox one against each other. And Windy quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well. But at the end of it, it's going to be Madara who gets that elimination. And that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demon's Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out, because TAC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
With top 16 going down.
Again,
a reset, a hard reset.
Would just have to make a rotation.
Takes down Wasana in the meantime.
Aurora வேற இருக்கானுங்க சர்வர் ஸ்டேஜ்க்கு. அப்புறம் அந்த பக்கம் 4 டீம் யாராருன்னா புட்சோ போயிடுவானுங்க.
Losing out again.
அப்புறம் யாரு லாஸ்.
And like you said, Lucifer, this
அப்புறம் இன்னொரு யாரு bro? நேத்து நல்லா விளையாடுற யாரு?
If it's not into the pockets of Paradox and Demon's Pride,
yeah,
There's no chance.
Not sure what the thought was. Maybe they both wanted to go for a drop clash and DRS ended up becoming the surprise. DRS are getting those extra points at the time.
Loud in
the meantime, they are getting their own eliminations.
RRQ இருக்காங்களா அதனால அந்த group கஷ்டமாயிடும்.
Chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both teams, especially அதோட சேர்ந்து போயிரணும். players one after another.
அந்த அதாவது அந்த டாப் 4ல போய் ஒரு டீம் உள்ள போயிரணும். அப்பதான் பேலன்ஸ் இருக்கிற 4 டீம்ல 2 டீம் வந்து இந்தியன் டீம் போறதுக்கு சான்ஸ் இருக்கு.
Every fan of AGL
யாகினி போக முடியாது வேற வழி இல்ல.
Russia still in first place. At least tied up with
Saifa. டீம் ஏதாவது ஒரு டீம் போய் ஆகணும் கிராண்ட்.
Previous Clash Squad tournament he actually is the most damaged.
இல்லனா மூணு டீம் போறதெல்லாம் விட மாட்டானே கஷ்டம்.
No one could get close to him.
Yeah.
ஃபைட் ரொம்ப டஃபா இருக்கு. அடுத்த நாளைக்கு நடக்க போற மேட்ச்ல கொடூரமா இருக்கு.
Getting removed. But now, coming alive, Gun Dynasty, that's exactly what they need.
Maybe the last game, but still.
அது நாளைக்கு bro, அது நாளைக்கு.
Give it your all.
Apex நீ போவாது bro.
Warning to the teams who will make it to the survival stage.
வந்து survival stage போறாங்க. நாளைக்கு வராங்க.
Paradox in the meantime.
அவங்களால இன்னைக்கு அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சு போ. கடைசி மேட்ச் ஒரே மேட்ச்ல 80 பாயிண்ட் எடுக்கணும். எடுத்தாலும் உள்ள 80 பாயிண்ட் மேல எடுக்கணும்.
Something that we were looking forward to. When we speak about South Asia, yes, India now looking great, especially after tag getting 2 booyahs.
பாருங்க டாப் 4 க்கு அதுக்கு எவ்வளவு?
Teams in Bangladesh
80 பாயிண்ட் டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு bro. கஷ்டம்.
In our group B as well. They have not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up.
அதனால செட் ஓல்னா
TG
ரெண்டு ஏதாவது ஒன்னு போய் ஆகும்.
Source of motivation for Mia Corp too.
Yeah.
And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have had a slight taste before this. But for USA, absolute first time. Demon's Pride. Unfortunately, the journey might have just ended here at the foothill of VWC 26. All eyes now on TEC and Paradox. 27 points to tie. The highest of mountains for Paradox to climb, but they're still in it.
These are the numbers that we kind of talk about when teams need to get a champion rush. How far are they? How can they deny teams? But right as now,
Paradox
it's
about
staying alive,
and
that's going to be an even tougher task to work around. And I think Paradox, they have a long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this, because we've not seen so far 11 games they've played. We've not seen them pull off a double-digit game.
If TC didn't also have 8 eliminations under the belt.
Yeah.
The break even. And that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed. Shox taken out by BZP. It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential. If it doesn't directly affect Paradox.
Chance வெளியதான். Paradox-உம் TB-யும் அவ்வளவுதான்.
Every time
நொறுக்குவாங்க போட்டுட்டு போ. கீழ போட்டு உடைப்பாங்க
by
வரைக்கும்.
DRS or being challenged by somebody else. This time at least they've fended off DRS. It's only going to be Pratik and they instantly surround him.
Nice.
Quick on the take. It's going to be sneaky. Happy on that elimination. Is also going to be Paradox.
Thank you for France bro. Arji bro.
Elimination. Loud is getting closer at that ski lodges and Forges above.
Thank you so much guys. Hey guys, அந்த ஜோல்ஸ்ல இருந்தா சென்ட் பண்ணி விட்டுருங்க guys. ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாதீங்க எனக்கு அனுப்புங்க guys.
And remember, with that elimination,
சூப்பர் சாட் போடுங்களா அந்த டாலர் சிம்பிளுக்கு மேல அதுல இல்லனா இதுல இருக்கும் அது பக்கத்துல ஒரு gift box காட்டும். நிறைய பேர் 1000 வச்சிருப்பீங்க. ஒரு எல்லாருக்கு 50 இருக்கும்.
But
with the right placement points,
not the best challenge right they have. DRS they somehow were able to fend off. You can see Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Love. This is how they challenge, going directly in, and Trap puts the player from Paradox down. Now Windy, he spots them from afar. Thankfully, none of the players from Paradox were close by, and Loud.
Thank you, bro. Thank you,
and tried to back off, but now Nyx has spotted them. That will instantly tell Loud to go for the next fight.
Yeah. Forget about a hit and run. How about hit you straight? Again, Paradox sent on the run again. Paradox actually have a good spot to not only get the revive, but reset again. But for Loud, they've already cemented their 4th spot. Really doesn't matter how this round turns out. Falcons, impossible to make it to grand finals. We'll have to play for survival.
Hello?
Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the field as well, taking out Pratik. Spinel is the one that breathes life into the team. BRU as well, finding a recovery. It's Gun Dynasty under the lightning zone, challenged by AJL and deal best Panel.
2 shots looking for the second.
Hey, thank you for the jolts, bro.
As David goes down, even Vega gets taken. This is AGL looking forward to their run at that champion rush, and now Loud has a challenge right in front of however, is not going to work out. Trap gets taken down. That's due for you. Due looking forward to another challenge with Nick. Trap getting confirmed. Cypher puts BZP down. Now Nick gets closer to Due in that CQC. It's going to be Nick delivering for Loud.
He did say that only Brazil will prevail, but unfortunately AGL will remind him that the true kings so far are still the Thais, and Loud will have to take a bow now. Guaksha brings Trap back in. Another reset for Aurora, blowing all of that steam in the previous game, and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round ahead of them. Only one remaining survivor. Paradox back in action. PRU right in front of them. The Paradox can get to this hurdle. Gotta start with TAG.
Which is the best fight for Paradox to pick? At this point, none. But they have to. If they want their chances at Esports World Cup 26, go to the survival stage right here in Paris. And Tag right now closed off. Instant dash coming through. Windy has to find the opening. It's going to be Shoto to turn it around, denying Paradox an opportunity. However, KD got been exchanged. That confirmation will not work through. Oh, they do actually. And Shoto trades it off with one of his own.
Could have got a lot of words for Paradox, but bailed out by Windy with his life, with his dying breath. Enrique now with the challenge, absolutely decimated. Paradox down to 2. On their last legs, in front of TAG. L2K now removed. Shoto making sure that Paradox will breathe their last here. BRU now show up. And Sneaky out in the open. And that is all she wrote. Paradox Gaming breathes their last in Paris.
They held that fight for far too long, holding it out here. And Buriram also got closer now, even Loud. So Buriram, they are also at a disadvantage. They also need to decide to pick it up. And looking at the best spot is going to be Team Apex Gaming. In the meantime, as Paradox has gone out, the troubles for Titan Esports Club have vanished.
அடுத்த மாசம் வேஸ்டா போயிருச்சு அருண்காந்தி பிரதர் ஆகஸ்ட் சொன்னா ஆகஸ்ட் மாசம் ஆரம்பிச்சுனா அது வேஸ்டா போயிடும் மாசத்தை ஜெட்டா தெரியுமா நீங்க ஒரு அளவும் தெரியாது அடுத்த மாசம் அது
a nice hit coming in from Ray, denying Aurora and eliminating them.
Hero இதோட போறாங்க
they use their binoculars. They spot 7 players and that's going to be Loud, that's going to be Buriram, along with close by Team Apex Gaming. Nejad trying to time this perfectly. He's behind all the enemies who've already made it inside the circle, and I think Titan Esports Club are making sure no second chances left to anybody, that they still have points and they qualify, make it to the survival stage at least.
They've done just enough for another 10 rounds tomorrow. So from this point onwards, there's no more consequences to whatever happens. But it'd be nice to get the booyah to add on to that record. And GD, they're doing the Aurora run, man, Lucifer.
Yeah.
18 eliminations.
They've gone big. Gun Dynasty now in a cluster though. Loud has spotted Nejad. So for his survival, it looks not that great. He should be picked off very soon. Team Apex Gaming, they've been holding in that tent for far too long. Their position was already compromised when Buriram made the entry. But Buriram, now they have an attention to pay to somebody else. That's going to be Gun Dynasty. But Gun Dynasty, before giving them any heat, they want to take a fight against Team Apex Gaming. But Team Apex Gaming, they've closed all the fronts. Just like how an entry was done by Paradox, no other team is getting an allowance like that. And now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as Evos walks up.
And BRU is listening in closely in separate tent as well. Russia will have to spend some time to heal back up. The medic gun speeds up the process. Loud taking care of Nejad. The Titan Esports Club are writing their last. But again, just enough to make it to tomorrow. But Loud now have distance, great angles to intervene in this four-way fight happening right in front of them.
Last 5 teams, out of which only one team has all their 4 players surviving. That's going to be Evos. Sahil Jad, Shairu did blow open in a place to enter the doorway, but it did not work out. Sahil Jad was holding it off. BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of Gun Dynasty. The chrono for the time being, will it save him? He gets into this own monster truck that was brought by Gun Dynasty and trying to hold it off. David on the other end trying to use his own guns to put the player down. It doesn't work out. One by one, players from Loud get taken down, and Gun Dynasty get eliminations raked up. Hit it to 21.
Loud elimination.
They tried to save David, but the blue zone hurt too much. Attempted Grand Theft Auto by Loud. Punish. In the loss of GD, Russia getting tagged from afar. Benel and Shiru, both going big. Circle closing in less than 10. Evo's now on the aggression. Inching closer and closer to a GD. This is great for BRU and TAG, and I believe we've seen this before earlier today.
Just like what Evos ended up doing on day one, instantly showing why they're the defending champions. Now they're closer to one more for themselves. However, Gun Dynasty, they do not want to give them a chance. They want to make sure this last game, everybody gets to know their name once again, just like they made it on day one. Chrono being used, Evos get closer, damage being done, and that Chrono will protect Gun Dynasty for the time being.
The circle is moving, BRU calls dips on that. Team Apex Gaming staying behind, but the last two times they did that, they won the round.
Yeah.
But this time they won as a member. They don't have KD got with him. But they still have Shoto.
Every time fight breaks out between three teams, it's always Team Apex Gaming have an advantage. So they want to wish Evos and Buriram go fight against each other, but it looks like Evos have their clear intention of who they're going to take this fight against.
The Blues are starting to hurt TAG, forced to take the long road. That's going to cost them some health. Wasana already waiting in the flank. The point guard. Pushes forward from the side, held back by Moshi. Abax needs to get something done right now. Can AimGod break it open? Shoto certainly does. As he takes down the young prince of BRU. Finds one onto Evos. Abax responds, but it's on to Moshi. That's the execution right out in the open. BRU seems to be the target. Shoto gunned down by Rashap, but moving. Picks him back up, drops the dough. TAG are so close.
Another opportunity for them. Team Apex Gaming, a man down, but they have a lot of hopes. With the aggression they would want to convert on. But the damage coming in from AimGod. Wolverine, the last man is the savior. Can he do something brilliant? AimGod says no and shuts them down. And that's going to be the defending champions of EWC.
Seriously, on top performance, bro.
They have a statement at the end of Group A games.
Super, bro. Super.
To close out the group stage, at least for Group A, Evos have made a statement indeed.
Respect Soto, bro.
1 year difference. Since 25, since they hoisted that trophy, they have been on a slump. People were wondering if that is it for Evos. So much doubt throughout fall, throughout Global Finals 2025, throughout spring. And here they are, 2 good days in a row. And that's Paradox Gaming on your screens. The rep from Africa.
But
throughout all of that, BRU have done more than enough. They are going to be the ones that tops Group A.
What a game coming in from Buriram. I think while we talk about teams consistency, right? They showed us what consistency means. Yes, this game and the previous one are back-to-back Booyah pulled off by Evos, showing why and what they are, what they're looking forward to in EWC 26. But consistency is the key. That's what everybody wants to place inside the shield. And maybe Buriram might be writing it for themselves.
Let's listen in on what Evos is talking about with that win in the final round.
Koin na.
Kartu lang. Wow! Boya lagi itu dia. Boya anjing. Itu dia. Akhirnya nge-kill itu akhirnya.
AimGod standing up before the fight even ends, but hey, it's set in stone. Even though Evos, they got that back-to-back Booyah, but again, at Esports done more than enough to be at the top of the group, and you know what that means, Lucifer.
They will. 2 keys will be crushed.
And
for AimGod like that, he knew what was happening. He had taken 2 of the players of tag down, so he knew his teammates in a 3v1 will pull it off. And it eventually they work out. Evos, but you can see at the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox, they're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on. And on the other end, Demon's Pride, this was their very first time from their region, and they wanted to make sure they put up a big performance. They tried their best, but the level of Group A being the toughest did trouble them.
Yep. Of course, the Latam fans here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean, for Africa, it's the first time for the region, but for Pakistan, it's not the first year.
Yeah.
And that's the contrast that we see on the stage right now. they can still walk back with their heads held high because they have done more than enough to showcase their best on the world stage, and I'm pretty sure there's more to come.
There is a lot. That's what we look forward to from every team whenever they step up on a stage like this. And this is how we love to see things like this. But on stage, we have Barney ready. Let's send it to him.
Well, 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 an exciting day, and Group A has now come to a close. 6 teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are going to go home. And so that's what we're here to do right now. But first, I'm going to have a little interview with Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene, okay? Let's go back in time, your journey to this point. World champions in 2025. 5th in the regional finals, so not obviously, you didn't match your expectations for that, but now dominating in the group stage at the Esports World Cup, that's got to boost your confidence, right, Rosanna?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับผลงานในวันนี้ออกไปในทางยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเนี่ยขอย้อนเวลากลับไปในปีที่แล้วสักนิดนึงใน global ในเวที global tournament นะฮะหรือว่าในเวทีระดับ region นะฮะเราจบที่5ซึ่งไม่ได้ไปตามทางที่เราหวังมากนะอยากทราบว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างฮะ
ก็วันนี้ก็ทำได้แล้วครับก็ทำให้เห็นแล้วก็ใช่ไหมพี่ผมตอบถูกไหมนะฮะก็คือก็ดีใจครับแค่นั้นเลย
Yeah, actually we are very happy and excited that we finally be able to like prove ourselves that we deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
I like that. Now, one thing that all these teams are chasing, obviously, whilst we're here, is consistency. And it seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts, because you guys managed to secure 3 booyahs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up points every single game. What does it mean to have these teammates with you and performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำบูย่าไปทั้งหมด3ครั้งด้วยกันแต่วันนี้เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่าเราจะไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแม้แต่ครั้งเดียวแต่เรายังได้แต้มเสมอทุกเกมเลยนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างครับผม
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ได้ตามซ้อมตามแผนที่เตรียมมาครับผมว่าคะแนนประมาณนี้พวกผมก็ทำได้เป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกดีใจหรืออะไรครับแค่รู้สึกพอใจตัวเองมากกว่าที่ทำได้ตามฟอร์มครับ
Yeah, actually we are pretty happy and satisfied with our performance because like this is supposed to be our true form and true power. So if we can do it like this over and over again, I think we're going to be able to claim the champ trophy.
I like to hear that. I like the confidence. It's good. Now, gentlemen, it's time to join me. Come on, walk with me. This right here, this is called the Crusher. And as you can imagine, we're going to crush some hopes, going to crush some dreams, and crush some keys. Like I'll remind you, we have 2 teams who have been eliminated from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed. And so, we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
กดปุ่มเลยครับ
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal the teeth. It looks menacing. Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทุกทีมเลยไหมฮะกับแล้วก็2ไม่เป็นไรครับเก่งแล้วแต่ผมเก่งกว่าครับตัวที Yeah GG nice try but we are better than you guys sorry
Oh to hear. Okay pull that lever in 3 2 1 send them home And just like that, 2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the studio before we continue with day number 2.
சொல்ல விரும்புறீங்களா அந்த 2 டீமுன்னு கேட்டாங்களா அதுக்கு அவர் என்னங்கறாரு நல்லா ட்ரை பண்ணீங்க ஆனா நாங்க உங்களை விட பெட்டரான டீம் அப்படிங்கறாரு எப்படி அவர்தான் வசனா அதான்டா வசனா அவர்தான் வசனா இல்ல அதான் வசனா OBS bot
Now, something that really hits close to home, and one of the things that we cherish the most here at the Esports World Cup is support for our players on the main stage. And one of the most incredible things is, of course, when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shailesh here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming. Shailesh, tell me what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage at an event like this?
It's great to cheer for your son, especially if he's an 18-year-old son and who is doing something which I don't understand.
Why it is subscribed to the channel?
So you can imagine it's very difficult to cheer for him. But once he won the Indian Championships, before that I was a tough opponent of his. I used to refuse and deny him whatever he asked for. But after he won that, I knew he was passionate about this game. So you can imagine I've got 4 other family members with me. I have spent so much money to come here to support him. So that says it all. Now I am one of his biggest fans.
I love that. We managed to convert you to being a fan of esports. Madhvi, what is it like being here as a mum? I think that one of the most important things is to teach your children to chase their dreams, right? And now Shoto is chasing his. How does that feel?
It's a proud moment for me as a mother. He's playing very well, enjoying.
He's playing incredibly well, especially today. After yesterday, okay? Yesterday was a struggle, an uphill battle. Today they're playing so well. Yeah, tell me how it feels.
Yeah, I think 2 games is quite the progress, I would say, because I think yesterday it was kind of a struggle for almost every single player in their team. But finally they have proved themselves and made a great comeback, which I'm sure a lot of people, even in our home country, India, are proud of.
I love it.
Shoto's family is going to be happy because Tag is going to survival stage, as we saw the first keys being crushed here for Free Fire at EWC26, none other than Demon Pride and PDX, but we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, Buriram. Very consistent today.
Yeah, consistent as heck, but it seemed like they did run out a little bit of speed from day number 1. I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all, they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They were just being very consistent, very average games, and they still remained up in the top. But what's interesting is Gun Dynasty kind of slowing things down today, intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately for them, Loud has taken away their spot in the top 4 already. They get to move on into the grand finals. But more importantly, it was the storyline of who's at the bottom. And Titan Esports Club, TEC, many doubters out there. Of course, tons of supporters as well. They have managed to save themselves from relegation.
Just barely. It feels like just barely, because at the beginning of the day, I mean, throughout the day too, that squad was just there in contention, doing enough to what it took to keep them away from those bottom 2. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way. Yeah. Lace, boy, did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up as we see the top 4 teams that will be moving on to the grand finals. Was Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you know, I sort of said that this is something that they need to showcase a little bit more grunt into it, and boy, did they do that. So from up to about 10 matches, they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4 placement, which is actually beating, you know, teams like Gun Dynasty, who, you know, just brought it back in these last couple of matches. So seeing that sort of, like, I guess, competition between these 2 teams, Falcons, Gun Dynasty, is obviously what makes these storylines so fantastic. Clearly not enough to make it into that top 4 we saw in that final circle. It was like looking good for these teams, and then somewhere along the lines, you know, they came in from the eastern side. I know, like, I think it was Loud holding the eastern corner there for quite some time in the position, so it was very difficult for Team Falcons and obviously Gun Dynasty to sort of get that fruition and get those extra placement points that they needed to push them up to that top 4. But look, if we're looking into like survival kind of matches here, this is an excellent feat from them. So I'm pretty keen to see like what happens with like the next group and how these guys will go in contention with that. But like a great, obviously, you know, I guess, team effort from Team Falcons for them today.
Indeed. They need to find a way to get those booyahs, because as you saw there in the top 4, it was just squads that were able to get booyahs. Apex Gaming, I mean, we saw what one of the players' families was saying there, happy with their performance. A little bit too late from what we saw in the first day, but a great bounce back for this squad going into survival and taking some momentum with them.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing this team, if you think about it. Yesterday, fairly quiet. Now coming in today, I think coming in really hot. And I think it's really good as well, because day one is more of like icebreaker day. Everyone's just trying to get a feel of each other as well, as right? But another team I really want to talk about as well is Aurora. Because coming into this,
I would say that around Neptune.
True.
They were a team. I felt like yesterday they were struggling. They were knocked out a bit too early so many times. We saw the vision, but not the execution. And whatever it is that happened yesterday or today, in fact, they almost broke a record today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to bring the conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is a whole big win for India as a region who are making it back into the global scene after a long, long time. I mean, many people would have expected these Indian teams to be rusty, and that's exactly what they were in day one, at least for Team Apex Gaming. But today they have shown us that they can play some good fights, they can rip away some good booyahs, but is it going to be enough for them to qualify into the grand finals? Because if you're looking at the teams that are stacked here, that are going to probably make it into the elimination rounds, it's not going to be easy. I mean, in this group in itself, I've got 3 or 4 favorites, but there are only 4 spots left for survival rounds.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, first time being able to be in this kind of stage. It's been a while. We even heard Lucifer saying the first day was going to be a bit of a slow start. The second day was going to be a hyped up moment for them, which ended up being exactly like that for this squad. Going to tag, though, I know you've been at the global finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man. I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life, all right? So to explore esports, to have your parents fly all the way down to Paris to celebrate you and to support you, I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish and hope those other parents support their teams as well. But, you know, on a more serious note, I think they're doing very well. I'm not expecting them to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they've stepped back into the global stage, but it's more to prove to the rest of the world what India can do. And I think they're doing a very good job at that.
And Tash, one thing that we saw being able to do from that team was getting the booyahs.
Yeah.
And in regards to those top 4 squads, we ended up seeing they had to get those booyahs. I feel like that's going to transition into tomorrow for survival.
One thing's for sure though, when you are going to be running this and you do make it to that top 4, that survival stage, for me personally, I think that having that 1 more day to play gives you momentum, gives you an edge in terms of trying to learn what exactly needs to be fixed and how you can fix it throughout the day. As you go into the grand finals, granted that you do go into the grand finals, it does give you a little bit more of an edge for me personally compared to the teams that already just go straight on to that final day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think teams like Titan Esports Club, they are a little bit more grateful that we've added in more squads, right? They're a little bit more grateful that more regions are in here. So now they are kind of like the veterans in the competition. So they've survived this stage already, but to survive survival stage as a whole is going to be very tough because of the kind of teams that we have got going in there. We've also got Group B who are going to be playing in a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, down at the bottom, the teams who are already struggling are not going to be obviously a very big, fight for them. But the teams that do make it in there, I think the survival stage is going to be a hell of a lot more exciting than whatever we've seen in the past 2 days.
Yeah, on the broadcast, I think it was the other day, we watched this group and I've been saying that it's kind of like 2 lobbies in one group.
Yes.
We have ahead of the pack, the top of the lead, the AGLs, you know, all sitting up there, and then everybody sort of fighting in your mid-range to the end, which is pretty tough for this lobby. Like, this lobby is exceptionally stacked. And, you know, if we do sort of like swivel over and move over to our second lobby that will be coming up, you know, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, AJ, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being like watching this team team throughout their play style today.
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, traveling around Paris, just watching, exactly how the culture is like here, having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were saying about tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Neptune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching upon it too from Evos. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. Aurora, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on. They weren't able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for Aurora.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them, though, kind of like Tag, right? You can see that they were making it up with these big hero plays, these big hero moments. You want to play catch up. It's good. But for me personally, consistency is key. You want to be able to go to that next map with at least 5 to 10 points just to keep yourselves ahead of the rest of the teams. That's for me personally.
Yeah, you are being too Asian mom with this right now. We have seen Aurora play for many years, and I think, 2 out of the 4 players on the main roster already have got the global stage experience, but they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they're kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've.
நான் கொஞ்சம் கழிச்சு வரேன். நீங்க பாத்துருங்க. நான் மேட்ச் ஆரம்பிச்சு ஒரு 5 நிமிஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வரேன். ஓகே. பை வந்துடுறேன். பை. இது போட்டுட்டு போறேன். லைவ் அப்படியே ஓடிட்டு இருக்கோம். சாட்ல எல்லாம் அடிச்சுட்டு கிடங்க. வந்துடுறேன்.
Know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Garena city ride.
That is right. Two teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Barney, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running day 2 now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the Mia Core.
Break, bro. Miro, Islander, Miro.
Ali Esports.
Team RRQ.
Twisted Minds.
Team Secret.
Islander, Surendra.
Fluxo W7M.
Total Gaming Esports Iku.
Straw Hats.
Lion.
Emmy Bear Loss.
S8 வருவாங்க பாருங்க.
S8 UL Esports.
YouTube ஸ்பான்சர் பண்றாங்க bro.
And finally, Team Vitality.
Hi. நீங்க வேற இடையில
Here we are, our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen and no one is really safe.
We've got $1 million on the most elite teams. And so with that being said, it's time to close out the group stage of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
Tracker வச்சிட்டு போந்துருங்க.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Garena city grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now
already ரெண்டு டீம் எலிமினேட் ஆயிட்டாங்க. தக்க ஏதோ பண்றாங்க.
With an almost impossible climb.
Already ரெண்டு டீம் எலிமினேட் ஆயிட்டாங்க. இந்த மேட்ச்ல வேற ரெண்டு டீம் இந்த இப்ப நடக்க போற ஆறு மேட்ச்ல வேற ரெண்டு டீம் எலிமினேட் ஆவாங்க.
Remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back. Don't hesitate and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy along with the help of MIB are lost, and it's going to be MIB are lost getting the very first booyah of Group B.
Monday எப்போ bro match? Engage evening bro 5:30.
Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the third booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another. And
bro, Paradox
eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB.
is the chance for early qualifiers. Today is an unfortunate moment of heartbreak for two teams who will get to go on a little bit of a holiday here in Paris before they fly back home. But who is it going to be? Miakop, Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive. And I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yesterday, loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation, but also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lobby like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the fight to squeeze themselves into the top 4. Even if MIBR kind of sleeps on us, giving us average games back to back, I don't think they're going to be at risk of getting kicked out of the top 4.
Absolutely. I think one thing's for sure though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2 slot.
Yeah.
After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during the desk, right, about how hard it would be to be playing through that survival stage. It's going to be hard, it's going to be lethal, and most importantly, it's going to be mind-bogglingly stressful.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have got the best of the best from around the world. We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little bit of a blessing as you take these Super Titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against teams who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we get into the survival stage. But of course, beyond all of that, if any teams do manage to show us a constant streak throughout those 10 games,
thank you for the August, bro. Thank you so
but
much.
I'm looking forward to a situation like that. What's going to be the fate of the Indian teams? Now we saw this spot for Shoro. He's got his family members here. But for the rest of the Indian squad, I hope they are not going to be depending on the spot, but they're going to be depending on all that they have conversed, all that they have prepared for before reaching this stage, because there's still a lot to prove, and more importantly, you got to save yourselves from Miakop as well as Straw Hats, who are sure as hell going to be looking to climb up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and I think what's really important as well is that day 1 is the day that you get a feel of everything. You have an idea, you learn from your mistakes. You have that few hours before coming into today to really fix up your mistakes, whether it be changing your drop spots, whether it be figuring out which teams you'd rather go head-to-head with. And that is why, it's really scary today. Definitely, I think the heat is up. Everyone's playing a little bit more fast compared to cautious at least from Group A that what we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised to see it here too in Group B.
Absolutely. Fluxo, the potential of them going all out today, I really don't see it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a team that usually flies under the radar, and when it's definitely needed at the finals, that's exactly when they show you what they're truly capable of. That being said though, 2 years back-to-back, they haven't been able to grab that trophy. Not only were they not able to grab the trophy, they were nowhere close to walking away with the trophy here. Free Fire. So perhaps they want to change that. They're currently sitting in the 3rd spot, not too far away from MIBR loss. I feel like 1 game can allow them to catch up. 2 games should allow them to overtake MIBR loss. But that is, of course, a question. Is MIBR going to allow such a thing to happen today as well?
Yeah, because yesterday they were on a streak. They were taking advantage of the fact that everyone is going to be cautious. It was very high-risk play, but it worked out very well in their favor. And now today, after hearing about what's happening in Brazil, them in the regular season, how they were the boogeymen, how they were always back-to-back-to-backing when it comes to those booyahs, can they bring that happening here today? Because definitely they had changed their strats from yesterday till today, but that is why things get really interesting, because definitely all eyes are on this top 2. I'm sure no way in hell do they want to go into survival stage when they have the capability of making it into the top 2.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Joe as well. Vitality has been whooping some butt out there on the battlefield. Who would have expected Vitality to do even better than their Brick Brothers RRQ, who yesterday did manage to walk away with 1 name, but not in the top 4 just yet. Vitality, on the other hand, are doing better than Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. This is a big factor. I feel like they definitely need the confidence boost. Seeing Vitality make that early access into the grand finals is definitely going to be fantastic for them. We've got the RRQ fans out here versus the Fluxo Fluxo fans as well.
Yeah.
Who can be louder? Who will have these
DPO.
smiles on their faces by
PDX
the
eliminated
end of
last
these
group.
6 games?
And also, most importantly, who will be silenced by the end of the day as well? I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. But we all know who's the loudest of RRQ. Conchita in the backstage. She was screaming for them.
I highly doubt Conchita only screams for RRQ. That woman is unbiased. She wants to scream for everyone, but she sees the potential in the kingdom of RRQ. But I have to tell you, the Fluxo fans are a tad bit more lively. I want to see the exact same energy from the opposite end as well. RRQ, y'all need to stand up. Y'all need to make some noise, baby.
Y'all need to yell, that's for sure. Give your energy to your favorite team as we go into this game. Oh, they're starting to dance here. There we go. That's energy.
More energy, RRQ. More energy.
Guru AG subscribe to the channel.
I want to hear them sing. I mean, we hear a lot of Fluxo chants, right? Yeah, so I need to hear them start singing, start yelling, because they do have a chant, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are eventually going to
Indian
hear
team
it.
match
And
bro,
I
Gita.
hope they continuously cheer
match
the
bro.
team on, because the kingdom of RRQ just tend to get disappointed a tad bit too early sometimes. And I know RRQ is not really looking to go wild out there on the battlefield today, but it would be nice to have that early access into the grand finals. But knowing the team, knowing how they play and how they do, getting some extra experience out there, seeing exactly how well the rest of the teams can do. I think RRQ might be taking it a tad bit slower this time around as well. You also have to look at the teams who are trying to maintain the top 4 spots, right? Twisted Minds, Fluxo, MIBR Lost. These 3 teams are going to be very difficult to knock off of that perch. The closest ones that RRQ understands in terms of rotation, in terms of their play style, is going to be Vitality. So maybe some infighting. Maybe we're going to find a little bit of a battle between the 2 Indonesian squads out there.
Yeah, Conchita said that's a term for that bahasa Indonesia. Perang serumpun, she says.
Right.
Yeah, so that is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see as well. I do agree with you. The rotation is going to be happening. They can go for that as well. And I also really am excited to see if any of the bottom teams could actually just really surprise us as well.
Thank you, Martin. Bro, thanks for the jokes, bro.
Didn't really have the best.
Hey guys, and
we talked about how this is the first year that India has made it into the big stage as well, right? You want to get
back after a long time,
yeah, after a long time. Now you know you want to get experience. You want to really get into the groove of things. It's so different playing from the Indian stage to a global stage. With so many different play styles out there in the open, and they learn something.
Tough lessons were learned yesterday. I think Ikutono Gaming, SHUL Esports, they have a very heavy burden on their shoulders, because if you look at the size of the fan base in India, expecting them to perform, it's absolutely stressing, right? You know, some of the other teams who don't really have a huge support back at home, they've got nothing to lose, they've got nothing to worry about, not many people judging them out there. Every mistake that the Indian teams make, on the other hand, you're going to see some harsh comments on YouTube, see some harsh posts later on. So they need to avoid that, but of course they need to play for themselves. This is something that they've been working for the past few years, and this is where you really have to go all out. Everything's on the table. But even if they do not do that, I'm not going to be tickled by it at all. As long as they avoid the bottom 2 spots, because I do want to see more from the Indian squad. So having them at the survival stage, I think I'm going to be quite happy about it.
Yeah, I think I'm also very excited to see this as well as we go into this later. I think one thing's for sure, though, when you talk about so many of these teams, I would say a cutthroat group. Group B, I think, is something a little bit more anyone can be making anything happen, right? So that is where we really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you look at whether or not Group A truly was cutthroat, yeah, you've got so many Titans in there, you see a lot of eliminations, but because you don't have as many Titans in here in Group B, you're back to an even playing field. So it's not any easier in Group B at the moment for survival. You're still going up against world-class squads out here. But of course, this is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into Bermuda. The flight path is going to be dictated by a number of things, and the first one's going to be who's out of the flight first. It's MIBR Lost, RRQ, as well as Team Secret. And Team Secret's another team that we definitely have to talk about. This team, the current kings of Southeast Asia, and some may argue Southeast Asia might just be one of the toughest lobbies out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, when we talked about that as well, I think a lot of fingers, were pointed toward that Group A, right? We saw what happened from Group United. It was really scary seeing them on that day one as well. But at the same time, in this lobby, Southeast Asia, and we're meeting up against, I would say, one of the hard hitters, which is going to be Brazil as well. And again, when you look at the group stage leaders, Lost really put a big lead between themselves and the rest of the pack as well. Yeah, it's going to be easy to catch up. I mean, coming into a few matches more today, if they can maintain that consistency, or many other teams can do so. But right now, undeniably, at least for day one, Southeast Asia is at the top.
I mean, Southeast Asia being at the top is no surprise to me at this point of time because of what they've shown us historically, what they're capable of doing. Al Ahly, on the other hand, yesterday, I feel like they had a decent enough run. Sifu was knocked down, but Simox is there to find the instant recovery for his buddy, and they will not have to waste their time going in for the revival. But it looks like Vitality wants a big fight. The launchpad is going to be putting them in the best spot to knock down Simox. Sifu, barely any health left on him. He's going in with the medkit, double riptide rhythm, breaks down his defenses though, exposing him. But Dix is just a bit too busy batching himself on the opposite side. Vitality versus RRQ. This is an infighting. What was that Serumpun you said earlier?
Perang Serumpun.
Perang Serumpun. That's exactly what we're having out here between the two brothers.
Yeah, now Duts on the very top side here, putting in the damage from above, and Joel will be the one. No, it's not, because Dix is there to make sure his teammate remains alive. Rans also falls, and Abai falls to reposition, finding a different way to bring his team back into the game.
Oh, looks like this little battle between RRQ and Vitality might have to take a pause here as Straw Hats drops by to say hello. This is the survival battle for Straw Hats. Can they overwhelm RRQ, who are already hurt, already injured? They just need to take two players out of the equation, but that is easier said than done. Vitality is not abandoning the compound just yet. Straw Hats picking each other right back up, and they're sticking together. They do have a chance in here if they can continue with this level of aggression.
This is exciting already. We already saw or anticipated what was going to be happening early. Now, Vitality waiting in the wings, hoping to see who shows their hand first. Straw Hats waiting. Who will be the one to show his first shot here? Dix takes a bit of stick damage, but never more than that. And for the rest of the team, Vitality, at least for Dix, he's going to be completely crushed. What are you going to do when this happens?
Yeah, information comes on through, and Straw Hats flood in, getting their fifth elimination. This is what you gotta do if you're the Straw Hats. That's what they want to say as they rise up to the top. But unfortunately, only one can be the king of pirates for the squad. So they'll have to figure it out between themselves exactly who's gonna be that Joy Boy, Joel, as well as C-Bank. Team Vitality taking quite a beating very early on in the game. They've got the coins to bring back their buddies though. But only one revival here. Joel still needs to hit those coin machines that are in the compound. Leon, on the other hand, in a little bit of a pickle here. If SHUL gets this vantage point and takes Della out of the equation, who's trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and SHUL. That one shot finding the connection. Della still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Troll shut down by Joker. The flank around the right with the BSK. Allows Leon to take control of this compound.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from Everton. Really undetected throughout the entire moment this was happening. SAUL not going to be reacting off this though. They're just going to be chilling and waiting and biding for time as time goes. And I'm really curious to see what's happening on this side, because Huang has been already knocked out by Nyx here, by Mia. And this is another team that is really trying their best to keep themselves still in the game.
Leon yesterday, they had no placement points off of Bermuda and 5 eliminations. So they have to be really careful to not make that same mistake here. Once again, Straw Hats continues to pop up. This time, SHUL loses yet another player to the Straw Hats. 6 eliminations strong. They're looking for more. Buddy will find his back to that Mag 7, and Shocked will shock the world as he overwhelms them. Straw Hats rising up to the occasion here. And SHUL having their souls reaped away.
It is incredible to see this coming from Straw Hats. Definitely motivated to move around the area. More proactive, in fact, compared to yesterday. Really eager to take these fights around the area. There were 2, 3 teams already they've gone head to head against.
Straw Hats yesterday in Bermuda picked a total of 4 points. Now, just through the eliminations, they've got an 8 already. So whatever they were yesterday, and we're just kicking this matchup off. And that's the kind of hunger that you see in the squad. How much more can they deliver on this battlefield? They need to keep their confidence at an all-time high, and clearly this first game helping them do exactly that. But if you are Straw Hats, you definitely want to calm down a tad bit and focus on those circles, focus on your rotation.
This ATM card வாங்கிட்டு வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் Gpay open பண்றதுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரம் guys ஆகும்?
Too many of these early engagements.
Yeah, now toward Bima Sakti,
Open பண்ணா
we're
open
going to
ஆக
be
மாட்டேங்குது
looking at a team. Oh no, looking here over on this side. Oh, Jack already sniped to his death so quickly. Joker is on a rampage, doing so much damage with just the snipers.
Yeah, Joker's just annihilating with the BSK.
2 minutes அந்த வெங்காயம் எனக்கு தெரியும். அது ஆக்டிவேட் ஆகிறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரம் ஆகுது நான் சாவடிச்சிரும் bro சத்தியமா. அந்த இளவு எனக்கு தெரியும் bro, அந்த இளவு எனக்கு தெரியும்.
Joker clearly understands that, wanted to take maximum advantage of that. Della catching up with the rest of his buddies as now once again ends up in a very early battle. I am not liking this, but can they overwhelm Leon, who's just not the best at Bermuda in this lobby?
Yeah, they just have to just move away here as well. So Shock is going to try to find a vantage point forward. Della and also the rest of his team quickly finding time here. Who will get a double kill there somewhere? And even bringing his teammate back into the game, but Joker's not done quite yet.
One more, and Game's King down. But the shots from Joker is absolutely annoying. But thankfully, Leon does not have more numbers here alive to pressure Straw Hats. They back away. They call a truce for the time being, and Straw Hats will be able to pull Nil back into the game as well. Look at this phenomenal performance from Straw Hats. 10 eliminations already.
Crazy.
This is their best run so far. Yesterday, they got nowhere close to 10 eliminations in any one of their games.
Yeah, it's such a change in tune as RQ will be the one in trouble next. Pain from above as TG pressured them. Bullets upon bullets. A bit of a reprieve as they did manage to get the resets. And the collapse hasn't happened quite yet. Abe moves forward. Mal knocked down. And Abe is the last one alive. Has to survive this to bring his team back into the game. During an interview, Dutch said that yesterday was supposedly their warm-up day. But they're still facing so many problems by so many different teams in these rotations.
Abe just trying to make some magic work out of this monster truck's going to find that gravity is not going to be on his side. So unfortunately for him, he cannot drive away. But even if he did try, Shanky would just snuff him out in an instant. You've got Aztec there as well with an AC-80, so it's just not going to be possible for Abe to save himself at the moment. He's just got to hope and pray that by some luck, IQ Total Gaming just walks away from this bridge, giving him a little bit of a leeway to escape this sticky situation. RRQ left with their final player, and potentially after that Vitality, what is that? What's the rumpun?
Perang serumput.
Perang serumput. Perhaps that put them in a tad bit of a pickle. And speaking of Vitality, you're going up against Meerkorp, and Meerkorp cannot afford to lose this battle. And if they can take down Vitality, that should definitely boost their confidence quite a little bit. Vitality were on fire yesterday.
Yeah, and I think one thing's for sure that we wanted to see Mia just try their best to not only just survive, but also be able to bring themselves into more than just bottom two. Now, this shot by Diamond was just nasty as well that happened just now. In fact, he had moved around the area, got 2 snipes, and he was undetected throughout the entire time.
Kar 98, definitely a weapon of choice for many of the players here, because of the advantage it gives you out there on the battlefield, a little bit of an assistance. You saw the deadly timing from the guy, but Sibank now, trigger discipline is there.
இந்த லாபி தான் பிரச்சனை. எல்லாரும் ஸ்டே பண்ணி ஆடுறானுங்க. எல்லாரும் வெயிட் பண்ணி ஆடுறாங்க bro. இந்த லாபில பாருங்களேன். எல்லா டீமும் வெயிட் பண்றாங்க இந்த லாபில.
Yesterday was a disappointing run. Not a single match they managed to walk away with more than 5 points. Today, on the other hand, in this first game in itself, Straw Hats sitting on 10 eliminations. In fact, they are on fire with the eliminations. They're the best ones in this lobby so far. If they can keep this up at least for 3 games, they sure as hell will be able to escape doom from the bottom 2 spots.
You know, I think we didn't really see too much from Lost, but finally they did show their hand just now. They got pick up onto Abe, trying to bring his team back into the game. They did manage to come back online though, so that's really, really important for RQ. Regardless of that, still surviving alone without Abe. Now it goes back to his team. I think it was Dudes that he brought back, so he has to be able to find a way to not only bring his team back into the game, but also survive. There we go. I think Mal is already back into the game as well.
well. So this is
RRQ
massive.
rotation பாருங்க பங்கமா இருக்கும் RRQ ஓட ரொட்டேஷன் பாருங்க
managing to bring his buddies right
இப்ப
back
போய் அங்க இருந்து லான்ச் அடிச்சு எல்லாரும் வந்து இறங்குவாங்க ஒரே டைம்ல
spot at the observatory with the tanks of the
R1's
players there. They'll have to tank a little bit of damage from the circle, but they do have a double team booster on their side. Dirt's in a little bit of trouble there. MIBR lost spotting him out, trying to shoot him out of the air, but they are going to be unsuccessful with that attempt. MIBR loss is a tad bit slower today in terms of raking in those eliminations, but they really are not pressured to find more numbers out there. They're definitely going to secure the top 4 as long as they can find the final circle. Game after game.
You know what? I like this. Everyone has a little bit of, an area where they're holding on to. No one's really trying to really commit to this fight, but it will change very, very soon. Especially since the majority of teams are trying to get into the circle. Twisted Mind's not here yet. Leon is coming in very, very soon, and Leon has been really active this game as well. I think 9 elims so far.
Total Gaming using the bridge to boost them up. That high vantage point gets them yet another elimination. That's what you need if you're from the Indian squad. You just want to be farming these points one after the other. And speaking of farming, Miacorp needs to do that exact same thing. Show us what you've shown us already in USA. Show us what you've shown us in terms of your capability of finding that final circle. Leon, just like Straw Hats, doing so much better today with their positioning.
Oh, Joker is still on a rampage with the sniper, and it's a lethal weapon in his hands. He got so many eliminations, even some chip damage to any team that's rotating away as well, which makes it so terrifying. His angle, he's going to be able to just really abuse, and it's AHL that he's going to be paying attention to. Hawk knocked down already, and over on this side here, TS also trying to find their way up onto a high ground.
Yeah, Team Secret just staying a little bit quiet in the game for the time being, wanting to just pop off a little bit later on. And because they've been quiet, nobody has really taken away the resources that they've been collecting from the very start of the match. That's going to be making Team Secret a dangerous squad within that final circle. And we know they are definitely capable of squads out there. Jack out in the open, a very daring position for him to be holding on to. Leon's going to be losing 2 players. Joker gets shot out as well. The final one alive here for Leon. Al Ahly, can you take advantage? They might be able to. And he's far away from any vending machine, and Al Ahly won't be able to find one. Last game is king with the valiant that 1v2 like the troll under the bridge eliminates Al Ahly Esports.
We were just talking about Team Secret now, and now Enshan and the rest of the team are in trouble. Gio rushes forward and now knocked down by Bobs. They were very much ready for it. Fluxo is now here. Bobs barely alive. But somehow TS will be the team to pull the trigger, not for long, because Lost is close by.
MIB Outlaws just taking advantage of that situation, but now it's a battle between SHUL as well as Lost. Round 1, knocking Jack down to the ground, taking him out of the equation. Noor's out as well. Total Gaming, what can you do up against RRQ? They've already built up the solid wall on top of that monster truck just to keep the Indonesian monsters away from them. And Twisted Minds will land right behind. And this is the rhythm out of nowhere. Courtesy of Vitality, courtesy of Straw Hats with some shots as well. And it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to be as lucky as they take the fight straight up to RRQ. But X-Bossy lighting up the battlefield.
Welcome to the Esports, guys.
It is insane seeing how Twisted Minds just rush forward, destroy RRQ.
Welcome to the international, guys.
These 2 teams.
வாங்க எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
Gonna take this fight head on.
ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு இல்ல இப்பதான் பாக்குறீங்க நிறைய பேர் இதெல்லாம்.
Forward here. TG barely alive, surviving for that time being.
இதெல்லாம் அப்புறமா அடுத்த 5 மேட்ச் கொடூரமா இருக்கும். நீ நைட் ஃபுல் என்டர்டெயின்மென்ட்லாம்.
Aztec takes a lot of damage already, but they're doing their best, just really lock themselves in behind all those glue walls.
Yeah, Total Gaming has lost a ton of glue walls already in the battle. They need to take Twisted Minds out of the equation, loot them up so that they can continue to play this all the way down to the very end. But MIB closing in the distance, tossing out those nades as well. And the God Nade gets a double for them. Rick with the double, and he goes in for the annihilation. And just like that, Total Gaming out of the equation. Twisted Minds up against MIB Outlaws. What can Southeast Asia do against the racing Brazilians?
Well, Diamond's already knocked down already and forced to move away. They have to go for this reset. Teammate brought back into the game, but the timing from Lost is too much to deal with. They're fast and they're furious. Knocked down already, but still have to worry about the rest of the team below because General knocked down. Diamond alive. Rigby should have no problem bringing
நேடு தான் பேசோம். இது என்ன நாளைக்கு ஆட்ட இருக்குது, இன்னைக்கு ஆட்டம் அந்த 6 மேட்ச் கொடுறமா இருக்கும். நாளைக்கு ஆட்ட ஆட்டி கோல் ப்ரோ இவனுங்க. என்ன ப்ரோ நீங்க பாக்குற லாபி இவனுக்கு அதுவே இதுவே ஸ்கிரிம்ஸ் லாபி மாதிரி தான். இங்க இருக்கிற பாதி டீமுக்கு
but now trying to get off of that bridge is going to be a tad bit tough for loss. SHUL Esports
இன்னும் நிக்கறான் பாருங்க அவன்.
points wise they do manage to
walk away. இன்னும் நிக்கறான் அவன் லைன்ல.
As mentioned, the pressure from the circle just a tad bit too much, but Leon
vitality போறானு bro.
A huge improvement from yesterday at Bermuda.
Yeah, Vitality still healthy right now, knows where Games King is, and despite his best efforts, will be knocked down as well. A valiant effort by Leon, despite Games King being alone at 1v2 win, plus the multi-frags that he got before going out is insane.
This is what I talked about. This is what I said on the stage. Today, what we expect is the teams at the very bottom to make it into that final circle. Eliminations or not, I don't care, but this is what we want to see. Straw Hats and Miyakom showing us that they've got the fight in them. They take each other on, and Bangladesh shuts down Miyakom, booking an appointment with Vitality.
Vitality wants to go for more. Who knocked out already? Nil as well. The jump shots are good. Koja on a rampage, and they are chasing for the final member of Straw Hats. Team wipeout and a booyah for Vitality to start off their day.
Vitality. At one point, they used to be known as the Falcon Hunters, and they were just purely disruptors of the lobby. No one expected them to dominate.
Bro, I promise you, நீ நடக்க போற அடுத்த 5 மேட்ச் கொடூரமா இருக்கு பாருங்க.
To walk away from lobbies consistently. Yesterday,
Pedar by Becketran by Vitality அடி நொறுக்குறானேலா.
They already got a lot of praises from the casters yesterday. Today, the ones that deserve the praises is Miyakom as well as Straw Hats. The absolute determination to stay alive, and Straw Hats actually walking away with 10 eliminations and surviving long enough to get into that final circle shows you that hunger. So SHUL, Ali, watch out because the two from the bottom are looking to rise up.
Yeah, both SH and Mia making it to that top 3 as well.
Inna futsal ஆட்ட இருக்குது இன்னும் futsal இருக்குது லாஸ்ட் இருக்கானே.
So the race is
ஆட்டமே இருக்கு அப்புறம் தெரியுது.
Because again, it can be anyone's game. Everyone was thinking the bottom 2 might not be able to come back today, and they are showing us otherwise. Eliminations coming in from SH as well as the tenacity to survive by Mia is something to be praised. And even then, we're seeing so many teams even individually pop off. Leon Joker just now was going crazy. I believe also Games King was able to not only win a 1v2, but before going down to Vitality, he got 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. But of course, we got to bring the conversation back to Vitality at a certain point as well. Chris Joe, the main reason why these guys turned from disruptors into absolute monsters out here on the battlefield, he has certainly guided them well to the top. But can they stay at the top? Can they hold on to those top 4 spots and find the early qualifier into the grand finals is going to be a big question, because the move that Vitality pulled off in the final battle sequence was exactly what got them the booyah. They did not wait for Straw Hats to complete their battle first before taking advantage. They were already taking shots at them, whatever angles that they could find, trying to weaken the Straw Hats crew, and then with a proactive rush to take them out of the equation as well. This is a huge improvement from Vitality, and that is what the other teams need to fear. The fact that they've got a coach that is absolutely brilliant to tell them exactly what they need to fix. If you look at what Vitality did at Bermuda yesterday, just 4 placement points, 5 eliminations. They had a rough run in the first game of the day, but today they twist that around. But they have to make sure as well that they don't run out of gas, because they are stepping on that pedal a tad bit too much. Now, Dash and I are going to take a tad bit of a breather. We'll be back with you in a bit.
How many teams will qualify for bro? 4 team grand finals போறாங்க, 6 team survival stage போறாங்க, 2 team beat-க்கு போறாங்க.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Sorry sir, I have another one. பிறகு என்னுடைய கேம் பிளே பார்த்து தோணுது, இதெல்லாம் உங்க கேம் பிளே நினைக்கும் போது OTS
How do we do yesterday?
How was your mental after yesterday?
Oh, so we are going to try to do our best today. So we have all the hopes and trust that we are going to make very good than yesterday. So we are positive today.
So obviously, new day, you're saying that you were able to reset a little bit and you feel like you'll have a much better performance today?
Yeah, we are going to do better than yesterday.
What has it been like working with your team here at EWC and competing on the stage?
I mean, we are going to be like try a lot of bad things together, and be here today is like a good feeling that we are all together and can be here competing with a lot of teams.
Well, I know that there's definitely a lot of people pulling for you guys as well. So obviously, this is a quick chat, but thank you for taking the time to talk and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Free Fire Gaming BS Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are right here in the heart of France. It's Paris. Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And we have a bit of a review for you for the first game of Group B. Is Husky and Lucifer. And things are only getting started. We see Straw Hats making the top 3. And that was something that we were hoping to see from yesterday. And they've done it.
I think this is what I was waiting for. Even in Group A, right? The teams at the bottom make a comeback. Titan Esports Club did it. I was about to bring that verticality where, hey, there's Bangladeshi team who've already made one through into the survival stage. Straw Hats started off, and they rightfully did from game number 1 itself.
Absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen from Group A earlier on, when TAG got 2 booyahs, I think that really set the stage. If a region like India, who's been trying to prove themselves for so long, can do it, why can't the other people do it, right? Why can't the other squads step up to the occasion? And I think the best part right now is that we have some of the super fans in the house, with Fluxo on one side, on my left, with RQ on the other side, and they are here in full force.
I think this is what we needed, especially Group B. We were with the vibe yesterday casting on the desk, but right now here, I can even feel it better. And I know this is going to be added on pressure for the players itself, especially a couple of early losses. RQ, again, a similar stretch of what happened yesterday is being replicated today as well. I hope it changes for them.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, you can kind of see the separation, right? The first thing that comes to mind, MRBL loss, still the front runners, still the head of the pack. It really feels like no one can overtake them. Even in games that they don't get the booyah, they are still the predator, the apex predator.
அது கேபிள் மேல இருக்கிற மெஷின் வந்து வாய்ஸ் வந்து கிளியரா நாய்ஸ் கேன்சல் பண்ணலாம் அதெல்லாம் எடுத்து கொடுக்கும் வாய்ஸ் வந்து கிளியரா ஆப்போசிட் அவரோட டீம்மேட் வந்து எடுத்து கொடுக்கும் பேக்ரவுண்ட் நாய்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரிமூவ் பண்ணி நாய்ஸ்
at the top 4 they make it to the final.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, Team Vitality, RQ, the Indonesians, they have plenty of fans here, even though we saw RQ super fans in droves, but I can assure you Team Vitality is also on the support list, right? Because again, we talk about second places, Heartbreaks, the super fans of the teams that have known Heartbreak the most are actually here, and through the highs and lows, they have been with them.
I think in this game, there's one more team that we have to talk about. It's going to be Twisted Minds.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, later in the games, they started to make a comeback, but right now, they did put up a good performance. Unfortunate that MIBL loss ended up taking a head-on fight right at the bridge. If it did change out, I think maybe Twisted Minds also had an opportunity for a booyah.
Yeah, I want to try something, right? Since we have the super fans here. RQ fans, you see me? Yes, RQ fans. Kita cuba ya. Kita chant RQ, okay? Viva! 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 Yeah, that's the spirit. You got the Fluxo people on your side.
Fluxo, do I even need to start, or is it going to be your drums? Can we hear it for Fluxo?
That's the spirit of Free Fire. We love it so much. And this will only continue to electrify the arena as long as the games are going. We know that there's a lot of expectations. Then we're going to see Fluxo, we're going to see RQ, either in the survival stage or in the grand finals. And this rivalry has extended beyond boundaries. Well, that's the ball on the stage. I'm pretty sure the casters are ready to bring the full Free Fire action.
First prize வந்து $3 லட்சம்.
Oh yeah, we're very ready. And the whole crowd, this arena is shaking right now from the noise, from the sounds, from the fans as well, whether it be RQ, whether it be Fluxo, everyone is ready to see who makes it into the next stage.
Absolutely. Now, yesterday, I have to say, it was not the best run for Leon, right? But today, when they opened up Bermuda, I have to say, this has been their best performance so far, hands down. 12 eliminations, 7 placement points, a total of 19 for them to match up to their performance at Nextera. And this is exactly what you need if you want to show that you are well prepped for the grand finals. Is it going to be enough for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4? If they keep up this performance, that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, now coming into this one as well, when you talk about, just for Leon, just about so many of the teams, we talked just now a bit about what to see at the bottom of the brackets, right?
Yeah.
And now suddenly everything's shifted. What we thought we knew about all these teams yesterday has changed. Mia looks different. Day and night, even Straw Hat starting off very, very strong. If you have missed map 1, please go back and look at it because it's crazy.
Yeah, from being nowhere close to making a break away from that bottom 2 spots, they picked up 22 points. And I'm talking about Straw Hats. That is phenomenal. Yesterday, throughout the whole day, we saw Straw Hats pick up, I think, about 24 points in totality out of 6 games. So to pick up 22 from just one match shows you that they are a very different squad today. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot count them out of the race just yet. But Mia Corp, I have seen better from this squad. I'm unfortunately going to be Asian parenting them at this point of time. I'm expecting more, although they got into that final section. More consistency for sure. But as we hop on into game number 2, this is going to be that battle at Solara.
Yeah, Solara was very, very interesting yesterday as well. It was, I think one thing's for sure though, we saw a lot of not only just moments where people were like moving away and running away, but we are seeing on top of the real fights, chases as well around the map, and it's going to be very exciting. Now we saw a bit of a glimpse of what we can see from SH as well as Mia. I am wondering to see whether this momentum will continue into this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats down at the aquarium, but they have to be really careful. They've got a split drop, which means they do have a little bit of an insurance policy. But besides them, the other team that has got a split drop is the one and only Fluxo, who got taken out of the lobby a tad bit too early. I know they weren't too happy with their performance in Bermuda, which means they are the bleeding predators at this point of time. And a bleeding predator is a very dangerous predator. Mia Corp, on the other hand, Beyblade already sustaining a shot to his chest. But they do manage to quickly reposition off of those slide rails. Looking to a little bit of extra loot here at Riders Club. MIBR lost up against Twisted Minds though in a very early encounter earlier. And Rigby taken out early, but of course the team's not really going to suffer bringing him back. That's just one. But IQ Total Gaming could just be taken down here by a good performing Leon. Gamerz King down on the ground. Della for the instant pickup, and they want to put on that pressure. Shanky backing away, all alone now. Gamerz King with the Mag 7 will take him out instantly. And this is trouble time. IQ Total Gaming left with one final survivor, but Mafia buying an insurance policy back for the squad. That one revival is going to keep them in for a little while more.
I think it's super exciting to see this happening because we're talking about how Lion just now was having such a great game. They were very aggressive. Hold that thought, shocked. Instant kill, headshot. Eliminating Abai so quickly. But now he is in trouble since all eyes are on him.
Yeah, Rand's looking for a little bit of revenge shot, but great defense there with a double glue wall. Medkit's going to come in handy at this point of time. We'll catch up with Straw Hats later as we spot out the players on the side of Vitality doing battle with Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations in hand already for Twisted Minds, and they're looking to take this out of the equation. The Indonesian breaks down his defenses, and the pass with a sliver of health cannot sustain as Joel from behind the glue wall hits him with the M82B.
Yeah, he's keeping his teammate alive as well. All eyes. I think he's definitely noted jump as well. A lot of damage onto him, but cannot keep him alive and deny that point because Diamond is close by as well. He's going to try for more.
Diamond's going to go in for the rush here. Gets tagged up by Joel. He's got the car 98, so Diamond can't mess around.
Oh.
M82B will find the access behind the glue wall as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble here. Joel
Oh.
with the advantage, and Koja with the flag. The BSK puts the guy down. And Twisted Minds will understand that they're not messing around with a small squad here. Vitality, do you go for the wipe? But there's Yankee interfering in the battle, and that forces the reposition out of Vitality.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this too early as well, but great work coming from them. They have so many high grounds and angles to be able to trade off one another. But meanwhile, for AHL, all eyes on the Fluxo side. They want to take this fight, but Fluxo, and you know how they play. They don't want to take this fight too early, putting a bit of space between each other.
Let's see what will Al-Alhi do here up against one of the biggest monsters you can come across. The one and only Fluxo. Not powerful just because they've got a huge fan base behind them. They've got a huge fan base behind them because of what they can do out here in a lobby like this. Sifu tagged up, Butch is in, walking in, Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses, but could not go in for that instant shot. Sifu looking for that recovery and gets his own blue wall broken down here, but the backup from GU and the Cord will give him the advantage, and Butch is in, follows up with the M590 shot. Al-Ali now in a lot of trouble. As Remind quickly tries to back away, Car 98 in hand, but there's nowhere to run. Fluxo's on the hunt.
Yeah, and you know that while they are chasing, they are almost like a boa constrictor who does not want to let go of the prey. Shots to Remind, but he's managing to stay alive for the time being. But Bob's heavy on that pursuit.
The Bobs should be able to find this elimination here, Remind. Outside, Bobs with the Woodpecker. Not finding the shots on connection, and Remind actually manages to scurry away. The vehicle on fire though. Remind, what an escape from Fluxo. Looks like the breeding predators were not very efficient in that battle. Aztek's going to be backstabbed here by Extra. And what a play. Still Straw Hats on another level, keeping the dream alive for Bangladesh once again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that they're riding off that high and momentum from map 1. We questioned it whether or not it will continue, and they definitely came into today with a game plan.
Yeah.
Now, a reminder for yesterday, when we were on Solara, Team Secret had a booyah with 31 points, but we haven't seen too much from them from map 1 and in this game as well yet, so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Titan Esports, they survived Group A, the group of death many people called it. But he's showing everyone that they are capable of getting into the grand finals. But of course, if you look at where they sat on the overall leaderboard, it's going to be quite a bit of struggle. So more is going to be needed out of them. But if they play anything like what Straw Hats is showing us out there on the lobby, they're going to see Bangladesh in the grand finals for sure. Leon, on the other hand, on the hunt. Al-Ali, Hawk, but the Hawk's not up in the air. It's wounded, it's on the ground. It's running away. And birds should be flying. Unfortunately, Hawk can't do that all alone as he's hunted by a pack of...
Yeah,
they're very hungry as well. They love to keep these fights. They don't want to let it go. There we go. That's the first shot onto Hawk. That's a lot of damage done. Joker juking away, trying to stay healthy. And you know this guy, once he lands his shot, is very nasty. And there we go. It's Games King that finds Hawk in the end. That's a double kill for him.
Yeah, beautiful play. Hawk at least tried his very best. Had the Skylar on him. Riptide rhythm, but of course, Joker just dodged that bullet perfectly. Saw a little bit of natural cover with the compound and made good use of that. If you look at the most eliminations, man, MIBR lost, still on fire, even though we didn't see a massive game from them at Bermuda. They still walked away with the 4 eliminations, and Yago's just topping the charts with the damage as well.
Yeah, that circle hard shift to the right as well, with S8UL being so comfortable in that middle area. And this is where things get super interesting, how the fights are going to be happening, and how many teams will be eyeing that compound.
Absolutely. Now, the next circle will move towards SHUL as well as MIBR lost. Both of these teams will stay silent for the time being. But now Team Secret up against Fluxo. The shot onto Decoy. He needs to recover. Wang Am on the other hand. M60 in hand already. Enhanced with the hammer. Looking for the reposition as well. Flanking towards the left. He does have the thrill of battle in hand. But he could just be the distraction here for Team Secret so that the rest of these players can get into position. RRQ looking for a straw hat, and they find who? That's not a question, that's a statement.
Abe waiting in the wings as well here. No.
Total எத்தனை மணி வரைக்கும் வாட்ச் பண்ணி இது மேட்ச் முடியற வரைக்கும் bro. நான் 5 மேட்ச் இருக்கு இந்த மேட்சோட சேர்த்து 11 மணி ஆகும் மேக்ஸிமம்.
Forward is here. Diamond takes quite a bit of damage from that corner here. Just bring a lot of pressure onto him. Forced to move away. Forced out into the open.
He's so eliminated. அட பாவிகளா. என்னடா இப்படி அடி வாங்குறானே நீ?
Forward means Diamond cannot survive longer.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச அவனுக்கு சர்வைவல் ஸ்டேஜ் போயிட்டு வரலாம்ங்கற பிளான் இருக்கானே என்ன கதைன்னு தெரியல.
Really not going all out just yet. The boogeyman still choosing to fly under the radar. They've already gotten taken out. No placement points in this game. Barely any eliminations from their side.
இந்த எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு புட்ஸோ எலிமினேட் ஆனா கத்திட்டு இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
AWM in hand. Exposi does not know.
Oh, he didn't check him.
All trigger discipline is there. He has the Morse. Both of them outside the circle. Exposi runs. Still does not check his corners. Still does not see him. How in the world?
There is no way.
The ninja. Without the stealth bites, he's still stealthy.
Yeah, that's just one corner unseen, survives, and the ability to be able to prolong RRQ's run on this map.
I never knew it would work like that.
No, for real though, it worked out so well in their favor. And now we're going to be looking here at Vitality that's already repositioned themselves quite in the middle of the map as well. And these early rotators would have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning.
Exposi needs to check his eyes, bro. Man. And Ma'al, that's the luckiest camp I've ever seen. He was hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted.
I was so sure he'd be seen just now, especially to that large, big area that he was crossing.
Yeah, Exposi was just too busy. He had a mission on his mind. He's like, we are out in the blue. We're tanking a tad bit of damage here. We need to look for the next circle because it's going to move yet again. And Ma'al just lucked out big time. And RRQ gets to have a little bit of fun there at Funfair, catching up with each other. But Abe, Twisted Minds just tied to RRQ. Fatally. IQ Total Gaming, on the other hand, unfortunately for them, they've been taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. It's definitely going to be a long journey for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4. But as long as they can keep themselves away from the bottom 2, I think India can rest easy.
Oh, yeah. Abe waiting here, Twisted Minds. Diamond already knocked out so early there. Abe now positions noted. Still wants to go for that hunt. Jump will be seen. Breaks that with a valiant dash, but able to put the glue wall down for that second time. The Bass knocked down, and now it's a 2v1. His teammate's already back in the game as well. So the crunch is here. And doing damage to so many members of Twisted Minds.
Come on, PLS1. Show us what you got with that sniper. AWM time, baby. Exposi driving away. Trying to juke. But the cord lights the vehicle up in fire. And PLS1 with the AWM takes him out of the vehicle and the lobby. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds. RRQ did not show them the same courtesy.
Team name Total Gaming Esports. Adha TG bro. அப்புறம் வந்து SATL Esports இன்னொரு டீம் இருக்கு பார்க்கல. SATL Esports 4 கிலோ அடிச்சிருக்காங்க. 4 பேர் இருக்காங்க. பாப்போம்.
Allah Esports. Well, PLS1 stole that one away. Beautiful play. And Gamerz King gets knocked down as well. That AWM from PLS1. Team Secret has got a nasty sniper on their side. And Jacobs dealing with that instantly with the M82B. But of course, the recovery should be easy for Team Secret. We move on over to Vitality up against SHUL. I think this is a little bit of a peace treaty between them. They're not going to find the engagement between each other just yet.
Top 4 வந்து Grand Finals qualify bro. 5 to 10 வந்து இது
Southern side here in control of the Lions.
Survival stage போறாங்க. 11 12 வீட்டுக்கு போறாங்க.
I think they definitely had their eyes onto the members of RRQ here. And meanwhile for the Straw Hats, well,
SH அடிக்கிறானுங்க bro இந்த மேட்ச்.
At the very top of the lobby, it is
TG கீழ வந்துருவாங்க bro.
team activated.
TG 10 க்கு வந்துருவாங்க. அப்புறம் இவனு AHL TG 11 அப்புறம் AHL
another Bangladeshi squad. Survive the stage. Unbelievable survival play for TEC. Titan Esports just showing everyone that the dream can be kept alive. And Straw Hats again, early game, 10 eliminations already. Yesterday, man, they were just down in the dumps. But today, Straw Hats just showing us they're awakening their conquerors hockey. This is knocking everyone out without even bumping into them.
Oh.
You just... Well, have to find your way around the Straw Hats, because if you let them run away with this, I think they're going to be dominating the lobby eventually. Team Secret, 7 eliminations in hand. And PLS won on fire earlier, but he slowed things down a tad bit here. They need to look for a way to get into the next circle. RRQ stands in their way.
Yeah, they put a lot of damage and pressure toward this team as well. The fact that the Lost is not able to really do anything either says a lot about how much space as well as power RRQ has. And speaking of power right now, Team Secret on a rampage, looking for this fight against the Lions, not able to take up too much space, kept out of the zone thanks to all of these blue walls.
What can they do? A little bit of a panic here because the circle's looking for them, getting the damage in. Team Secret is trying to gatekeep Leon. RRQ, Straw Hats on the way, Bangladesh, looking to sneak away the points as the third party. Y'all better wrap up your act right now, Straw Hat says.
RRQ on the third party, Bangama Panwana. Oh, Muducha!
Nade from the master Grenadier Dudes himself.
Beautifully done, and they had so many close calls in the beginning of the game.
Whoa! Better wrap up your act right now, Straw Hat says, because we will not have a choice. Whoa! RRQ! God, nade from the...
1v4, bro!
To do so! At St. UL Esports taking out Vitality. Talk a little bit about the aggression from the Indian squads. Team Secret shut down as well. You can thank RRQ for that. Who would have expected them to step out of their own safe zone to take the fight up against two teams who were looking for their defensive spot? So a little bit of proactive action there from the Indonesian Titans. Leon's out of the equation already. We're left with 4 squads in here. RRQ, MIB are lost. Miakop and Straw Hats again getting towards that final circle. But Josh wearing a little bit of a boo-boo there, looking for the pickup from his buddies.
Yeah, time is dwindling and no space to move because Lost is here. Pressure. The shot goes huge. Neil knocked down. Shocked is waiting to be the next one to fall, but they're able to recover. Who as well? Taking a lot of damage here, but RRQ on a hunt, getting active.
Might be a loss. RRQ taking the fight straight up to them, which gives the big opportunity for the two underdogs down at the bottom to run away with the booyah. Straw Hats and Miakop, they just need to stay silent for the time being. RRQ takes the fight to them. Round 1, Yago taken down. Ma'al with a super snipe. Dunsto traded out. Shock taking advantage. This is Straw Hats hopping on in, trying to stab RRQ in the back.
Oh, the Straw Hats still
Bro, the monsters are back, bro.
is the team who is on fire right now, surviving healthy with the 4. Both these two teams, Mia and Straw Hats, started the day at the very bottom, and they're survived again at the top 3 here. Shots knocked down already so quickly because Mia has their eyes on this team. Going for more. Mia will get 2 more points.
Ami Tomake Balobasi, Bangladesh. That's the kind of spirit we want to see here.
Dude,
in but now the battle, the 2v4, the odds against Mia, and RRQ will use the odds to their favor to walk away with a booyah. They want to show they are alive and kicking, and they want to make it into the top 4 for the early qualifier to the grand finals.
Oh man, RRQ had so many close calls with 1 player left alive, whether it be Abe and whether it be Duds, and somehow still being able to bring the whole squad back into the game, recover and get that booyah is insane work.
Yeah, after a bad run at Bermuda on this game 1 for day 2, RRQ shows that they definitely can step it up. And Solara, not necessarily their best map out there, but they have shown that they have got that veteran experience, and a little bit of the circle, a little bit of the action on the battlefield favored them in multiple of those situations. Ma'al could have gotten taken out a tad bit too early, and the recovery could have been delayed a little further for the side of RRQ. But thank goodness Exposi did not check his corner in that particular sequence. Gave us a few entertaining moments.
RRQ நேடலாம் பயங்கரமான
annihilated on that recovery, still met back with twisted minds, took them out of the equation, got to that final circle, and if they were not proactive, they would have gotten taken out a tad bit earlier already. But Dudes with the master grenade onto the Team Secret players, because Team Secret was in the best spot to shut down RRQ.
It was honestly crazy being able to see that, and I'm curious to see what exactly the comms were in that fight in particular, because it must have been huge knowing where the they happened.
Kena kiri. Kita yang belakangnya. Nice.
Man, Dudes is just a monster with those grenades. The accuracy, the timing, he cooks it up so well like a chef, and when he serves it, the dish is absolutely deadly.
Yeah, honestly, there was just so many hero plays coming apart. And it's also a testament to not only their teamwork, but also their individual prowess from every single one of these players. And I think it's always really fun to be able to see these things happen as well. Because for our team, they always come so close to the very end. And I think, you know, after the interview, they said that this year is the year that they think that they had learned so much from the previous years. And this year is the year that they want to be able to get that trophy.
The will of D is alive. You cannot take them out of the equation. You cannot count them out just yet. On the first page, they sit right here. Yesterday, just about 24 points from 6 games. Today, back-to-back, they've scored
all
more
than
20 points.
All
20 points in the second game. Earlier, it was 22. 44 in just 2
Grenade போறதுனால என்னை விட எங்க குரு ஒருத்தர் இருக்காரு. Pride of Tamil Esports னு ஒரு டீம்ல ரொம்ப அருமையா பண்ணுவாரு bro. ரொம்ப அருமையா பண்ணுவாரு. அந்த கிரனேட்ல வந்து அந்த கிரனேட்ல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஜெயிக்க வேண்டிய மேட்ச் அவரே கிரனேட்ல அடிச்சு வாயில போடுவாரு.
But of course on the second page,
வணக்கம் டாம், வணக்கம்
that bit too early alongside MIBR lost.
என்னையா செஞ்சா என் டீம்மேட்?
Yeah, and I think that
ஒரே ஒரு கிரனேட் தான் போட்டான்.
there's a possibility that
அடிச்சு வாயில அவன் மேலயே விழுந்துருச்சு.
these teams really go activated on day number 2. Did try to survive, but they got overwhelmed from so many different teams as well. We saw Dix get knocked out so quickly, so many times, and separated from the rest of his teammates. I think in this situation, Vitality need to find a way to not only survive as a team, but how they approach fights. And I think awareness might be something they want to pick up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats, unfortunately, they have to make sure that they don't hold on to such angles in the future because their feet exposed, no walls to protect themselves. Many teams found that to be that weak point of the squad, and 2 players got taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. If Straw Hats had 4 survivors down in the final circle to play for the Booyah, on the other hand, I think that would have been a much better chance for them. But of course, these small little mistakes is exactly what they need to fix. But of course, we've got an interview on the stage. Let's catch up with you guys in a bit.
All right. We are back on the stage with Miko and Cheetah. And of course, we have Joel from Team Fatality. And we're also joined by the pretty Yunsul. All right, let's have a bit of a chit-chat, shall we? Because I am so amazed by the way that you have been performing today. So, the first question is, Joel, we all know that this is your very first international event since joining Team Fatality. How is the pressure difference? How are you handling it? Jadi Joel, ini kan kita tahu ya, pertama kali nih event internasional, ya kan? Sebelumnya pertama kali keluar negeri kan waktu itu World Series. Sekarang akhirnya ngerasain international event. Pressure-nya seperti apa? Perbedaannya dan gimana juga cara kamu menghandle tekanan itu?
Kalau buat tekanannya ya biasa aja sih. Kalau soal pressure juga kita udah biasa turnamen-turnamen internasional juga, jadi ya aman aja.
That is such a nice answer. So basically what he said is that, what pressure? I'm not feeling pressured at all. I'm just being myself, calm and collected, because this is something that we're not new to. This is something that I've trained myself to, and I'm just ready for anything basically, because I don't see any pressure coming from any of the other team. So yeah, that answer actually shocks me too.
He has grown up a lot. I have been following his, his path since 2024 until now, and wow, he changed a lot. All right, on to our second questions. You start off a day with the very first Booyah and build up more a gap in the finals qualification. How much of a benefit will it be to not have to play in tomorrow's survival stage?
Nah, ini pertanyaan menarik banget nih. Kalian kan tadi membuka hari di grup B dengan sebuah Booyah, yang artinya kalian juga nambahin jarak poin dari tim-tim lain yang harus ngejar tim Fatality. Sepenting apa sih sebenarnya buat kalian sendiri menghindari survival stage?
Volume ya.
Apa pentingnya kalian menghindari babak survival? Karena kan kalau yang kita lihat di top atas itu bisa langsung melangkah ke babak selanjutnya. Sepenting apa untuk langsung catapulting diri kalian ke babak berikutnya dibanding harus lewatin survival stage?
Kalau untuk ngelewatin survival itu menurut saya terlalu jauh lah. Ya kita pengen buru-buru lolos aja.
Well, a very short answer and a very confident answer. Well, we don't want to waste our time. We just want to make it quick. We just want to make it to the next stage and not go through the survival stage because, again, it is a waste of our time.
All right. Show us more.
Yeah.
We would love to see more from you guys.
Yeah, I hope he can back up this answer seriously.
Okay,
so last question. We've seen a lot of teams start slowly this event. How important it is for you to show your best game in the group stage and build confidence the competition. Ini kan kita lihat beberapa tim tuh memulai perjalanan mereka agak sedikit slow nih, apalagi kalau kita bicara di grup B gitu kan. Sementara kalian agak sedikit berbeda. Sebenarnya seberapa penting sih buat kalian tampil agresif dan tampil langsung meledak gitu di group stage dibandingkan dengan tampil konsisten memasuki babak-babak berikutnya di kompetisi yang sebenarnya bisa dibilang ini kan jatuhnya kayak maraton ya, bukan lomba lari cepat gitu.
Situasional aja sih, kalau emang kita lagi pengen agresif ya kita agresif, cuman kalau kita pengen defense.
Hello, style bro angga.
Nggak ada penting-pentingnya juga, biasa.
So of course, what he's saying is that the teammates are also complaining behind you because of his answers. But basically what he said is that, well, it is important to play great, to perform well. But then again, when it comes to being aggressive, when it comes to getting as much points as possible, it is very strategic. It's something that they will adjust according to the gameplay. So yeah, right now they're just trying to give up their best and showing the best performance that they could.
Awesome! At least we can see all of the Indonesian teams are on fire right now. They're keeping the track, getting more booyahs on today at Group B. Well, thank you Conchita for the translating, and of course, congratulate you as well for the first game, getting the booyah, Joel. And also, I hope that everyone will keep this fire and spirit and play the best in the next game. Thank you for your listening, and stay tuned, get hydrated, and wait more from us.
நிறைய அப்டேட் வேணா கூடவே இருங்கறாங்க.
Hey Seven, what do you got there?
I got me a golf club. We're here at Garena City and we accept your challenge. Glitter and Lace. You guys ended up getting very close there to first place, if not first place, but I think we got what it takes to beat it. So why don't we get started?
Yeah, I mean, you start off. I'm going to start this. And let's see what you got.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous here.
Well, there's no need to be nervous because we got 7 woods. There goes for a swing. Is it in the green?
Ooh, 89.4. You know what? I'll take it. It says too far, but I'll take it now. It's time for your turn, Mr. Neptune Happy Gilmore. Let's see what you got. Let's see if you got what it takes to beat 89.4 or maybe make it even better. As we'll get started here with playing golf. Let me press the start right here. Okay. All right, you got this. You got family watching back at home. Anything you want to tell them really quick?
I got this.
He's got this. Let's see that swing too. The prep is going to be up. That was a practice. Practice.
Yeah, just a practice.
He's got this. He's got this. Oh my goodness. Oh my. No. Don't break that just yet. Oh, 82.1. You know what? If you are in Paris, if you are at EWC 26, you can actually come check this out at Garena City. But for this one right now, I mean, I think it's actually time we challenge somebody.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do this. So you know what? Husky, Lucifer, let's see if you got what it takes to beat our score.
Hello
everyone, it's Carol Bombshell again. I'm happy to be back here on stage close to Fluxo's crowd, Fluxo's fan. And I'm also happy to be here with the two influencers for Fluxo. I got Haja and Alan Daisy here with me. They have been done such a great job with the Fluxo's crowd. And I want to know, Raja, what's the feeling to be back here at the AWC with your team now?
I'm really happy to be here today. I love AWC. It's just the best tournament
Speaking of
ever.
Portugal.
And it's really good to see my team playing and they are
Guys,
doing
moderate
really
remove
well.
பண்ணி விடுறோம்டா guys. சத்தியமா moderate remove பண்ணி விடுறா மாதிரி பேசுனீங்கன்னா
Oh wow, such a great confidence. I like that, girl. Okay, Amazing. It's special to have you here for the first time watching your team, and I want to know, do you think they will qualify direct to the Grand Finals? É muito especial ter você aqui juntinho com a gente, torcendo pro seu time. Quero saber se você acha que eles vão se classificar diretamente pra final.
Com certeza, vai dar tudo certo, se Deus quiser. Hoje a gente vai sair com essa classificação. E é isso, gente, vai dar certo sim. Segue o fluxo que os meninos estão preparados. E a torcida aqui tá preparada demais nessa festa.
Of course, they will make it to the Grand Finals today, okay? So we are very happy to be here. We are very glad to support our team, and we're gonna see each one of you cheering for Fluxo in the Grand Finals. And follow the flow! Thank you!
இதே வா கேளாவா ப்ரோ அது இருந்துட்டு போய் விடுங்க நான் பேசுற கேட்கும்
Neptune's swing was a little bit off, but don't worry about it, because hopefully Fluxo will be able to come back. But actually, Fluxo hasn't been performing that well. Sorry, Carol, don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about that. By the way, Carol, Bombshell, Neptune, and Lace with us. But to recap the first two games of Group B,
Vitality. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Vitality has been great from yesterday. Now they are dominating. And it's not only them. I mean, even RQ did manage to get that booyah. So there's just a lot of hopes right now that's coming from the team. And the climb for the top four is just getting easier and easier. Even for the interview coming from Joel, I think like he's just too confident that they will be getting there quite soon.
Well, let's talk about that actually, because that confidence, it's good to see, Lace, but sometimes we've been seeing maybe too much confidence come back and bite you in the you-know-what.
Well, all I know is that we beat you in golf, so I'm just going to hold that in my heart. But look, obviously I've been following the storyline of, you know, Team Secret as my underdogs, okay? So in that position, you know, they were in that southeastern corner there with Bayside. And it looked like that they were going to, you know, have a nice little easy rotation in. And I think this is probably why we brought Carol up here. But they managed to get a team wipe on Fluxo down in that corner of Bayside. But it was a bit of a treacherous kind of like, I guess, rotation to that zone because they got held out by the likes of like RRQ and also, what was it? I think it was like Team Lion as well. So it was a very tough trek for them. Obviously, we're talking about the pace and slow and steady, you know, that sort of situation, but they are not getting enough of those E-wings and placement to be able to beat these sorts of teams. Now, I want to bring into the conversation Lion.
Yep.
Okay. And, you know, Conchita obviously had a conversation about them too, but this is exceptional from them. They've have absolutely dominated and moved up there. They are in the conversation. They are up in those top teams and battling it out in those final zones.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of history right now coming from Lion, especially Gamerz. He was left in there alone, but even solo, Gamerz can still get all those eliminations in. Like the fighting spirit coming from him and the team. I'm really loving it. They might be able to break through and bring down Twisted Minds.
Ian Lau ID bro, நான் பேர் சொல்லிட்டேன் அது இருந்துட்டு போது விடுங்கன்னு
This is a squad that everybody expects them to go directly to the grand finals, but right now that's not the case. They're 17 points away from top 4, Carol.
I don't understand why you guys invite me such in this moment that Fluxo is not doing so well.
They
What's the
still
point?
did fantastic yesterday and are definitely in contention. So one bad game doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they started really good yesterday. They had such a good confidence, but at this point, they should not going like that because last year reminds me of last year when they were not doing so well and then they lost completely their confidence. So if they keep doing the same performance, probably their worst nightmare will come for them.
All right. Hopefully that worst nightmare is not going to happen. Now, you have a lot of experience with Free Fire in Brazil, and I know you know a lot of these players. They do have a superstar when it comes to Fluxo, right? MT7, the MVP out of that region as well. Do you think this is going to affect him in any way, shape, or form? Because they do need to make... Do you feel like they need to make it in the top 4 instead of going to survival?
Of course, definitely they need to make the top 4, but yeah, answer your question, definitely that can keeps getting in MT7 mind, but you know what, this regular season in Brazil, MT7 was the MVP with 330 kills, 330 eliminations, so he knows what he needs to do to step it up and be on top and also help his team to step it up. Maybe MT7 is the fire that the team needs right now.
Yeah, we saw some stats there too from Vitality and Loss. Remember, Loss was able to do amazing things yesterday with those 3 booyahs. Today, we've seen some stuff here and there from them, but Vitality, I mean, if we talk about what we saw yesterday out of Group B in comparison to Group A, we saw a bit more of a chance for some of the other squads to kind of come up, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in Day 2 when these squads are trying to make sure they push for that top 4 with 4 games left.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is a comparison as well as a cut-off line for getting top 4. It's much lower right now in Group B because of how close it is. For getting top 4, it's much lower right now in Group B because of enough for them to climb up like 1-2 spots, especially for those teams who are very, very close to the top 4. But there's still a lot in contention right now. After 2 games, we still have 4 matches. But as Carol did mention, like if you lose confidence, then even with it being easy, you might still lose it.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at that, like the cutoff, isn't like so coherent like you said just before. But basically, Team Secret is
சுரேந்திர என்னடா லைவ்ல வேற ஆயிடுச்சுமாடா நான் உனக்கெல்லாம் நீ எல்லாம் டேய் எல்லாம்
close leaderboard for these mid-range teams to sort of intercept there. So like
bro
you're saying,
பொம்பள பொறுக்கி bro அவன் சுரேந்திரலாம் பொம்பள பொறுக்கி bro அவன்ட்ட எல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் பாத்துங்க bro பொம்பள பொறுக்கியாடா நீ
hey but it is incredibly close. So let's hope that we can get the Fluxo spirit here a little bit higher and they can definitely rile them up and get them some more eliminations.
You know what, girl? I really hope Fluxo makes to the grand finals, but right now we already got Loud, so we already have Brazil in the grand finals, and that's good. And talk a little bit more about Los. It's good to see them. I mean, of course, yesterday they were the best team for Group B, but it's good to see them still keeping their regularity here. So I think maybe this is one of their secret. They are really good to keep their game regular.
I know the fans want Fluxo to step it up and just start getting those booyahs because they have yet to win one. Let's see if that's going to happen with the 4 games left of Group B. AJ, Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. At this point of time, I just want Team Secret to get a booyah just so that Lace can smile a little bit more.
Yes, I agree. Lace, this one's for you, maybe, hopefully. We are praying for it as we go into our next map.
The girl almost gave up. She's like, okay, I just want Fluxo to win. I mean, you guys are doing bad too.
Do you believe in jinxes?
I do. I believe in blessings.
You believe in blessings?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. So
depends
Lace,
on who's the one dishing it out.
So if it's Lace,
டேய் லவ் பண்றனா இப்போ எப்படி இருந்தா பேச்சு என்ன நீ இன்னுமே அப்படியே தான் இருக்க இன்னும் பொறுக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்க நீ
as we go into this next one.
நான் உன்னை மாதிரி லவ் பண்ணும்போது ஊரூரா போய் அது நல்லா இருக்கு இது நல்லா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன்
I mean, we see consistency across
the ரெண்டு பக்கம் அப்படியே அன்ப பரிமாறி தள்ளிட்ட மாதிரி பேசுறேன் ஆட்டா சின்ன வயசுல அப்படிதான் இருக்கு எறும்பு கலந்த வயசாச்சு இன்னும் பொறுக்கிட்டே இருக்கீங்களா கம்முனடா
stay at the bottom all throughout because little by little they are making that climb. I mean, what a brilliant play so far, getting more than 4 40 points just off of 2 games. A very different version of Straw Hats we get today. And they're moving all the way out, potentially for a double compound drop here at Foundation as well as Old Hampton. This is going to give them ample loot to play their game well.
I am very
excited to see how aggressive some of these teams are going to go. I think during the break we also talked a little bit about Mia, right? About how today it's more how they've been able to be consistently on that top 3, being able to survive a little bit more longer compared to yesterday. And wow, trouble's already brewing.
IQ Total Gaming can do Mia Corp as well as Straw Hats a big favor here. If they take out Al-Ali, it's gonna be trouble a brewing. But IQ Total Gaming might just be in trouble as well. So by hook or by crook, they need to win this out. Perhaps the winner of this battle will stay alive in the competition. Looking at how Straw Hats have woken up once again. Beautiful time turner off of Shanky. And the charge buster in his hands actually pops off. Zimok's taken down. Shanky gets the win. 3 eliminations already. And Al-Ali, I think this is the end for them. Lions on the way in. And the Joker will not be messing around. Shock knocked down. MIBR lost. Will find the Straw Hats on another part of the map. And that's about it for Al-Ali. They're about to be pushed down to the bottom 2.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. We talked about not clearing corners, but for the rest of the team here, they do check and find him in the end. Now, TG close by alongside the Lions, excuse me. And they're looking to see whether or not they can continue on this fight. Joker coming close. He had a really good game previously, especially with the long-range weapons. Puts a bit of chip damage onto Shanky.
Mafia Joker and Mafia
crunch them from 2 different angles.
Joker just does not have his weapon of choice at this point of time, having to make work with the Woodpecker as best as possible. Shanky with the SKS also has got the time turner once again for the pop on his side, saving his life. Wota down on the ground though. The recovery needs to be strong here for IQ Total Gaming. Gamerz King looking for circle around with the SKS in hand. Looks at Mafia. The M82B Mafia is going to be deadly, even though Leon does have those blue walls on their side. Gamerz King will get shut down by Mafia up close and personal. 4 eliminations in hand, and India's looking hot.
Yeah, TG looking really good, and I love to say that they are very active and want to take this fight head on. Aztec takes a lot of damage here. Rushing forward.
Mafia, good backup. TG, bro.
Mafia keeping his body in. You may be the predators out there in the savannah, but not in this lobby, says IQ Total Gaming.
Crazy work coming from them as well. This proactivity and aggression is just something else. That isolated 1v1 somehow
Jew up on top.
Joker paathiruna ana miss pantaru. Mafia paakamuttaru. Joker.
SKS. And dude manages to pull off a quick finger. Beautiful on the revive. Brings Troll back in before getting knocked down to the ground. Man had barely any HP on him. And he was timing that perfectly, and he executed that revival perfect. And SHUL will be able to thank him a tad bit more later on by reviving him. Obviously, the boys are going to be taking him out of the equation in a tad bit here. Mia Corp, Kappa. It's the ice grenade to weaken him a tad bit here. 2v1, but Kappa will stand no chance. And Mia Corp out early this time round.
That's unfortunate for Mia, who are currently just running to just be able to stay alive in this game. Now moving over to Lace's favorite team here, TS at the bottom side, but Twisted Minds have a mind of their own to eliminate this team. And Sean keeping a bit of space between him and the rest of Twisted. Decides to play a little bit more further back instead. Being able to get support from his teammates is the priority here.
Time for Lace to smile. This is Twisted Minds. They've got the high ground. Both teams calling out for the lightning zone, and it's Twisted Minds' lightning zone that was called out a tad bit later, which means Team Secret cannot get too cheeky out in the open just yet. That allows a perfect rotation from Diamond. The Bass M590, Wong Am, wrong gun. The sniper will get stabbed in the back. The Bass gets lucky with that ambush. Taking Wong Am out of the equation is just his first step. 9-7 now, up close and personal. The Bass once again with the M590. The back 7's just not enough. Tikui, can you pull one back? PLS1 has the VSK. Trying to turn the situation around. Jump taken down as well. And is this an interference from another squad? PLS1 trying his very best. Tikui Down on the ground, Exposy with the car 98. Just trying his best to keep them contained. But it looks like Team Secret is about to win this out thanks to PLS.
Yeah, hold on, I'm still very much healthy here. Trying to find a way to find the final shot onto Exposy. Finally, in the end, cross and crunch from multiple angles. And Twisted Minds will be the one knocked out here somehow. Team Secret survived a little longer. Great recovery from this team.
Kingdom of RRQ a tad bit sad. Some claps there for their squad. Got eliminated a tad bit too early. And like I told you, Dash, it was definitely a blessing from Lace. Team Secret working off of that Lace energy at this point of time. But that's well though.
Top 5 la rendu team collapse.
MT7 spots him out and MT7 has
Total Aiming Esports collapse.
The gun of preference, the AWM. Ico Total Gaming on the other hand, early exit in here. Straw Hat still alive and kicking down at the bottom, looking to climb up. SHUL, what more do you have? Buddy shot from afar. Ju will punish with the Thompson Dude taken out of the equation. SHUL might not make it out of this compound if they don't do something different.
The rush forward is here. Fluxo going a bit more aggressive. Bunny getting hunted.
That's it.
Rushing over his life. Jack is barely alive. Repositioned, but out in the open, there's no way for him to run. Fluxo already 8 elims.
They already got a revive, which means the squad will stay alive and kick in and troll with the stealth bites. It's the heck out of there. Catching up in Nur. And Fluxo will overtake this compound. Bayfront belongs to them for the time being, but they'll have to move in a little bit as the blue zone catches up with them. But if you look at Fluxo's performance so far, this has been the best within the day. In the 2 past games, they only walked away with 2 points in each of those lobbies. Obviously not looking like the usual Fluxo. But like I anticipated, I just wasn't expecting them to go crazy here on day 2. I think they definitely want to play the survival game. You saw what Raja said yesterday. Our team will dominate tomorrow.
Yeah, and definitely did. They're showing us the signs of life. Not only signs of life, they're starting to just go crazy. Now, speaking of that as well, in terms of positioning, we're looking at very active getting refinery super early. And I think they're trying to find some information about where everyone's going to be. TS Lace is also trying to move around the area. They're fairly healthy. They have 4 eliminations already. And in this situation, we're starting to see
top 3 la vandu konna 4 ஓடல 3 க்கு வந்தனா ஆனா அவனே லைன் இருக்கானே மேல
the circle, but also where to go next.
Leon needs to be careful of that.
அலைவா இருக்கானே லைன்.
Thanks to the fact that Twisted Minds have been having a rough day out here today. They've been able to catch up and now overtake them on the leaderboard. But not 2 points just yet. They need 1 more point to equalize. But of course, if they can find the final circle for themselves, overtaking Twisted Minds will be a no-brainer, and I think that'll be a huge success for the organization. Can you imagine seeing Leon make it into the grand finals a tad bit earlier than expected?
There we go. The reposition coming in from SAUL as well.
Team Secret. Well, it looks like they're not going to be getting far enough. SHUL, though, no elimination so far there.
Yeah, in this situation, again, the slowdown is here. Foundation very open for SAUL to hunker down, buying their time. Close by to Team Vitality, though. If they do decide they want to go take this fight, but have to be wary of Fluxo as well. We've seen how much damage they can do with those long-range weapons, and it's scary.
The drums of liberation courtesy of Fluxo. But I think it's charging up Joy Boy on the side of these Straw Hats. Let's see exactly who it will be that unleashes their Gear 5 on the competition in a tad bit. 2 games back-to-back. Straw Hats have been phenomenal. But can they keep this streak up for themselves? Spending a tad bit of time outside the circle. 5 boosts activated off of those team boosters. Need a tad bit more coins before they can purchase the 6th one. Vitality keeping an eye on the rotation of Team Secret. It might be our loss making their way in as well as Fluxo and squad sits pretty waiting for the next contenders. This next circle is definitely going to be bringing a tad bit of chaos in here because we are running out of space to play. And Fluxo will have to make that run out of the defensive space.
I have to say, Made in Brazil lost really good with the reposition of the area. And it should go head-to-head up against Team Secret, I feel. I mean, Team Secret does have a bit of that high ground to play with, but in terms of firepower, I would say Lost still a bit better in terms of speed and positioning.
RRQ.
அப்ப ட்விஸ்டர் மைண்ட் சியா கீழ இருக்கானே சொல்றா டேய் வெங்காயம் 112 பாயிண்ட் ஆட் பண்ண மாட்டாங்களா அப்புறம் கீழ இருக்கானே
still hunting down these teams
லைன் ஏ மேல இருக்கானே
regardless of the stage, regardless of the level
ஏனா
of
கில் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் ஆட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க அதனால தான் இதெல்லாம் காட்ட மாட்டாங்க
but running away from the booyakers on the
point
other hand
table
is something just totally up to luck, and RRQ just did not have that luck on their side this time.
நீ வேணா அதை ஆட் பண்ணிக்கோ அவ்வளவுதான்
as well to see them getting knocked out super early, but again we are seeing the teams that had a great start to the day start to slow down a little bit now. Who took a little bit extra damage there from those long range shots have to be careful in terms of these rotations a bit later to the area means that you don't have a lot of space to work with, and most areas are being, I would say, held by players of MT7 that Carlos is really scary seeing this guy being able to just really work with his weapon.
Absolutely. The AWMY in hand, an MT7.
இப்ப ஏதாவது ஒரு டீம் எலிமினேட் ஆனா 12 ஆ பாரு.
But can he outperform Yago, who was on fire yesterday? Today they've slowed things down, and MT7's picking up home.
கில் பேட் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க பொசிஷன் பாயிண்ட் ஆட் பண்ணுவாங்க.
From the side of Straw Hats, spots out extra as well. Needs to break down those glue walls. One more needed. Riptide Rhythm sent out. Extra got out. MT7 the monster. And now looking for who as well. Can he get the ace on the whole squad of Straw Hats?
Hey, eliminate ஆகுமா
who as hell is trying.
Find out பண்றாங்க பாக்கணும். eliminate
Not gonna be easy because who isn't really showing his hand either, and so it's been, I'm not gonna lie, MT7, the son of the gun, he's doing just keeping every single player around the area's head down. No one is daring show their heads in case that the bullet goes up into their dome. But if anything right now, Vitality have a chance to take this fight up against SAUL, keep them away from this area, and this hard shift should be able to guarantee that fight.
Big advantage here for Fluxo. Not a lot of rotations needed. They can still hold on to that high ground advantage here for MT7. All he needs to do is just inch a little bit closer to the circle. But the risk that he will have is playing those glue walls a little too much too early. Team Secret is keeping close to the very edge of this hill, making sure they stay out of the crosshairs of MIBR Lost. And since they will not be spotted out for the time being, survivability is that they can sneak under the squad of MIBR and play survival. Yago has not hit those wild shots today, just yet. PS1 spots him, dropping down to the lower ground, but they will still stay hidden. SHUL, the Indian squad slowly rotating around. Perhaps this is where Team Secret falls. And on that replay, you see how MT7 with his high ground advantage was just making perfect work. Just dwindling down the chances of Straw Hats finding the final circle 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and who hasn't moved at all since then here? SAUL making a lot of noise as well.
There you go.
Trying to rush forward and take this fight, but Team Secret trying their best, inching their way forward, has to take this fight up against the Lions. Lost waiting. Made in Brazil, prime angle, just really pressure this team out of the zone. And I'm saying that Team Secret right now, just a terrible position to be in, but SAUL is here, perhaps giving a bit of space and respite for them.
Yago versus PLS1, and SAUL moves on in. And MIBR Lost says, you can have it, baby. I do not want this platform. They quickly retreat, trying to look for that reposition. Is that a good move or a bad one? Straw Hats finally taken out of the equation already. Fluxo sending the shots to the spot of Vitality. Joel knocked down as well. SHUL aiming for the players on the side of Team Secret as Vitality finally bites the dust. Unfortunate run for the squad. 2 games
இப்போ அந்த பாயிண்ட் ஆட் பண்ண மாட்டானுங்க கில் பாயிண்ட் இப்போ இன்னும் 2-3 கில் எடுத்தானுங்க மேல போவானுங்க பாருங்க லைன்
versus maybe a real, not too sure about that, but a team that's being blessed right now, maybe Team Secret. We'll see how it goes because they are currently being pressured. They don't have a lot of space to work with, forced to rotate forward, and Joker keeps a close eye on both these players, barely alive, jumps forward, somehow surviving in terms of rotating here, but have to deal with SAUL.
You gotta hit it when the window messes with your aim. PLS1 now trying to get away. Can he? Yes, he can. Beautiful jump pad reposition by PLS1. And the sniper of this god gets caught out by Della. AC80 perfection from Leon once again. Waking up in the competition to stay in contention for the early access into the grand finals. This is perfect from them. But Fluxo's still alive and kicking, and they are catching up. Look at the monstrous run. 14 eliminations strong for Fluxo.
Tiku in trouble alone, somehow managing to get 2 players knocked down, but not to secure those points.
Oh.
Bob somehow from far away also gone
Can he
down
get
to
it?
TQ here.
Oh,
Trying to
look,
find
Bob.
the final
Oh
member.
my God.
2v1 in this corner, but the damage is too much to deal with. He heals up and he's just waiting and biding for time as AUL forced to reposition.
Oh.
He does break one and goes forward. Decoy, how are you doing this? Finally going down to Fluxo.
Decoy, you monster! Capped that valiant dash for the final moment and backstabbed them as they would try to run away, but MD7 is the biggest winner of that equation. And Fluxo looking to dominate two Brazilian squads here. And it looks like Leon's going to be hopping on into play as well. What can they do? The LATAM squad up against two big Brazilian giants looking for the booyah. Jacon gets knocked down.
Away his
opportunity
my
to be picked up.
goodness, seriously?
And MIBR lost will shut down the opportunity for Leon to run away with this game. Fluxo on the other hand, alive and kicking up there with the high ground advantage. Joker versus MD7. This is going to be a good fight.
Yeah, trying to rush forward here. Joker has to be careful not to get eliminated. He is, after all, alone, but not able to find the angle.
Nice
Jumps forward.
That's the kind
my
of patience
God,
play.
seriously,
Supremacy with the
bro.
reposition. Now Leon staying alive for LATAM, but pushes in with the M590. Might be able to take him out of the equation a tad bit too early here. He jumps away from that high ground advantage now. Tagged up by the circle. This is just not the best situation for him. Barricades himself in. MIBR lost, spots his glue walls and looks for the annihilation. Grenade toss behind the glue walls and General taken out. Round one as well, and Fluxo cleans up house and makes it come back with a solid booyah.
The boogeyman is back, baby, and is looking really good right now. Looks really clean. MT7 was the guy in the spotlight, keeping so many teams away, and every single team kept their head down
What?
when they heard the sounds of his shots.
The very first booyah here for Fluxo in the group stage, as I anticipated the team flying under the radar. But if they make it into the top four whilst flying under the radar, you have to acknowledge they are a massive threat. I don't think Fluxo's trying. I think Fluxo's just chilling and they're still doing so well.
Yeah, just really taking their time, and it just felt so effortless seeing them play that map. But for the rest of the teams, though, everyone had a labored map. Everyone was consistently on that top three earlier. Now knocked down super early. As the Straw Hats weren't very comfortable. Mia wasn't very comfortable. RRQ got knocked out early as well. And it is impressive to see this shift from so many of these teams as we go into this third map already.
Absolutely. And the teams that need to step it up, definitely your eyes are going to be on the teams who are looking for the early access into the grand finals. Twisted Minds, 3 games in a row, have gotten themselves twisted into a little bit of a confusion because they can't seem to find the big points. But one team that found big points, 33, the one and only Fluxo.
Yeah, they are so hyped, just so you can really hear them really bring in that energy for their games today. We talked about them not trying, but they are definitely excited to just really bring this up the ante and the heat.
I mean, even without trying, Fluxo currently is in the top 4. How about that? How insane is that? And then you've got Leon on the other side who are struggling, who are trying their very best not just to survive, but to find these elimination points. But they're still one step behind Brazil. This has always been the issue for the LATAM squads. Can they break that curse this time round at EWC 26? As Fluxo rises to the top again after struggling in the past 2 games. Bermuda and Solara gave them a total of 4 points in totality, but they obviously have made up for those weak showing with this third map at Kalahari.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and I think this is where, you know, not only are you going to be worried for the bottom teams, but also for the possibility of maintaining that top 2. Yesterday, it felt like Made in Brazil lost was just so comfortable, so far ahead of the teams, right? Currently now they're at, what, 168 points? Vitality and the rest of the squad have like, what, a 20-point deficit compared to the rest of them. But if this continues, we might see a shift in toward the finals.
This time, Straw Hats only managing to sneak away 4 points from this lobby. Mia Corp, on the other hand, way too early of an exit. sure they wanted more, but eventually the momentum that they started the day off with dwindles down. Can they work that back up? That's going to be a big question. But MT7, you know, I asked a question, is he going to be able to show that he is a better sniper than Yago? And the number of eliminations that he pulled away in this game, I think answers that question. But I still haven't seen a clean 1v1 between these two phenomenal snipers. Yeah, Yago pulled away nothing as MT7 was cleaning up the lobby this time round.
Yeah, after all, I think one thing's for sure that when you see this, you know, we talked about riding the height in the beginning of the game for Straw Hats, for Mia. Yeah, it was the thing for map 1 and number 2. But now Kalahari comes through, Fluxo is online, and my worry is that they're going to start dominating, they're going to start farming these eliminations. We saw that happen on day number 1. It was a change in pace from the usual style play, and now it's currently still going on all the way till now. And I think for many of these teams that want to be in this top 2, well, I think their hopes and dreams might just be dashed.
Well, at the end of the day, you're aiming for the top 4, and it's obviously not going to be an easy run. This is a slightly easier lobby compared to Group A, mainly because you've got many teams very capable of pulling away big numbers through eliminations there. Here, on the other hand, it's all about who can play the game of survival. We've seen Leon already 3 games in a row. You got to respect the kind of hustle that they have on their side. After yesterday, it was a decent run today. It's so much better, so much more consistent coming through from the team, right? And now they have to battle against the one and only Fluxo. Twisted Minds, unfortunately for them, after running 3 games in without many points, they've been kicked out of the top 4.
Yeah, and I think that this shift is just, I think, something that everyone has been expecting as well. We talked a little bit, I think I talked to Lucifer earlier as well about what to expect from today. And they did say that we can expect anything. And after all, we also are expecting a bit of an area for us. So after this, we'll be back soon for more games.
We were there for every click.
Hey, thanks for Jolts, bro. Guys,
respawn.
The Jolts is not answering, guys.
Now,
the
crowd found Enquiry EWC. Our biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Games 3 ended, and this is our stage hit. I'm Yusul, and right next to me is Conchita. And of course, hey, let's talk about my team today. I am so proud of them. Did you guys see the Gui in that moment with his gun M9590? And then after that, even he's alone, but he still got his 2 eliminations.
Of course, you're gonna talk about your team. I mean, Yunsu, let's not forget who gets the booyah. Hello, it's Fluxo's first ever booyah. I know it is a little bit unexpected to see them only getting the booyah on the 2nd day. But then again, hey, it's Fluxo. They're in no rush, no desperation. They have that level of calm that finally show us what Fluxo really is made of. And MT7, I mean, that shot from high up, that was so amazing, and it shows the power that they truly have and why they are one of the strongest, biggest team from Brazil.
I agree, MT7 is one of the best sniper that Brazil has ever born. And of course, let's talk about our games. Only 3 games left too, and the last top 4 will go straight to the final. Currently, we have Lost, Team Fatality, RRQ, and now Fluxo.
Yes, Fluxo has successfully taken over the 4th spot from Leon from the booyah that they just secured. And what is even more amazing is the fact that they collected 21 elimination points in just 1 game. Now this is what I want to see, because this is what was missing yesterday. Going against Lost, I do feel like there is some brotherly rivalry going on between these two. But boy, oh boy, I am so proud to see Fluxo claiming the throne and claiming the booyah finally today.
Well, finally today we can see Fluxo got the booyah, and they're hoping for more because you can see the crowd. It's so crazy. I really love them, the energy here and the heat. It just keep making hot even though here is really cold, you know. And let's talk about our top 11, top 12.
Bro.
What do you think about
Black
them?
bro,
I do think that seeing how the group is doing right now, I do agree that Group B somehow has it a little, just a little though, a little easier compared to the Group of Death, aka Group A. But hey, anything can still happen. We still have a couple of games left, and seeing how Fluxo is bouncing back, I don't think the top 4 that we have right now is truly secure. Don't you think?
I do, but not yet, because we only have like 3 games and 3 games left to go. So I think this Group 4 still got some change to it, but I'm not sure. Because Lion is so crazy. You know, come on, Games King, he is on fire. Like a youth, a very young youth, a really young energy, come to the stage and destroy everything that is like cover his way up. Man, I'm totally his fan.
Yeah, actually we talked about this at the desk earlier, because we do believe that Leon actually has some more power, something that they haven't really got the chance to show on this stage yet. And yes, speaking of Games King, we know how passionate he is and how great he is. But then again, I do remember one of his posts on social media. He was apologizing to the fans because he wasn't really giving his all, even though we know how hard it could be at the EWC, right? Again, it is the World Cup, so the tension, the pressure, it is obviously higher, and it's so difficult for them. So yeah, I'm just waiting actually for Leon to make a comeback. I mean, if Fluxo can do it, I'm pretty sure that Leon can do it as well.
Well, we only have the left top 4 because in the Group A, we already have top 4, and this will be another top 4, and then 8 teams will go straight to the finals. Don't let yourself step into the survival mode tomorrow, because they're only gonna pick 4 teams out of 12.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just gonna be harder for the team because, hello, it's called survival stage for a reason. They're gonna have to survive, and it is not an easy task. But I'm still quite happy, because call me biased all you want, I am so glad that we have 2 Indonesian teams right now at the top 4. Can we talk about that for a second? I mean, we have Team Fatality. Sorry, I gotta say that one more time. Team Fatality, as Neptune would say, and RRQ. I mean, they are doing good. They are consistent, and yeah, I just can't wait to see the rest of the games today and who are advancing to the next stage.
Well, I'm happy for you. Guess I have to wait for my team. So Conchita?
Yes, I think it is it from now. But let's go back to the caster and see what do they have to talk about. Take it away, casters.
Okay, things are heating up right now. Yeah. I mean, after all, we are talking about the teams that are, I think, supported by both Conchita. We're also talking about teams that are supported by Yunsul as well as Lace as well. But the team that is currently on top, after all, is Fluxo. They are heating up. They're looking very aggressive. MT7 is starting to come online, and it is looking very terrifying.
Well, not on top just yet, but definitely getting there if MIBR does not wake up in a monstrous way, right? We did see them get to that final circle this time around, walk away with the 2nd spot, but just 4 eliminations to their name. Obviously, that's not going to be enough to protect your throne, but they've already put a phenomenal distance between themselves and the rest of the squads yesterday, so they do get a little bit of lag time here. But like I said at the start of our Group B, regardless of what MIBR loss does, I don't think they're going to get kicked out of the top 4, and that is something that truly deserves our respect, because they pretty much earned their spot at the early access into the Grand Finals just off of one day's phenomenal run with the 3 booyahs to their name. But of course, I am expecting some other teams to wake up. We have been talking about Straw Hats, we have been talking about Nearcorp, and I have to say the amount of hustle that we have seen Straw Hats do in that 1st and 2nd game, I think they definitely deserve to survive. But it's not up to us. It's up to them, and it's up to the other teams who want to survive or not, right? Al Ahly, they knew that they were in a pressured situation. They needed to wake up in that 3rd game, but Kalahari brought them absolutely nothing. And yet, the team of Straw Hats could not take advantage of that. They got kicked out a tad bit too early with barely any eliminations.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, you could start to see what they were trying to go for. They want to try and go for eliminations. They want to move around the map and go for these fights. But somehow, sometimes, when you play in this situation, you have to be ready to be dealing with these high-risk situations.
Yeah.
And for them, that high-risk situation did not give them any rewards. But we still have another few maps to go, and it's still another 3 more chances for them to play catch-up. Between the bottom 3 teams right now, Mia Corp, Al Ahly Esports, Straw Hats, only what, 2 points, 4 points between another. And in this situation, only between them 3, 2 will have to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's savage to have your totem crushed out here within the group stage in itself. But that's exactly how lethal things are at the Esports World Cup. We are savage, baby. You gotta be good enough to step into not just our grand finals, but good enough to step into our survival stage. And the teams who do not step it up, they will be crushed. Not just their totems, but their dreams as well. At least they get a little bit of a longer holiday in Paris.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in this situation, right, I mean, for those that are not going on holiday, you play another extra day, you have to go, you have the stress to try and survive today. You have to survive again tomorrow to be able to go to that grand final. Regardless, the next map is now here. I am curious to see how things are going to go today. Are teams going to just change up things? Are they going to be able to just go very aggressive, just start to farm up those eliminations? Or are we going to be seeing a more passive approach for some of these teams as well? Because after all today, I mean, the interview just now we had Joel, they said that they are playing very dynamically. Based on how exactly the rotations and the circles go, and they don't want to just go aggressive the whole way.
I say wow because you have more words than what Joel gave in that interview. I mean, the guy was barely giving us any answers, but you gotta love the fact that he was cool, calm, collected. He was confident. He was like, yeah, we're just doing what we always do. We're going out there, we're kicking some good butt. But this time, they'll have to watch out though, because if they don't start stepping it up, they might have their spot ripped away. Leon is way too close. Although they do have about a 20-point gap up at the top in that second spot. Vitality cannot let their guard down. We have got 3 more maps to go, and anything can happen in these 3 games. Leon's going to be dropping straight up into Brasilia, and this is going to be very close to the Indian squad. iQOO Total Gaming, they have to find a way to make sure they don't get caught up in terms of survival only, right? Because let's say in the final 3 games, Mia Corp, Al Ahly, Straw Hats, they wake up. iQOO Total Gaming is going to be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah, for real as well. Now coming into this, I like the fact that, you saw Koja get that first pick already, and he's going for a nice separated, I would say, play compared to the rest of his team here. Could just keep SAUL busy for the time being. And now Koja getting his 1 pick off already means that he's going to be able to just rendezvous with his teammate, or he could go to Brasilia, get a bit of a vantage point, an idea what's going on, wait out the initial fights, and then, I don't know, third party.
Oh, the drums have started. The drums of liberation that woke up Fluxo in that game number 3.
Nice shot.
But iQOO Total Gaming, Riptide Rhythm, perfect combo for Mafia. The VSK will not find elimination, but Water follows it up with a P90. The knock from afar, Mafia taken down. Hax has got the VSS with the rate of fire and the damage to keep the numbers equal here. And it looks like Leon's not going to be stepping away from that battle. But Della with a tiny mistake there with the ice grenade puts himself out of the equation. Aztec gets knocked out by Joker. Joker holding the squad of Leon together. And he has to find some way to get out of this sticky situation alongside Hax.
Yeah, Hax should be able to get out of there, I think, fairly safely. TG doesn't look like they're going to be putting in that chase as we go toward Twisted Minds here. They have an idea toward where Mia is going to be dropping damage quickly and so far away. Before even the Bass was able to just really fully push forward there, that's 1 more point in the bag. But for the rest of the team here, they've already vacated the area. They want nothing to do this early fight.
Well, Twisted Minds want their top 4 spots back. But what's the odds that we get 3 Southeast Asian teams qualifying from Group B as well? I think that's too much. 2 is a lot already.
I agree with you. I mean, this is the Esports World Cup. We want to see some diversity and representation from so many different countries if we can. And Shanky already knocked down Al Ahly Esports here, showing a bit more aggression and a little bit more, I would say, proactivity, because Wota is going to be shot out of the sky. Takes a bit of chip damage, but able to get away with his life.
Al Ahly stepping it up as well. They understand exactly what's at stake here. The totems and their hopes being crushed. I could total gaming. Out of the pen into the fire potentially. Wota.
Forward.
Making sure he lets go off the zip line. It just hit that U-turn a tad bit here. Because moving on forth was just not going to have any bit of advantage for him whatsoever. Would have gotten taken out of the equation there early. Mafia crawling around looking for more coins. Rigby will find RRQ's dudes. And the battle between MIBR Lost and RRQ breaking off right now. Vitality is going to find themselves a victim as well in Meerkorp. And Meerkorp getting crushed. Not just their players, but their hopes as well. They need to step it up. They need to pull those revives back in.
You really want to be able to do that as well. Vitality want to make up for their early exit in that previous map. And as we move over here, Noor out in the open in trouble. There's only so much time before the blue wall goes down here. The Baz will be pressured, but it doesn't stop him from trying to reposition himself away. But he is, after all, the one being pressured and get kept away from that zone. Jump rushes forward here to who somehow on the other end gets knocked down.
Indian lobby la advantage irukku but
involved in this battle, but it's supposed to be between Twisted Minds and SHUL. We don't even spot out the players on the side of Straw Hats, but they're trading blows with Twisted Minds, and that pulls the attention of the Thai squad a tad bit too long. And SHUL, they take advantage of that situation. Jump's gonna get overwhelmed here. Twisted Minds might not see the early access into the grand finals if this continues to happen, but Diamond's just keeping the team alive. In fact, going in here with the revive one after the other, Twisted Minds right back in here as a full squad, but scrambled on the battlefield.
Yeah, we're starting to see like a slowdown, at least for some of these fights. They come through, they go away, they go and revive the whole team once again here.
Are bro, finals very இருக்கும் இல்ல one side வெரியா தான் இருக்கும் bro. one side ல போறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பே இல்ல, விடமாட்டானுங்க bro. போன மேட்ச் இதே 90 பாயிண்ட் தான். சரியா 10 மேட்ச் நடந்துச்சு. போன மேட்ச் போன வருஷம் 90 பாயிண்ட் தான். இந்த புக்ஸோ மாதிரி எவோஸ் தான். ஆமா எவோஸ் கடைசி மேட்ச் தான் ஜெயிச்சானே. 10 மேட்ச் நடந்துச்சு. அதுவும் போன தடவை லிமிட் இல்ல, இந்த தடவை மாதிரி அன்லிமிட்டட் மேட்ச் சொல்லிருந்தாங்க. போன தடவை 15 மேட்ச் குறையா நடந்துருக்கு. ஏனா ஒரிரா ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணாம இருந்தானுங்க, ஃபால்கன்ஸ் ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணாம இருந்தானுங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய டீம், ஒரு 3 டீம் 4 டீம் ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணாம இருந்தாங்க. 10 மேட்ச்ங்க அடி எல்லா டீமே ரஷ் பண்ணி ஆடுனாங்க. அதாவது இப்போ இந்த தடவை அன்லிமிட்டட் மேட்ச் தான், அதனால 12 மேட்ச் போகும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு.
Who are desperately trying to stay alive.
அப்படினா கெஸ் பண்றேன். அப்படினா 6-7 மேட்ச் 5-6 மேட்ச் 4-5 மேட்ச் போற வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு.
On the leaderboard, but 3 games can
really change the championship எவ்வளவு குடுக்குறாங்க தெரியல. 90 ஆல் எவ்வளவு தெரியல.
A little bit of a civil war between the Indian teams. And SHUL will be allowed to survive a little bit longer by the looks of it.
I am very excited to see how it's going on toward this southern side of the map there. RQ and Made in Brazil Lost has been kind of hanging around there for quite some time, but never a full commit quite yet. Maybe you see pickoffs, but never really a situation where they want to go on a full 4v4. And we see some pressure coming in from Team Vitality as well.
Team Secret taking the bridge. Cross it over. One into play. A little bit of interference between the battle of two titans, MIBR Lost as well as RRQ. You better wrap this up quick because Team Secret wants to party. Away with the Max 7 gets the knock, but PLS1! The shot from afar takes the sniper of MIBR out of the equation first. Yadaral as well as round 1-7. Desperately trying to look for survival. Ma'al, can he find the angle as General scurries towards the compound to find the vending machine. 700 coins in his pocket. He can afford one revive. But can he get there? Wagam says, hell no. This MIBR loses their third player. And Team Secret, the biggest winner of the battle at Central.
They had such good timing getting into the area as well. Finding General, adding another 1 point to the board for them as well. Full control of the side. Now Fluxo is coming close into the area, and this is interesting.
On 7, it's going out
surfing. Hey, last inning enna or inda side pandranga.
He's trying to find the rotation outside the circle. Battle between SHUL and Twisted Minds. Not looking too good for the Indian squad. But they still do have some viability here. Noor stabbed in the back by Diamond, but he pulls off a double revive before being annihilated with that VSK up close and personal, which keeps the hopes and dreams of SHUL pulling more points in this lobby alive.
Here we go. Definitely heard the sounds of the rotations coming in here. Looks so close by, but over on this side, the Lions are starting to just find the members of the Al Ahly squad. Moves away.
Vitality tackle பண்ண வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு இந்த இடத்துல. லோ லைன் நிக்கறானே. Vitality புடிக்குறானே நினைக்கிறேன். இல்ல லைன் பேக் அடிக்குறான். அப்ப கண்டிப்பா Vitality எடுக்குறானே.
Can they get away?
அல்லாஹ் வரல. வந்தானே எடுத்துவானே.
Just too afraid to go all out in that battle because they understand the 3 past games where they have tried, they have been snuffed out, and they just chose the safer route this time round. Team Secret up against Fluxo on the other hand. Who's going to be the mighty one? PLS1 up against Yago.
Here comes that weight as well, trying to find a perfect angle and opportunity to strike.
MT7, apologies. Yago's going to be pissed. I left the team a long time ago. I'm not going back there, Mustachio. Wangam backing away. PLS1 understands that the lightning zone is not one that you mess around with.
Evos irukanu bro. Evos danger bro. Evos danger. Full danger போன மாதிரி காட்டுனானுங்க. RRQ வந்து survival ல உங்களால அடிக்கவே முடியாது. Zone predict பண்ணி ஆடுறது hashtag வேற அபய் வந்து நல்ல zone predict பண்ணுவான். அபய் தான் ஐடியல். ஆமா. அதான் நினைக்கிறேன். பயங்கரமா zone predict பண்ணுவான். Center zone predict பண்ணுவான். அதாவது அந்த சின்ன zone இருக்குல அத predict பண்ணி போடுவான் bro. போன EWC நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும் அந்த சின்ன ஜோனை புடிச்சு கொண்டிருப்பான்
I think right from the cross either as well, excuse me.
கலகாரி மேப் விட்டாலிட்டியா ஜெயிப்பானே அந்த மேட்ச் அந்த மேட்ச் பாருங்க
Have a bit of a top up as well for their supplies, but Fluxo already close to the zone, and is curiously enough this fight against Vitality is about to get really hot after this.
I'm sure they definitely have a launch pad here, so they're not too worried about the position outside the safe zone at this point of time. Probably going to be laying it out at the beach and taking a quick jump in. Those binoculars need to be used first. Yago brings back 2 of his buddies on the side of MIBR loss. And the hope is not lost just yet for them to hold on to the number 1 spot by the time we bring Group B to an end. Purgatory is a huge map. And that's why you've seen a lot of these touch and go eliminations coming on through.
Vitality அடிச்ச மேட்ச் அந்த மேட்ச்ல கலாரி மேட்ச்ல பயங்கரமான மேட்ச்
as we approach the 12-minute mark.
3v4 எடுப்பானுங்க அவனுக்கு 3 பேர் தான் இருப்பானுங்க Vitality பயங்கரமா ஆடி முடிப்பாங்க அதுல இருந்து Vitality எல்லாம் எனக்கு பிடிக்கவே ஆரம்பிச்சு
so hectic, the full on fights happening and Fluxo catching the members of TG rotating into the area.
நீங்க இவங்க எல்லாம் இப்ப பாக்குறீங்க அதனால உங்களுக்கு தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது இவங்கள பத்தி நான் 2-3 வருஷமா 3-4 வருஷமா 4 வருஷமா 3 வருஷமா ஃபாலோ பண்றேன் மேக்ஸிமம்
one time turn pulled up perfectly for SHUL, but they're going up against the Titans of Indonesia, and RRQ just runs through SHUL, reaping away their souls one after the other. And the chances of survival for Troll is really low here. Outside the circle, has got those glue walls to protect him, and he lucks out. RRQ does not commit. They back away from the opportunity as they focus on Team Secret instead.
Yeah, and this is huge because Team Secret is currently not only outside the zone but also pressured. Vehicle option taken out as well. The rotation is going to be annoying. And Troll, despite being able to stay alive for quite some time, not able to do so for time being, because Fluxo now is in trouble. Vitality is just really pressuring them. Both knocked down. Koja wants to rush forward here. Kept alive by the glue walls for the time being here. But
oh, what a revival! Oh, revive பண்ணல bro.
Huge by Buzzin.
அந்த பவர்லாம் போட்டானே கரெக்ட்டா ரிவைவ் பண்ண முடியல.
Quickly and Joel as well from Al Ahly Esports somewhere in the fray.
Wow, beautiful play by Diggs there. He made sure Butchazin does not get picked up. And now as these two teams are a tad bit busy with each other, MIBR lost looking to take advantage of the situation. Team Secret in the area as well. Lost focusing to take the players out. Secret can't jump into a full-on battle just yet. Now 7 picks right back up as SAUL Esports finally bows out of the lobby. GU making sure Wang Arm's not going to get picked up in that situation, but it is Team Secret that has the advantage with the zone here. They're looking to gatekeep Fluxo.
And it's interesting because Team Secret was the one kept out here, but because of the commotion they were
able
to find that space to get here. And now Fluxo will try to just really buy some time and survive. But over on this side here, the Lions are rushing forward. Twist their minds once in on this as well to be able to steal away a pickup in the middle.
Oh, Fluxo revive பண்ண போறானுங்க.
For them.
Tikui pissed off.
Oh, Fluxo revive பண்ண போறானுங்க. பாருங்க ஜோன் லேட் ரொட்டேஷன் பாருங்க. லேட் ரொட்டேஷன் பாருங்க Fluxo கிட்ட.
Those perfect connections.
புரியுதா ஃப்ளுக்ஸோ இதெல்லாம் டேஞ்சர் ஃப்ளுக்ஸோ ஆர்ஆர்கியூ வந்து ஜோன் ப்ரெடிக்ட் நல்லா பண்ணுவானே ப்ளஸ் வந்து லேட் ரொட்டேஷன் பக்கமா பண்ணுவானே இப்போ வரானே பாருங்க லேட் மீன்ஸ் டீமை காப்பாத்துறதுக்கு வரானுங்க ஜோனுக்குள்ள வந்து வருவானுங்க
பொறுமையா had the best of run today. The best has been 12 points from a lobby, and that was at Solara.
MIBR மாடிட்டானே
RRQ versus MIBR lost. Look at up, go. Max 7 in hand, has the valiant dash, but gets locked down by
RRQ
the
lock. RRQ lock
and that's what the A124 gives you. But Yago, the survivor, as Dudes pops them with the M590, and the sniper can't do much but to disengage and look for a vehicle, to look for a vending machine, but Team Secret bows out before MIBR loss gets taken out.
Crazy work, RRQ able to come back into the game as well. Yago needs to be able to survive longer.
That's it.
But the pressure coming in from the rest of the RRQ squad is just too much to deal with. And they're eliminated.
Remind sneaking that point away for the squad. Every single sneaky point is going to make a big difference for our team. Not just to survive, but to make sure they keep their hopes alive within themselves.
Oh, MT7!
Knock down to the ground. MT7 sharp shot straight to the
head.
It's going to be breaking down the defenses, opening up the house here for Fluxo as well. But they refuse to step on in. Mia caught right behind the squad, so Straw Hats can't go in.
Hey, அவன் இன்னொரு இன்னும் அட்வான்டேஜ் bro அவனுக்கு. அவன் இல்ல இப்ப மாதிரி இப்ப உள்ள வருவானே அவனே வரலையா? கொளுத்துறானே பாருங்க சைலண்ட் நின்னுட்டு.
Annihilated instead of the Straw Hats.
Clearly, you cannot cage a cornered animal because Straw Hat now decides to move forward here. Truckstop already knocked down here as Fluxo tries to find a way into the zone. They're gate capped. They don't have any space either, but they can buy their time.
மேல போய்ட்டானா சரியான பொசிஷன் இப்ப ஸ்னைப்பர் மட்டும் மேல போறானீங்க. இதுல போறானா? இல்ல எல்லாம் ஜோனுக்குள்ள வரானே. ஐயோ இங்க வந்தானே.
Man, Ali, Remind is going to be the playmaker here.
மாடிட்டானே இங்க லான்ச்சர் மாடிட்டானே இப்ப கிரேனேட் லான்ச்சர்ல முடிஞ்சு புஷோ முடிச்சானே மேல போய்க்கலாம் கீழயே வந்தாலும் தெரியல வீட்டு மேல போய் கொண்டிருக்கலாம் ஒருத்தன்
and reminding everyone that Ali is no easy picking.
As TJ rushes forward here,
ஓட்டாவை காப்பாத்துறாங்கன்னா ஒரு வாய்ப்பு ஓட்டாவை காப்பாத்த முடியுமா இல்ல ஓட்டாவை TJ அடி வாங்குறாங்க ஓட்டா கில் போயிடுச்சு லயன் முடிக்கிறாங்க டோட்டல் எனிமில ஒரே ஒருத்தர் மட்டும் தான் 9 கில்
by the Twisted Minds. A lot of space to work with, and now SH waiting the wings. Who also get up but survives a little bit longer. And second is waiting and fighting for time, but who falls?
The efforts were from Twisted Minds,
but the eliminate
with the Straw Hats who sneaked away those points from them. But that's all they're going to be able to eat off of the efforts of Twisted Minds as they personally take the Straw Hats out of the equation. But a valiant effort for the Bangladeshi squad to find the final circle. Al-Ali, on the other hand, with the survival gameplay, will no longer be able to pull away points as they get tortured in the hands of Twisted Minds, looking for their comeback match. And this is it. One more player to shut down, to walk away with a massive booyah for Thailand.
Waiting in the wings here. There we go. And always it's going to be them. Incredible work coming in from Twisted Minds.
இருந்துச்சு ஜோன் இருந்துச்சாங்க ஒருத்த மேல கொண்டு வந்துருவா கொஞ்ச நேரம் கொண்டுட்டா அப்புறம் இறங்கி ஏற வேண்டியதான் இங்க வந்து எலிமினேட் ஆகுற 2-3 கில்ல ஸ்கின் பண்ணிக்கலாம்ல
What a play, what a comeback. Twisted Minds in the past 2 games, they had an accumulated 10-pointer. 7 from Solara, 3 from Kalahari, but they definitely broke away from their unlucky streak here at Purgatory, making sure to farm on anyone they spotted out there. Straw Hats did eat off of their plate quite a little bit, and that does not result in a super monstrous round for Twisted Minds, but they didn't need it. They already had a ton of eliminations on their side, and it looks like the hopes of making the early qualifier for Twisted Minds might not be over just yet. But it is exciting. It is absolutely exciting because they flunked out in the first 3 games. The rest of the teams have managed to catch up. Fluxo has caught up, Leon has caught up, and they are all now so close to each other at the top of the leaderboard. But from down the bottom, Straw Hats as well as Al-Ali making a great run this time in this Purgatory map.
Yeah, we're starting to see them really come online. Aggressive as heck as well. We saw a lot of movement coming in from both these teams. Yeah. And I have to say, Mia was just so interesting just now. They were in a situation that they should have won that fight, but somehow Straw Straw Hats being able to turn around the game. Regardless, Fluxo currently waiting on the stage. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage here and I'm happy to be here with my colleague, Barney. Thanks so much for joining us on this interview, MT7. And actually, I want to hear Fluxo's crowd! Such great support for you, MT7. Definitely. That's super fast. Okay, so yesterday you guys had such a great, amazing debut here. Was so nice to watch you guys, even though you guys didn't get a booyah. But today you had a slow start. What went wrong those first couple of games? Ontem vocês conseguiram fazer uma estreia muito boa, mesmo que vocês não tenham conseguido um booyah. Porém, hoje vocês começaram um pouco mais devagar. O que aconteceu nos primeiros jogos que acabou dando algumas coisas erradas?
Bom, a gente teve alguns erros coletivos nossos. Então acho que foi por isso que a gente começou jogando mal, depois a gente saiu para conversar e conversamos legal, apontamos erros para consertar e acabamos consertando para a terceira queda e consegui meu booyah.
Okay, so actually it was some mistakes that each one of us did, like the whole group, the whole team. After that, we team up again, we talked with the coach, and we decided to fix some little mistakes that we were doing, and that's why we got a booyah, because we could finally step it up.
I mean, making those micro adjustments is exactly what you need to do, especially in a team of your caliber. Now, MT7, we've got to talk about Game 3. You absolutely popped off. There's a reason why your nickname is the Baby Goat. And not only that, but also you're like the MVP of your season in the Brazil region, okay? So let's talk a little bit about when you get into that flow state, when you're hugely popping off on the main stage, you're playing incredibly well. How do your teammates complement you with their play styles that then allows you to go and play the way that you did?
Obviamente que no jogo 3 a gente pôde ver muito mais do MT7, a gente viu que você conseguiu de fato ter uma performance muito melhor e é por isso também que você é conhecido no Brasil como Baby Goat, você foi o MVP da fase regular do Free Fire e a gente gostaria de saber como é que o time consegue também acompanhar você em todas as eliminações, como é que o time consegue ajudar o MT7 a sobressair no jogo.
Eu acho que é muito entrosamento da nossa parte, é muito treino, a gente já tem mais de anos treinando juntos, jogando as mesmas partidas, fazendo coisas diferentes, porém com o mesmo objetivo. Então acho que isso acaba influenciando bastante e acaba que a gente meio que tem um entrosamento muito forte por causa disso. A gente passa horas jogando junto, até quando acaba os treinos a gente joga junto.
Okay, so one thing you guys should know about us is that we consider ourselves not only teammates, but as a family. We practice every day, all the time. Even we don't have to practice anymore, we still keep it practice all the time. And that's why you have such a great chemistry. We go out together, we go have dinner together, we do everything together, and that's why it explains the good chemistry that we have. Not only me, but each one of these guys sitting by my side, they are the best of the world, and I'm gonna prove this here at AWC. First, to finish our interview, there is a really special question here, and I want you to be honest on that, okay? So you were the MVP of Free Fire World Series Brazil, despite not winning the title. Do you think you can win MVP again here at AWC, or is this challenge even harder, even bigger for you? Você foi o MVP, né? Finalizou ali a fase a FFWS Brasil com mais de 300 eliminações. Você acha que você consegue ser o MVP aqui no EWC ou esse é um desafio maior para você?
É um objetivo que eu sempre quis, que é ser MVP e campeão. Acho que por mais que os caras tá muito aqui na frente, mas mesmo assim eu vou ir atrás, porque é o meu sonho ser campeão e ser MVP. Então, por mais que possa estar difícil, eu ainda acredito nisso.
It looks hard, definitely. Is this a big challenge for me? But that's my goal, that's my dream. I don't want only win this. Of course, this is the most important thing for me and my team. But also, I want to be the MVP. I want to be the winner of AWC 26 and wear the crown of the MVP of AWC 26. So that's my dream and that's my goal, and I'm going to do everything to reach that.
That dream could definitely come true. MT7, thank you for joining us in this interview. We really appreciate it. 2 more games left to go until we close out the group stage, and they're going to pop off. We can, of course, imagine, and it's going to happen right here on the main stage. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio right after this.
What is mean of IGL? In-game leader, bro. In-game leader. IGL Tama da. So, Sami. Ivan chat irukana man. Ara avangala waste பண்ற அளவுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்க? PG waste-ஆ? நல்லா இருங்க bro முதல்ல. என்ன?
Montanha, mano. Torre Eiffel. Escada. Viver. Escada. Torre Eiffel. Buia. Buia. E eu acertei primeiro. Vai puxando o VAR. Pode pra frente não, cara. Eu não posso. Procurando. Macaco. Que isso? Mas esse aqui tá muito difícil, essa. Hoje, cara. Quantas letras? Uma palavra. Uma letra. Uma letra. Comer. Periquita. Não, um croissant. Uma maçã.
Mushroom.
Banana. Bandana, cara. Hambúrguer. Eu amo hambúrguer. Hambúrguer. Pão. Pão. Complicou a folha. Pão. Um pão. Pão de queijo. Pão de queijo. Um pão. É um pão. Você correu. Você corre. Correu.
Inira.
Um pão. Você correu. Você correu o pão. Você correu. Ah, vai. Você correu.
Blue Healer. Blue Healer, bro.
Correu pra pegar o pão. O pão. Correu. Isso aí, que é? Isso aqui, isso não. Ah, tá, o pão.
Solli tolagara, né?
Correu. Você correu o pão? Eu matei o pão. Ah, o pão. Tá. Correu. Correu. Ele roubou teu pão. O pão correu de você. Correu. Correu. O pão correu dele? Pão. De você? O pão. Pão. E você? E você correu atrás dele? Atrás dele. Aham. Do pão. Sim. Você. Pão. Correu atrás dele. Você correu atrás de mim com o pão. Correu atrás dele. Isso!
Okay, it might be our loss. It might take you a little bit longer to figure out your miming skills. And today's taking a little bit longer to get a booyah too, because this squad has not been able to get one. If we actually rewind it, though, we gotta talk about
the
Brazilian squad that was able to get a booyah, and that's none other than Flux. So don't worry, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of the game that just happened. But I want to go back to Flux though, because this is the one thing that they were missing out on, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at that like final zone and that split hold that they had, I thought that it was going to be like a little bit of a difficult feat after how many eliminations they had under their belt going into that match as well. But of course, they needed this. This is the booyah that they needed, because on day one, they were sitting at like 9.2 average elims and what was it, 5.9 placement. And before that booyah, they were actually on 0-1. Yikes. Which is, after match 3, that's not a great time. But that booyah brought them to about an 8.3 in elims and a 4 average in their positioning points. And I mean, if you just look at the this fight that they had between, I think it was them and Team Secret, just Central, and they literally decimated them
I want to sort of bring like Team Secret into the conversation with Fluxo, and the reason being is that Team Secret are getting eliminations on the edge of zone, but they are not moving from that. You could see the fight that was happening between these two teams sort of in that southwest corner, and Fluxo made the decision to rotate early. They're like, okay,
Kavya, satyama erichalaadu Kavya. Na rendam anupittu bro Kavya.
And they did. And then you saw if you like Team Secret try to follow suit, but they were decimated at that end of zone. So these decisions from the likes of Team Fluxo, and you heard it from
Kavya ni poitu அந்த ரெண்டு அனுப்பி அத மொத்தமா அனுப்புனாத என்னவாமா
that anymore. So they made a decision to do that, and that's exactly what is showcased.
Yeah, for Fluxo, this is something that they needed. Not only the booyah, but we need to start seeing it being a little bit more consistent. Because at one point, and I mean, when we end up seeing that overall, you'll see how tight everything is within this group. It's not decided just quite yet. A team that was able to get just a booyah, none other than Twisted Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind, aggressive?
At last.
Finally. I mean, Twisted Mind, I mean, they are aggressive way when the first time we saw them is now showing up once again. I mean, there's one thing that we expect out of Twisted Mind, and this Thailand team has been one of the threat that doesn't really care about the booyah. So I don't even know why they got a booyah. I guess they're only getting up on the elimination, just getting on the board right now. That's the aggression of Twisted Mind. Just different from what we've seen in other teams from Thailand. But now they're going strategical. They're not going aggressive right now. Half, if not like 3/4 of the game, they were just hanging tight, just waiting for the opportunity and getting all those eliminations.
I know why they got the booyah. I was following them yesterday, Neptune, okay? It was after such a, you know, they started at those first 3 matches, throwaways. It was not great for Twisted Minds, but then they started their rotation and getting those placement points. And what did I say? The kills come to them. So it was only a matter of time. I thought the booyah was going to happen yesterday for them, like I was really hoping, but they got it today because they're following the same formula that they were doing in those final 3 matches of groups yesterday.
A team that's putting themselves there. Yeah, I was about to say, you just threw them back. There goes all your notes over there on the floor.
Don't litter,
I will pick it up after production, I promise.
Now, Conchita, actually going to some of the Indonesian teams as we'll see the overall ranking here. You can see Team RRQ right now in 4th place, but they're being followed by Fluxo.
Yes, it is not safe at all. I mean, just by looking at what Twisted Minds just did in the game that we have just finished, they sneakily crept up to the 2nd position, and that was supposed to be the save zone for Team Fatality. I mean, by the way that they're playing today, the consistency that they've been showing, apparently it is still not enough. And if we're talking about RRQ, like I said before, this is the true test that they need to face. Are they ready to really be clutch about this couple of last games? Because if we're talking about them, again, this is where they usually shakes, and I would really hate to see that happening again.
Going to be looking at the teams that are currently in contention to just make it to survival or end up going home, because this race is actually tight as well. You got Al Ali there with 92 points. Straw Hats trying to chase them down with 85, and it's a bit of a toss-up, Neptune, on who's going to be going home and who's going to be going to survival. Even Mia, if they ended up having a good game here with 2 games left, they could put themselves in contention for that last game to make it to survival.
And what's making it difficult for me as well, Straw Hats, to really move up is they're going against each other. I mean, they're going passive approach to just buying their time, making sure that they go into final circle, and then that's when they meet up. They're not even getting that lot of elimination, so that would be difficult for them. And we also saw on that last match in Purgatory, we're in Al Ali. They
was practicing that backstage, by the way, guys.
It's making a comeback. The Neptune special.
Oh yeah. I mean, M79 coming from Remind. That grenade launcher was just deadly, and he like timed it well. Everyone's in a compound, everyone is one space, and he just wrecked them with that M79 grenade launcher.
Yeah, we just wish that we could have seen this sooner. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that we need them to show from yesterday, day 1. This type of I don't know, hunger that they are finally wanting to fight for their place. I mean, the next game, Nextera, this should be interesting.
It should be interesting. And looking at Nextera, looking at Purgatory too, I'm going to go with you, Neptune, for this one. Which team do you think will be stepping it up here in Game 5?
Well, I have two teams that managed to get a booyah already. We have MIBR Lost as well as RRQ. But in terms of numbers, especially in terms of placement point, MIBR Lost has been consistent in this map. There's also Lion who might be able to catch up because in terms of, like when it comes to elimination, it's quite even across the three.
It is very even across those three. With Loss, I mean, if they do end up getting points, this squad is just going to keep propelling themselves even higher to first place because nobody's going to catch them. Especially something crazy. Well, did I just curse them? Hopefully that's not the case. But for some of the other squads, right, RRQ, we're talking about Vitali as well. They need to make sure they come in clutch. As you can say, this is the time for those Indonesian teams. I swear, we're not biased here, especially with Cheetah.
We're not.
They need to be clutch.
They need to be clutch, and this is something that Fatality has actually proven that they can be. But again, if we're talking about RRQ, this is where the true testament really comes, because I really do want them to exceed. I really want them to finally overcome whatever it is, whatever curse or whatever jinx that they have right now. But that is not what I've been seeing on the last couple of matches, because again, I feel like they are slightly declining, and that is not good. So this better be a wake-up call. I mean, the way Al Ahly came out of nowhere and really performed well on that last game, that should be something that could wake, I don't know, RRQ from the deep slumber that they're in right now.
Now, we'll see though. I mean, RQ, when it comes to the map, Nextera is their second best. Only 2-point difference when it comes to Solara as well as Nextera. Their averages is also high in there. So I have confidence. I'm with you here, Conchita, about RQ getting this, but I just don't want any surprises come from the other teams.
And the thing that happens when we end up going to the final 2 games is that we usually end up getting surprises. And I'm excited to see which team will be surprising us here in Game 5 and later on in Game 6, because this is Group B and these are the last matches. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the Global Finals Survival and the last 2 going home. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. And I think Al Ahly's definitely feeling the pressure, right? And although they did make a phenomenal comeback here at Purgatory with a total of 20 points, they are still going to be in trouble if they don't continue this kind of a point hunt, because the only thing still keeping them alive, keeping them away from the final 2 spots down at the bottom, is the fact that they performed decently yesterday. 61 points for both Miacorp as well as Straw Hats from the first 4 games played. They're both hustling big time today, and Al Ahly has only pulled away 31. So you can already see who's more hungry, who's more consistent.
Yeah, we start to see the urgency come online as well for so many of these different teams. Again, we talk a lot about Al Ahly being at 92 right now, a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, SAUL as well with 94, also in with the possibility of getting knocked out of contention if, say, both Straw Hats and Miacorp decide to get a little bit more active this game. Straw Hats has showed us the capability of them to go a bit aggressive, to farm up those eliminations, to move around the map and take these fights head on. And as for Mia, survivability has been key for them, surviving into these very, very deep runs.
It honestly would be insane to see 3 teams from Southeast Asia make it out of Group B as well, right? We saw that phenomenal run from SEA in Group A, and to see it here in Group B as well will definitely be stunning. But obviously, Fluxo, Lion, these 2 teams have got a good chance to ruin the party here for one of the 3 Southeast Asian teams. And Twisted Minds, after that phenomenal victory that they just showed us in the previous matchup for their comeback game, they've jumped into that 2nd spot. And right behind them is Team Vitality as well as RRQ. Indonesia needs to step it up a tad bit as well.
Yeah, and no one is even in this lobby because anything can happen. Either be at the top or at the very bottom, as Dix takes a bit of damage from the bottom side of the terrain. But no full fights quite yet, as Diamond does keep his eyes onto Koja. They want to go for this fight. Nah, Diamond said, I will just put in the shots, but not really go for this full-on fight.
See what they can pull away from this battle here. Vitality. Fan fight 2v2, but Diamond's going to get caught out. As his partner was just a tad bit too far, the Bears catching up finally, and Exposy with the Punisher off their M24. They lose one, but they pull away two. Math-wise, let's check it out for Team Twisted Minds.
Very patient on that as well, allowing Diamond to go down and leave them into this false sense of security. Regardless, Vitality easily being able to bring the two back into the game. But the fights are happening all around the map. If you see that kill feed, a lot of things are going on right now as Mia does go for one, but trades out Water, brings back Mia, his teammate, back into the game. So Mia looking really good, starting off with 2 points and should be a big step to just climb that mountain.
நாளைக்கு கிக்ல லைவ் இருக்கும். அதுக்கு வந்து காலையில 11 மணிக்கு வருவேன். 11 மணி 12 மணிக்கு வருவேன். இந்த லைவ் ஆரம்பிக்கிற வரைக்கும் அதுல தான் இருப்பேன். அங்க வந்து நீ டீம் கோட் கொடுத்து ரூம் விளையாடுவோம்.
In Nextera and Purgatory, if they literally pull away nothing from these games, then perhaps that relegation might just be a possibility. Obviously, they don't want that for themselves. They just need to put up an average performance, and that should be good enough to get them into our survival stage.
A
lot of rotations coming in for so many of these teams here. Mia just now holding on the area, also being able to be chucked down there by the Twisted Minds player. But for now, for the rest of Twisted Minds here, very healthy and happy in Frontopia. Meanwhile, for Team Secret here, want to take this fight against Mia. They weren't able to get a few eliminations earlier onto this team, but the rest of Mia hunkering down, taking their time as well, hoping that they'll get discovered by the rest of the team. As Nyx puts in a bit more pressure toward Anshan 7. None of the damage actually clipping onto him, allowing him space to reposition for not so long. Huang Am tries to do something and even trades out his teammate, looking really good. Which Biblix tries to come forward and try to do something to make it happen, not happening.
The crossfire from Team Secret looking solid, but PLS1 now knocked down. Twisted Minds might just drop by to say hello. Mirkop bumping into Straw Hats at the wrong time, wrong spot. Kappa all alone. Straw Hats looking for the hunt. The vending machine camped at by Shock. And Kappa's not going to be able to get there. Oh, a sliver of El Kappa.
Oh my God, bro.
To bring in the revive, and Mirkop will survive a little longer.
Right in the nick of time, finally back into that game. Just need to survive. As for SAUL, TG had been hunting them for quite some time. Water waiting for his teammates to be able to just move in together with him, so that he's not able to give him this isolated 1v1s. Don't even need it. So quick with that Valiant dash.
Beautiful stuff from Water. Feeling a bit thirsty now.
Way too early here, not looking good for the team that qualified through the Free Fire World Series USA. Team Secret versus Twisted Minds this time round. Will the Vietnamese squad be able to wake up and shake down Twisted Minds after their phenomenal game earlier on? Valiant Dash missed by Baz, but it still fights Not7, who could not get away in time. And the backstab is perfect. Twisted Minds dismantling Team Secret. And PLS1 left all alone. No stealth bites this time around off of that Morse. It's got the Skylar, but the Skylar's not going to be useful for survival. But he is going to luck out. Twisted Minds not close enough to take him out of the equation just yet. Total Gaming, on the other hand, bumping into MIBR loss. And this could just be a huge loss for the Indian squad if they don't manage to wiggle out of this water. Beautiful Valiant dash to stay alive for a little bit, but Rawan 7 with the Winchester clips him. Shanky's now going to be spotted out as well, and he's going to hold the fort as the distraction for Total Gaming as Mafia scurries away to revive the rest of the team members.
Yep. Should be so quick, so I think hard for him to be able to find that last final elimination. Perfectly done. Now, Made in Brazil already with 5 eliminations so quickly into the game. So we just see them get active on the map here as the Straw Hats now shocked down, knocked down by the Lions. But still 2 more members to stay alive for the time being, but not for long. Attacks quick to find Will. Barely alive right now. Trying to keep the wall up for him to have a bit more space to work with.
Oh, man.
But not too much. The pressure is just too much to deal with. There's a double kill elimination already.
Yeah, Gamerz King is finding that angle towards the right.
Hey guys, 2.5 likes போல கமெண்ட் லைக் பண்ணுங்க, லைக் போட்டு வருங்க. அந்த சூப்பர் சாட் ஆப்ஷன் பக்கத்துல கிஃப்ட்னு ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும். அதுல வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு 50 வரும், நிறைய பேருக்கு 1000 வரும். அத கொஞ்சம் சென்ட் பண்ணி விட்டுருங்க எல்லாரும். அது அடுத்த மாசம் ஓபன் ஆயிடுச்சுனா வேஸ்டா போயிடும். ஓகேவா?
The binoculars used here by the Lions as they are trying to snuff out the squad that they were just engaging with, the one and only Straw Hats.
Dinoculus finds nothing, but if they continue on this pathway, they are going to bump into them eventually, and the Straw Hats are scrambled on the battlefield at this point of time. And this is the quick revive, the Bass with the valiant dash, not really breaking down those glue walls to find the advantage, but Nan7 just got caught out. Wrong place, wrong time, could not get away. And Twisted Minds did a number on their Vitality. On the other hand, is going to get caught out here by Al-Ali.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, but Ali also well being able to take the Hawk back into the game. Numbers advantage because RRQ decides to join in on this fight. Ran steals away one member of Vitality here. Seamox as well taken, despite the valiant efforts of this team, and RRQ is the one that is reaping the benefits.
Absolutely. Seifu Max 7! And Diggs just ran straight into that one. But how much can you walk away with Al-Ali? With RRQ here as well. Survival is going to be close to impossible. They find Seifu. They put him down 6 feet under. And Al-Ali is out super early.
Seeing a lot of these teams getting knocked out super quick and super fast. In RRQ, this time around, timing is just so good, so aggressive as well, not allowing any of these teams to recover from any of these fights. SAUL as well will be joining in on that lobby. Things are getting really hectic as the pressure mounts. We are running out of maps after all as we hit the end of the day.
Thank you so much. 5 eliminations strong for RRQ, who wants to make sure they find the access into the grand finals as early as possible, allowing the rest of the regions to fight against each other. Southeast Asia is looking to take a break tomorrow. I wonder what they'll do with the extra free day, as they can just sit back and watch those rotations, do a lot of homework, see those drop spots, and cherry pick who they want to punish with a couple of hot drops on the grand finals day. It's a big advantage if you can skip over the survival stage.
MT7 still very happy and healthy there, being able to just go for these long-range pickoffs. As for the rest of the team here, Straw Hats, who able to just really survive for the time being, but this 3-way crunch from 3 different angles, I'm not too sure how long he can survive this. Maybe hopefully steal away a pickoff, not happening. Quick to just take down the glue wall and just finally going down to General.
It's not the right strategy here for Straw Hats as they just scrambled on the battlefield, but I understand as well, right? Because both the players just looking for those coin machines, trying their best to revive their downed members, but that has kept them scrambled continuously. And without the support of each other, the rest of the squads are going to have a field day running across them, picking up easy points one after the other. Luck is still keeping them in the race. Those Straw Hats have got one final survivor tasked with reviving the rest of this team members. Let's see if or not Nil will be able to pull that off for the squad.
Looking over toward the southern side here, Twisted Minds and Lost as well is about to get super hectic there as the rotations are happening. RQ looking very comfortable just over toward the square. They have compounds in their control. But as for the rest of the Straw Hats, survivability is going to be a problem. So does General gets knocked down here. The Bass leading the charge early in this fight. And it's looking very, very terrible for this team. The Bats knocked down, stolen away. 11 eliminations already for Twisted Minds here, as Lost tries their best to keep themselves in this game. Barely alive, knocked down there. Rahone tries to find a different angle to work with. Not able to do so. Finally find one in the end. No, it's Diamond with the long range pickups to really just knock them out of this map.
Absolutely dominant battle from the Thai squad. Twisted Minds twisting MIBR Lost inside out on that fight, and Team Secret using the high ground vantage point to take down a player from the side of IQ Total Gaming. The pickup is instantaneous. No doubt at all, they definitely have a Tiba on their side, and they will drive out of the confines, and Team Secret will not be able to continuously punish the squad. Great rotation by the Indian squad to disengage.
Fluxo looking to just really wrestle away this compound from RQ. But kept at bay for the time being thanks to these glue walls. He has to find a different way into the area instead. Want nothing to do with it, but Twisted Minds are here as well.
Nil just got shot out of the equation here. The reason why Straw Hats are still alive and kicking in this lobby is because of him. A phenomenal triple revival, and Straw Hats stand a chance to overtake Al Ahly as well as SHUL in this game in itself if they can get to that final circle and pull away some solid eliminations. They've got 3 survivors to complete that run. IQ Total Gaming losing Mafia. Vitality spotting him out. The Lions saving themselves as Team Secret send that Riptide Rhythm their way. PLS1 deadly with that shot. But the active skill will not give them the elimination points as the Lions quickly reposition.
Yeah, and Team Secret is running quickly out of space as well. Like you're going to have to go down this terrain and take this fight. But it's had to be a bit more patient, hoping that the Lions just move away after all. The circle is to the southern side here. A bit of space to work with for them, so the rotation should come through. But have to be careful because over on the other side of TG and Vitality just hogging on to that area.
Whose binoculars was that? Either way, IQ Total Gaming and Vitality looking at each other out. Vitality spotting out Straw Hats as well. They don't care who they shoot at as long as they can pull away some extra points before getting into the thick of the action, thinning down the numbers of your opponents regardless of who they are. That's the game plan here for Team Vitality. RRQ versus Twisted Minds. Great rotation by the Thai squad. Those glue walls used perfectly. And Straw Hats being dismantled by Team Secret. One final survivor, the game where they could overtake Al Ahly as well as SAUL. Both those squads can thank Team Secret for giving them a huge advantage now. And it looks like it might be over, but extra! What a phenomenal play, but that would not continue. 2 knockdowns. But he's eliminated from the lobby before he can find the confirmation. And IQ Total Gaming faces the same fate as well.
Yeah, MT7 online as
அடிச்சுக்க
well.
4 கிலோமே வந்தா ப்ரோ அடிச்சுக்கறான்
Of the rotations
MT7
coming in from the different parts of that map. Anyone crosses the peripheral vision immediately has the dome of their head popped here. But Team Secret finally into the circle and into the waiting arms of another Apex Sprinter. RRQ putting in a damage and stealing away these eliminations before they even hit the ground.
They're too good. Unfortunately, Team Secret did not pick the right spot to jump away to. But shot out of the air and annihilated by 2 squads through those shots. Twisted Minds looking to make a back-to-back super bomber of games. Stitched together Purgatory and Nextera. Can they go for the back-to-back Booyah after avoiding the Booyah like a plague, focusing just purely on eliminations on the first 8 games they played through 2 days? Southeast Asia looking for the dominance, but Brazil and LATAM still having some representation here. The Lions as well as Fluxo both have got great defensive spots. But the Lions are going to be pressured here with the movement of this circle.
Waiting in the wings, buying some time. You can hear a lot of pressure coming through from both these teams with MT7 opening it up onto the Lions. Della knocked down as well as Twisted Minds decided to just chunk down all of the members of the Lions as well. They are pressured and they are crunched. Where can you go, Joker?
காஸ்டியூம் பார்த்தாலே எனக்கு பயமா இருக்குது ப்ரோ. காஸ்டியூமையும் அந்த கன்ஸ்கினையும் பார்த்தாலே எனக்கு பயமா இருக்குது ப்ரோ. இவனை பார்த்தா
are now out of the game.
ஐயோ சாமி யாரு ப்ரோ இவன்?
3 squads shooting at your time turn at the same time. It's going to melt that dome down. And RRQ now, like the birds of prey, staring down at everyone with his vantage point.
Hey, yaar man, paathaale bayama irukku.
They quickly run below them to take away the angles from RRQ. So that vantage point is not going to give them a very big advantage. But if Twisted Minds continues to make this very early rotation, maybe they can take advantage. And then Riptide with them breaking down their defenses. And
Twisted Minds seriyana
glue wall flurry from Twisted Minds to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, somehow despite all that pressure, they're still unmoved, undeterred, and just repositions themselves onto the other side. And they rally back. A bit of damage onto Ma'al, barely alive, even a nade to come through. Make it 2. Tosses up here, but RQ managing to just walk away. A bit of damage is enough, but after this, they're just safe and sound inside of the compound. But Abe goes huge with a knockoff onto Exposé.
Just pushing away Twisted Minds. And Fluxo's just sitting back watching this. You Southeast Asians get it done, man. We'll just clean up the lobby later on. MT7 high ground. Huge advantage for the super sniper. But both Twisted Minds as well as RRQ have defensive compound here to work around themselves. And they will avoid MT7's process perfectly.
Look at the space that
Fluxo has the high ground, also the lower side completely in their control. So many terrains, angles, and crossfires set. And Twisted wants to wrestle this space away from them.
Beautiful jump pad used here by Twisted Minds. He's keeping the angle low to not give MT7 a very big advantage there. Not taking too much of air time gives them that survivability. But now MT7, now you got to break an ankle when you try to get off this roof. That's going to be a big question here. The Brazilian squad, some extra advantage. Dukes now spotted out, and a beautiful connection, ran stacked up, and the Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, but MT7 can't put anyone down just yet, and RRQ makes a perfect location right behind the wall.
And
as
the Twisted Minds rush forward
as well to steal away that space, but Dunce is out there in the open. He's knocked down, but the blue wall keeps him alive for quite some time. RRQ hunkered down, waves off all of this pressure. They're not done quite yet. Twisted Minds, though, decide just wait this out. Fluxo forced out in the open, and decide just really pressure out the members of RRQ since they have no more space to work with. A lot of damage done. Baal knocked down. Abe barely alive.
Survival play, you see everybody drop their coins. I think it was Maal that picked it up, but you got to respect what RRQ did in that sequence. Although they were getting pummeled by all of those shots, they quickly patched each other right back up. But Bobs is going to be deadly. He's got the Winchester level 2, but more importantly, the M79. The grenade launcher should be able to dismantle RRQ, but he's keeping that for the very final moment. And MT7 making great work off of this vantage point. Switching between the AWM as well as the M82B for the great big advantage. Maal's going to get taken out of the equation as well. As Twisted Minds now books a fair fight up against Fluxo with one final survivor on the side of RRQ.
Can't do more than that here, just really cleaning up the house. The team wipeout, and even Fluxo will be able to get this Booyah finally again. Aggressive and sharp. A lot of space control as well. This team is looking to dominate and kill some dreams.
MT7 vantage point on a double sniper setup with the Skylar. Definitely caused RRQ a lot of problems. You see the skills out of the Indonesian squad. You can knock them down, but you can't keep them down. They had those glue balls, but more importantly, they had the communication and the speed. But towards the end of that battle sequence, it was the circle that pressured the Indonesian squad a tad bit too late. And Abe just showing up strong as the final survivor, but overwhelmed by the players on the side of Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
Honestly, incredible seeing so many of these teams just pull off what they're doing today. Fluxo back-to-back once again. The boogeyman, as Carol mentioned, now back, showing us in this very last day what Brazil is able to deliver. Regardless, as we look at the rest of the team here, the bottom three is the one that intrigues me the most after all, because some of them did get knocked out a bit too early. They runs a bit too quickly as we only have one more map to go.
And of course, the superhero in that final battle was Butchizin, the M590 in this monster's hands. He was unstoppable. The mechanical supremacy of Butchizin up close and personal is going to be the threat for the other squads. Whether or not they get the early access into the grand finals, you can bet you're going to see them there if they keep this up.
Riding the high, and the fans definitely love it. Throughout the entirety of this game, they were loud. The energy definitely felt by this team. But as for the rest of the teams, we talk about the top, where right now the Thai team, Twisted Minds, looking very comfortable. I think about 13 points ahead of Fluxo right now. Should definitely be able to catch up if they do have another standout map, especially since we do have one more coming soon.
This battle sequence definitely should push Vitality out of the top 4, but we will see exactly where they stand as we catch up with you guys in a minute.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, my God, if that didn't get you pumped, then I don't know what will. It's Lace and Neptune here to bring you that match recap. And my God, Fluxo. Holy moly, I consider me impressed there. Not only did they have that height position, Neptune, but they managed to get so many eliminations within that final zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult to get away from that. We've seen Twisted Mind, we've seen RRQ try to get close to them, but the elevation, especially with MT7, it's just difficult to tag him. And with the zones pushing them in, forcing them in, they couldn't even get an angle to snipe him down.
I mean, and when you have like Twisted Minds and their rotation that they had to go through, it kind of looked like they might have been the next one out. But Fluxo, you know, having that eyes on top of RRQ is something that, you know, Twisted Minds are probably like, thank you, because they were able to position themselves into that. But obviously we want to talk about those sorts of teams in that mid-range there and who might be going to have to work a little bit harder in this next game. And of course, Lion, you know, we want to sit in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for Lion right now because earlier, before that game, like there's 3 teams above them. And now that they got eliminated a little bit early, those fights or those teams are still alive. They managed to get a few more points, but there's a little bit switcher in terms of the order. And we might be seeing being forced down once we see the overall.
I mean, this leaderboard is very close. And of course, you know, we talk about that last game and RRQ and how they were sort of sitting in a nice position early on in that stage. But obviously having Fluxo on that height in contention, it didn't really pan out for them to be able to push them way in. And the fact that, you know, they need to be making these proper calls and making these rotations early because they need it.
So right now, especially with how they got the consistency they have, the elimination that they had as well, I think it will.
நான் ஒண்ணுக்கு போயிட்டு வந்து உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் பிரச்சனைனா நீங்க எல்லாம் என்ன போவே மாட்டீங்களா? அப்படியே போற மாதிரி இருந்தாலும் சிலிண்டர் இடுப்புல கட்டி விட்டு இப்படிக்கு சுத்துவீங்களோ? இப்படிக்கு நடந்து போவீங்களா? சிலிண்டர் கட்டிட்டு இடுப்புல. கேமரா இப்படி போவீங்களா என்ன? கேக்குறேன் இல்ல. அது எந்த மாதிரி எவ்வளவு வெயிட் எவ்வளவு இருக்குன்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா கரெக்ட்டா இருக்கும். என்ன?
Out early, move up and get out of those bottom 2 eliminations, but was it enough, Neptune?
I don't think it's enough. I mean, it's very, very close, especially with performance at Al Ali. They had managed to pull off the match before that. So that's already a huge one that Straw Hats needs to do. And who did eliminate them? It's Team Fluxo. So it's getting tougher and tougher for those at the bottom too. It's just unfortunate as well that even MediaCorp couldn't get a point or a few more than points, and that's enough to catch up to Straw Hats. And it's just unfortunate that they keep beating up against each other. They should have been splitting away from the rest of the squad, trying to keep it safe, final circle. But if that's the same intention for everyone, then eventually you end up meeting.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have MIA missing in action or what is happening there, obviously they are sort of going in that bottom spot, but I don't believe that push them out of that bottom 2. I mean, unless they pull off some sort of crazy action like Fluxo with these eliminations, but it looks like, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to just get out of those elimination spots so deeply down. But of course, you know, I'm always an optimistic Neptune. I'm always like, yeah, you know, someone could do something crazy here. Might not happen for MIA, but for Straw Hats, it could be something where they can bop them out of that bottom 2. And I mean, we're rearing and ready to go for match number 6. Let's find out exactly where these teams are going to hit. Casters, take it away.
Wow, you can see how loud the RQ fans are down there, AJ.
It's dangerously close. Dash up at the top, down at the bottom. You can count these points up at the top with just one hand. Down at the bottom, you may need 2, but it's still under double digits. MediaCorp can still make it, but they need to have a breakout run this time around, and they need to hope and pray that either Al Ahly or SHUL does not get any points from this lobby whatsoever. Straw Hats as well have that exact same opportunity. We saw an explosive start from them today, but in the first 5 games, it was mainly recovery from their inability to pick up those massive points yesterday, and they've done well. Recovery has been perfect, and now it's all equal down at the bottom. 4 teams fighting to not end up down at the very bottom. You're talking about SHUL from India. You're talking about Al Ahly. You're talking about Straw Hats. You're talking about Mircorp. And up at the top, it's still a question whether or not we get 3 Southeast Asian teams find the early qualifier.
Manikandan bro, thank you girls bro. Thank you so much for the Argentina football bro. Argentina fan
Brazil, but Fluxo slowly but surely bringing out the beast mode within them. 98 eliminations so far in their group stage run, and I don't think they're done just yet.
No, they are definitely a team that really wants to ride off that high as well. But I have to say, looking at Twisted Minds and how they've been able to really activate throughout the second half of the day is just really, really scary. I mean, these are teams that just not only super aggressive early, but also active, moving around the map, and it's always intentional how they're rotating, how they want to take these fights, and most importantly, the timing on when they enter these fights as well. There's so many fights that between these two teams are happening, any two teams are happening, that somehow a third party comes in and just completely dominate as well, and they get so much of the rewards from the weakened teams.
Absolutely. Can see all of the comments coming on through. Everybody setting their wishes to the teams out there, and let's check this out. Group B is more diverse. I mean, Lucky is even here on the EWC stage being highlighted. This guy is a super fan for sure in the world of Free Fire Esports. But of course, Mircorp, they showed us a lot out of FFWS USA, but here they just haven't shown us what we have been looking out for their side. They have always been very proficient at finding that final circle, but this time, somehow their rotations just keep getting cut off.
Last aggressive
hard to really pinpoint where exactly the rotation is going to be happening, because everyone is just so proactive and moving around the map as well. And I think in this situation, I think just now Lace talked a little bit about the middle side of the brackets, right? I mean, we talked a little bit about the Lions that I think had a great start to the day, but start to struggle toward the end. Vitality start off really, really hot, and they just weren't able to really secure some fights as well to really be able to secure their positioning on the top side of that ladder. And as things get super interesting here, top 2, maybe we might have an answer as well, but at the same time, it's getting more and more aggressive, more and more competitive between many of these teams. If anything as well, we had a bit, we heard Des talk a little bit about Team Secret, but they weren't able to have the most stable of fights, even recoveries as well, despite their best efforts.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Team Secret is not going to find the early access to the grand finals. They're going to have to play survival, and I just pity to find the early access to the wall. They don't have any other way out of it. Push them to the edge, but they've got their backs to the wall. They don't have any other way out of it. They'll fight you for it, and they most probably will walk away with a victory as well, knowing them. Let's not forget, they became the kings of Southeast Asia recently with 4 magnificent back-to-back booyahs. Nobody saw that coming. Everybody was shocked. But for them, they were cool, calm, collected. They saw that all the way. They knew exactly what they could do. But for me, it's not about what's happening around the mid part of the bracket. It's all about who gets the early access into our grand finals and who survives the crushing blow. Down at the bottom 2 spots will get taken out of the equation. Is it going to be Mircorp, Straw Hats, or will Al Ahly as well as SHUL Esports get pushed down to the bottom? This one game, the final match of Group B, will tell us.
Comes a drop and things are getting interesting. The crowd definitely has their breath baited right now to see who makes it all the way to the grand finals and who will be going home right now. We start to see an early drop coming in from Fluxo. And as for the rest of the teams here just dropping through, TG as well as Lions dropping side by side. These early fights are going to be super excited to see who makes it out alive.
Man, this is not the kind of hot drop you want if you are IQ Total Gaming. But then again, how much of risk do they run here? Even if they do get eliminated early, I feel like they have started off the day fairly fine. They've done enough to stay in the competition to make sure relegation is not a danger. They'll have to see. But the super hot drop between the 2 teams down at the bottom, it's not going to be helping their cases at all. I cannot take a pick. I love them both equally. Mia Corp, Straw Hats, who
Enna bro
survives
kathra?
this
Uyira vaangana
deadly
bro,
encounter.
hootla
Mia
kondu.
Corp with the big advantage here off of that vending machine.
Yeah, SH with who knocked down as well. They do not have numbers advantage, and Shox really hoping to equalize. The sprays are there, but only chip damage is around as the rest of Mia looks to collapse. Not able to get close enough quite yet here as Shox still tries to buy some time. But as for the rest of the team, not happening. Shox will be the next one to fall. His teammate tries to follow through. Nil able to find one in exchange, but not able to secure that point. And is looking very, very terrifying for SH.
SAUL hearing the gunshots. They want a piece of this. Can they rip away the lives of the side of Mia Corp? That was a valiant effort there from the players on the side of Straw Hats, because they kept one guy in there, two people in there to just hold Mia Corp back, distract them. There's one final survivor left the compound to play those revivals. And Mia Corp, they look for those points on Straw Hats. But it looks like Karma is going to catch up fairly quick here as SAUL dawns upon them. And India's definitely good with the Karma game as they rip away the points. Mia Corp, the sacrificial lamb in that sequence. And Troll, can he stop Kappa? Kappa, does he have coins? Kappa does not have coins, but he doesn't need to. He's already gotten the deed done off of that vending machine. Those revivals will keep Mia Corp in the run.
Spots Noor out here, but not able to really take this 1v1. Forced to move away, isolate these fights there. Noor barely alive, but it's Kappa that falls. Another point in the back for SAUL. That's 4 eliminations so quickly in this early game.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் டைம் அவுட் போடுறா டேய் மேட்ச் பார்க்க வந்தானுங்களா இல்ல என்னன்னு தெரியல நீங்க ஏய் அந்த ஆள டைம் அவுட் போட்டு தாடி விடுறா bro டைம் அவுட் தான் bro உங்களுக்கு போய்ட்டு வாங்க
Anyway those points go, they're going to be crucial points to dash you.
இந்த மேட்ச் பார்க்க வந்தீங்கன்னா மேட்ச் வந்து பாருங்க உங்க மெஸ்ஸி சண்டை ரொனால்டோ சண்டை எல்லாம் ஊட்ட வெச்சுக்கோங்க ஊட்டுக்கு வர சரி ஃபோன் நம்பர் ஷேர் பண்ணிவாங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் chatல ஷேர் பண்ணி வாத்து வெச்சுவாங்க ஃபோன் பண்ணி சரியா.
He was run at, but Dix will be able to lay him out with the Drogon, and they continue their journey.
Yeah, Vitality really taking this step by step in this situation, but Remind also getting one more pick off while everything is going on here. The rotation for Vitality will cross paths against SH, who is back into the game. Immediately brought to the game and even taking down Kyong.
நீ 10000 ரூபாய் போட்டு அவன் போட்டுனே நீ 10000 ரூபாய் போட்டு இவன் போட்டுனே ஆளுக்கு 10000 போடு இங்க மேட்ச் பாட்டிக்கு மரியாதை இருந்துங்க chatல.
Will join in on this elimination count.
Their backs up against the wall, but Straw Hats not giving up just yet. Who pulls a triple to survive those encounters, and 2 Titans on the side of Vitality snuffed out with the Max 7. Catches up with Nil, showing us a little bit of a drift as well. But Straw Hats are split up on the battlefield. They need to regroup. Al Ahly, on the other hand, spotting out the Lions out. And it looks like they want to hunt themselves some pressure.
அப்படி இல்லனா அந்த 95 ஜோல்ஸ்க்கு இது இருக்குல்ல அர்ஜென்டினா இது அப்புறம் போர்ச்சுகல் கொடியெல்லாம் அதை போட்டு சண்டை போடுவாங்க ஏதோ நாள காசு கொடுத்து சண்டை போடுடா எவ்வளவு இருந்தாலும்.
As the rest of Lions weren't able to get any pickups from there, they too decided to just move away from the area, perhaps looking for a better area to just really hold on to as the circle shifts.
It might be our loss just
one meter எங்க போற பாக்குறீங்க chat அழுவுற வேலை வச்சிருக்காங்க எரிச்சலா இருக்கு எனக்கு இங்க ஒரு காலிறாங்க இங்க ஒரு காலிறீங்க
so currently topping the leaderboard of group B to bring them down to such state, but either way they survive, they're right back in it on those revivals. Straw Hats now high ground advantage. Eagle has to be abandoned, no sniper in the hands of Nil. They miss an opportunity of getting a extra elimination off of the squad. Now 4 on their side. Straw Hats definitely looking confident this time round with 90 points on the leaderboard.
Silent point table நான் எப்படி அவளே வச்சால உண்டு நான் எப்படி அத வைக்க முடியும் புரியல.
They need to pull away.
Hey SH hey boon
if they want to make sure their totals and
TG வரைக்கும் ஆப் இருக்கு bro TS safe ஆனா TG வரைக்கும் போராட்டம் தான்.
Really go and start getting a bit more hungry like we saw them in the beginning of the game. Unfortunately for them, a bit slowed down toward this last few maps regardless.
MA 10 அடிச்சானுங்க அவனு மியா அவனேல வருவானே மியா
barely alive and also barely surviving as a team, could be able to just really come in and rendezvous with the rest of their teammates here. We've seen their power, their teamwork as well when they move as a unit together, being able to overwhelm 1 to 2 teams in the beginning of the day.
Who would have thought that it would be Straw Hats to potentially ruin the chances of Southeast Asia getting 3 teams in the grand finals early out of Group B, bumping into Vitality early, snuffing them out. And because of that, Vitality is at a massive disadvantage up against Twisted Minds now, who have been cool, calm, collected, picking up all of the loot. Now they bump into them. There is a vending machine at Ski Lodge, but it is not camped upon by the Vitality player. As I say that, they do manage to snuff out the aggressor from the side of Twisted Minds, and you see Twisted Minds quickly retreating from the compound. Straw Hats, on the other hand, a full squad recovery as they spend their time outside the zone. They've all gathered right back up.
There we go.
More importantly, this is the play where we saw
bro, இவங்க அப்படி சொன்னாதா அமைதியா இருப்பாங்க bro. கம்முனு இருங்க. காசு வாங்க அப்படியே சொன்னனே அப்படியே போட்டு சண்டை கட்டிட்டாங்க. ஆளு 10,000 போட்டு. தாய்லாண்டா இருங்க bro சுத்த நேரம். காசுனே.
For Straw Hats just really kind of rally the team and just get them super aggressive.
சொல்லிட்டானே அப்படியே ஐயோ கோவம் போட்டு ஆளு 10,000 போட்டு. அவன் தான்டா இவன் தான்டா டைப்பா. கம்முனு இருங்க சுத்த நேரம். அப்படி சொன்னாதா கம்முனு இருப்பாங்க இவங்க.
Do you pop off in this game or do you just chill? And
யார் கோட்னு யார் அதிகமா சூப்பர் சாட் போறாங்களோ அவங்கள பொறுத்து அவ்வளவுதான்
for the survival stage.
வலிப்பறி தான் நீலாம்
Regardless of how you slice it, Team Secret is not going to find that early access.
And காதுல போடாம இருந்தீங்கன்னா சரி ப்ளைன்ல கம்முன்றங்க.
Too far away from the bottom, too far away from the top. Team Secret in limbo right now, but I think that is intentional from the Vietnamese squad.
Really just take their time. Nice shot coming in, runs in there. A lot of damage onto Rahone. But for the rest of the team here, they're just really being super cautious. They don't want to go into this full fight quite yet. Made in Brazil lost, decides to just really find a different angle, a different area.
நீங்க பண்றத விடவா மேட்ச் பார்க்க வந்தா மேட்ச் மட்டும் பார்க்கணும். அப்ப சண்டை கட்டிட்டு எரிச்சலாகாதா.
Narikoottam Gaming with a survivor outside the circle, trying to see if he can survive the whole Brazilian squad from annihilating him and causing the squad a little
Grand
bit more
points.
Shanky brings Aztec back in. The play is looking solid, but S8UL cannot rest on their laurels just yet. As you can see, if Straw Hats catch up, if Al Ahly gets to that final circle with decent eliminations, S8UL, they'll be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah. This circle shift toward the southern side, it doesn't make it easier for many of these northern side teams either. TG still very far out there in the wild. A lot of late rotations coming in. There's a lot of caution. But at the same time, when you are coming into the zone this late, you just have to be so wary when you're rotating. We saw so many long-range snipes from teams that are already so comfortable having these areas, these zones, these high grounds fully in their control.
47 பேர் இருக்கானே நானே என்ன நடக்க போகுதுன்னு பயத்துல உட்கார்ந்திருக்கேன். ரெண்டு டீமோட கதை என்ன ஆக போகுதுன்னு இவர் ஒரு பக்கம் காவியா சூப்பர் காவியா
and it's courtesy of compounds to rotate around to focus on the loot, avoiding
நான் கம்முன்னு இருக்கேன். நான் எதுவும் பண்ணாங்க நான் மேட்ச்
all around for you to pick
the க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி வச்சிட்டேன். அவ்வளவுதான் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
That has resulted in many of these teams still surviving, but if you have too many survive to the next circle, all of chaos will break loose. As regardless of whoever you focus on, you can sure as hell bet either your knocks are going to get stolen away or somebody else is going to end up shooting at you. Because as we approach the 11-minute mark, we have a full stacked lobby.
48
feel very reminiscent of that previous map as well, right? With the only team 5, where only one player had been knocked out here. Now this rotation come through as well, as Twisted Minds should be able to come through, and this full 4-on-4 is happening. Taking a lot of damage. Mia on the side that was winning for a second there.
Yeah, Dirani, Mia eliminate ஆனா கண்டிப்பா நம்ம டீம் ரெண்டு டீம் குவாலிஃபை. Mia காலி.
Oh no! Al Ahly spoiling the party here for Mia Corp from afar. But the Lions, one final survivor. Joker has to abandon mission. He will not continue to pressure Mia Corp. But Al Ahly with the sneaky shots from across, calling out the lightning zone as well.
High table ரெண்டே போட மாட்டேங்கறாங்க.
And Mia almost got annihilated there.
Barely alive right now, but still able to prolong that run. Lions are just running for their lives. And once again, it's Joker all alone. Hasn't been spotted quite yet, but still taking some chip damage from so many different angles. Probably taken away by the Twisted Minds players.
Joker wasn't laughing in that situation, but he'll definitely go down smiling.
33 subscribed.
Valiant effort by the Lions. They will not get the early access into our grand finals, and we will see them play that survival stage. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, geared up to rest tomorrow after hustling all throughout the day. But out of the 11 games played so far, Twisted Minds have only gotten one booyah. Do they want to end their run with a 2-0 on their side, or will they just drop the efforts right here, right now? They're going to take the fight straight up to Vitality. Vitality, if they can get a massive they stand a chance to make the early access. But Twisted Minds says and one Southeast Asian squad does not get the early access, which means 2 Brazilian teams will stand a big chance to do so.
And the crowd
ஒரு கேவலமான ஜென்மம் பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ நீங்க என்ன வைத்தறிச்சல் புடிச்ச ஒரு பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ நீங்க உண்மையாலுமே.
But Yago will be knocked down here as well as MT7 doing the most. Movement is just so good and so proficient with the weapon. But RQ is here to stop the party as Brudzin should be going down next to Abe. And MT7 stolen away by Huang Am. Team Secret somewhere close here as well.
It's always a party when Southeast Asia gets involved in a battle. And RRQ the biggest winner there.
Eliminator
out way too early. They were down at the very bottom. And I think we can confirm that their totem is not going to survive that crusher. Pops for the desperate revival. RRQ on fire.
Hey, இவர் இந்தியன் டீம் இந்தியாவுக்கு துரோகம் பண்றாரா இவரே? என்ன கேவலமான ஜென்மம் பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ.
That's the warning shot that will keep the rest of the RRQ players using
NKG எல்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி தொலைங்கறாங்க. மண்டிட்டு கேக்குறாங்க நீங்க எல்லாம் என்னைக்கு NKG சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிராங்க? நாசமா போயிடும். நானே ஆல்ரெடி நாசமா போயிட்ட சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி. நீங்க வைத்தறிச்சல் இந்தியர்ச்சல்ல நீங்க இது பண்ணுவேன். ப்ரோ டிஜி உங்களுக்கு லைட்டா பிடிக்காதுன்னா அதுக்கு இந்தியன் டீம் நீங்க தண்டா போட்டுக்காங்க மூடிட்டு இருங்க செத்த நேரம் வந்துருவாரு. ஹைட் போடுங்கடா அந்த ஆளை. புறம்போக்க.
Was instantaneous. The best though was sliver of health left on him. Take it out of the equation, but Ali farming Twisted Mind from the opposite end. Straw Hats just pushed the point straight towards Al-Ali. And these two squads are fighting for survival down at the bottom. Both one diamond for themselves.
And they cannot move at all. He peeks out immediately. He will be knocked down here. But the zone is not in their favor at all. But this high ground should give them a bit of advantage. But aware that SAUL is close by. And now Al-Ali Esports just decides to wait the wings. No space, no HP.
Will India help out their buddies this time round? IQ Total Gaming Mafia doing a number on the Al-Ali players. Simox can only depend on his medkits at this point of time. RRQ, not much of a chance to walk away with a booyah. Shut down by Mafia. But Al-Ali, Simox goes down right here, right now. The potential of Straw Hats surviving the crusher. This potential of Bangladesh having 2 teams play in the survival stage tomorrow is gonna stay alive. And now it's gonna be the battle between IQ Total Gaming as well as SAUL, who have that advantage with that high ground, but they're not taking aggressive moves just yet. Seabox is gonna get taken out. Aztec claims that life, and Straw Hats will have the advantage with the circle.
Ali Esports also now down and out as SH to the high ground here, looking real
good
bottom teams, bro. Putting in the damage and the pain to the players of SAUL. But they decide to chase up against TG instead. Their backs out there in the open. But
but Shanky puts a bit of save space toward them as well. Nil top side and then crunch. TG, where are you gonna go here? SH awaits and so does HUL. Bunny steals away that first knockdown and so does the rest. Waterfalls, so does Aztec. And eliminated already here is TG.
They desperately need this. Can they do it? Bangladesh, they get it done. Ami Tomaki Paramasi, Bangladesh, you all can rejoice. Both the teams have successfully
survived. TG மட்டும் குவாலிஃபை ஆகலைனா நீங்க செத்துருவீங்க பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ சத்தியமா அடிச்சு மண்டல உடைச்சிருவோம் பாக்குறேன் நீங்க உங்களை சொல்லிட்டேன் TG மட்டும் நீங்க குவாலிஃபை ஆகல நீங்க காலி பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ உண்மையாலுமே கூட சென்ம கூட பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ நீங்க சத்தியமா ஒரு சென்ம கூட கேவலமான ஜென்ம பிளைண்ட் ப்ரோ உண்மையாலுமே நீங்க என்ன சரியான ஒரு இந்தியா இந்தியா துரோகி பாகிஸ்தானியா அவரு
They tried, they struggled, and you saw the fight in them in this final game. They gave their all just like the Straw Hats. But sometimes luck comes into play.
அவங்க மேல பழி போடுவேன் அவங்க மேல பழி போடு நீங்க தான bro உங்களை ஏமா bro சப்போர்ட் பண்ண சொன்னேன் உங்களுக்கு
The zone started moving with a massive advantage for Bangladesh. But I also have to say they took their own proactive moves to focus their pressure on the Indian squad to make sure Al Ali as well does not get away too far.
moderator remove பண்ணி விட்டுறோம் முடிச்சிருங்க
final run was just so unfortunate though for Al Ali. They will not be making it through to our survival stage.
And honestly, we started off the day with an idea of what the bottom of the bracket is. But today the switch up happens. A new mindset and mentality came in. Many of the teams stepped up. A different style of play, a different idea, whatever weaknesses that they needed to fix on day one, completely done. We saw the struggles coming from Miyako Al Ali Esports. And most importantly as well, the Bangladeshi team, Straw Hats, not only did they manage to claw their way up, but also be able to push themselves up onto the ladder, further up than just the bottom three.
You got to name
yourself well. bro நீங்க என்னைக்கு bro உங்க ஆடாதெல்லாம் ரெண்டாவது bro பீடைன்னு ஒன்று இருக்குல்ல நான் உண்மையா கேக்குறேன் லைனர் என்கேஜிங்கற பேரையே நீங்க சொல்லிராதீங்க அடுத்த ஒரு 3 மாசத்துக்கு என்கேஜிங் மனசுல ஓட நடத்துறாங்க
But Al Ali gave their best and they were so close.
ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க பிரைன் bro காசுலயோ மனஅளவுலயும் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுறேன் சைலண்டா நீங்க சப்போர்ட் மட்டும் பண்ணிராதீங்க எனக்கு
Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard. Twisted Minds at the top as Southeast Asia sneaks it away from Brazil. But of course, MIBR loss is not going to be too tickled by that at all. They were not trying today. They were just sleeping, snoozing their way through, and they sailed on through after showing what kind of a monster they were yesterday. But down at the bottom, Straw Hats jumping over SAUL Esports to show that the dream is real. But unfortunately for Mircorp and Al Ali, the same ends right here after this game 6.
You could tell how much this meant to them as well. They were hungry. They look very dejected despite their best efforts. That day too would bring fire from the bottom side of the bracket.
I thought you thought, everybody thought.
Right.
It's day 2, man. It's the day of survivals, day of early access. Everybody giving their all. Everybody said that it was Group A, that was the group of death, but this was the exciting group. So difficult, it was so close, both at the top and the bottom.
Yeah, the struggle happened everywhere. It was anyone's game. And for now, we are going to be going to Barney, who will be looking at the teams that will be... you could...
to show...
இவனுக்கு மேல விட்டானுங்களா கீழ இருந்து சரசரன்னு அடிச்சு
Congratulations to you boys. Obviously the journey is only partly way done. So in time, how does it feel to close out Group B and the top spot?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีกับ Twisted Mind ด้วยนะฮะที่ชนะมาได้จนถึงจุดนี้นะครับก็ตอนนี้เหมือนเราก้าวขาเข้าไปครึ่งก้าวแล้วกับการที่เราจะเป็นแชมป์นะฮะอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะในตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแต่วันนี้ก็มีปัญหานิดหน่อยครับเลยอารมณ์ไม่ค่อยดีนิดนึง
Well, to be honest, we are very happy and excited. Like we didn't know like we're gonna become this far, and to be honest, like our mood is not that good today. So, but in the end,
the mood's not good. You closed it out in first place. Now you closed down a really impressive lead that was taken into day 2 by MIBR loss, and you managed to catch them up, finish in first place. Now, obviously, you had a really good day today, but is there anything that you believe you guys need to work on either tomorrow or just before the grand finals on Saturday?
ก็เมื่อวานนะฮะเราเหมือนกับว่าเราจะโดน MIBR loss เนี่ยฮะบอกว่านำขึ้นไปใช่ไหมฮะแต่วันนี้เนี่ยเราก็คัมแบ็กกลับมาได้เนี่ยฮะตอนนี้เนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราจะทำอะไรต่อไปบ้างฮะหรือว่าเราจะเตรียมตัวยังไงกันบ้างกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลฮะ
ครับก็เดี๋ยวจะกลับไปทำแผนครับแล้วก็ปั่นจักรยานไปหอไอเฟลครับ
So after this one we're gonna go back and revise all the plan again, and after that we're gonna ride a bike to the Eiffel Tower.
Nice, a bit of culture. I like that. Okay, gentlemen, follow me. Let's go this way because as you placed first in your group, you get to crush the 2 keys from your group. Okay, so let's do this the right way. Okay, firstly, can one of you press the button and open up the crusher?
ขออาสาสมัคร1คนฮะกด
No one wants to do it. Just press the button.
แค่กดปุ่มก่อนเลยเบาๆกดเลย
Here we go. The crusher is now activated. The teeth are spinning, ready to crush these keys. Is there anything that you would like to say to the teams before you crush their keys?
ก่อนที่เราจะได้ดึงคันโยกลงมาฮะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอก2ทีมนี้แล้วก็ทีมอื่นๆไหมฮะ